सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरादे कामरूपिणी विद्यारंभा करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे sada. With the name of Goddess Saraswati, on behalf of entire APJ Satya University, Gurgaon, I, Akriti Garg, would like to extend my warm welcome to Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir Professor Rajesh Dhankar, respected Dr. Anupama Diwan, Dean, School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, respected panelists, moderators, dear colleagues, and participants to the first international conclave on World Pharmacist Day based on the theme Pharmacist Transforming Global Health, organized by School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, APJ Satya University, Gurgaon, in collaboration with Walter Bushnell and ASG Biochem. World Pharmacist Day gives an opportunity to reflect on the vital work performed by pharmacists all over the world. And to give further insight on the theme, I would like to invite Dr. Anupama Diwan. Talking about her, Dr. Diwan is presently working as a professor and dean at School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, APJ Satya University. She has research and teaching experience of over 24 years. She has primarily areas of research include novel drug delivery system, pharmacokinetics, nanotechnology, industrial pharmacy, quality assurance, bioavailability enhancement, and modified transdermal formulations. Dr. Divan has authored 6 books and published over 100 research, review, and posters in various national and international journals. She has presented scientific deliberations in over 30 seminars and conferences at the national level. She has been awarded Best Technical Expert in 2016 and Spurt WF Innovative Researcher Award in 2015. Recently, she has been awarded Bharat Excellence Award by former Governor of Sikkim in 2019. International Woman of the Year for her outstanding achievements and distinguished services to nation by Friendship Forum, New Delhi in 2019. An International Woman of Courage Award by All India Council of Human Rights, Liberties and Social Justice in 2019. She has been invited as guest lecturers at many national and international forums. Ma'am is the chairperson of Anti-Ragging Committee and other committees at the universities. Also, she has organized over 100 seminars, conferences, and conventions from time to time. Now, I would like to hand over the dais to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Aarti, and what a warm good morning and welcome to all. First of all, my heartfelt, respectful thanks to our Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.S. Dhankar, to accept our invitation and give us go ahead and being the guiding factor for organizing this World Pharmacist Day at APJ Satya University. Like every year on 25th September, we have been celebrating the Pharmacist Day. Why not? We all are pharmacists. Yes, kudos to all and a big congratulations for this day. This particular day, the theme, as Akriti has already told you, is towards transforming global health. Why so? The theme was kept by Federation of International Pharmacists because of this post-COVID scenario. And during this COVID scenario also, if you have seen how at various parts of the world, how pharmacists have come forward, not only developing vaccines, but also they are involved in research and also taking care of the patients, not only as a retail pharmacist, not only as a hospital pharmacist, but also like production of chloroquine and manufacturing sector has already grown many folds over the year, over these months. So that is there also the pharmacists have played a vital role in dispensing of medicine to our actual manufacture of the medicine to research of the medicine. That is what the transformation which a pharmacist brings in, and the healthy medicine or the for your health, the most important component comes to your table through these pharmacists only. Also, the major vaccination programs of India or any other medication programs, and even Modi Day's drive that a free and affordable medicines for every nation at very affordable cost should be available. These all basic achievements will be achieved only once the pharmacist comes with the full force, with knowledge, and they impart their service to the nation. Pharmacists also are responsible to do their duties with ethical practices, because you are actually preparing something, dealing with a simple tablet, for example, but that tablet is actually for saving the life of a patient. So that is why ethics becomes most important thing in any profession. And in pharmacy profession, it is the major key area which we all should take care of. So whether it is academics, to industries, or to the market, retails, and everywhere, the pharmacists have to be ethically practicing and maintaining the standards, so that we as a professionals can come up and stand up for the cause. With these words, once again, I wish all of you a very happy Pharmacist Day, and I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to please welcome you all. And I request Akriti to first introduce you to our VC sir.
I would like to extend my sincere thanks to you, ma'am. It was such a wonderful explanation. Now, to proceed with the conclave, I would like to invite Dr. Rani Mansoori. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Akriti. A leader is one who lights the path to the impossible and takes those who follow to the great height. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I, Dr. Rani Mansoori, would like to take this opportunity to invite our wings of flight, our pillars of strength, and our constant source of motivation, that is none other than Professor Raj S. Dhankar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, APJ Satya University. I feel extremely honored to introduce you, sir, at this mega event. Professor Dhankar has held responsible administrative positions like CEO, APJ Educational Society, Vice Chancellor, Maharishi Dayanand University, Ansel University, Amity University, Director, Central for Canadian Studies, Professor in charge, Faculty of Management Studies, Principal, Maharaja Agrasen College, and Chairman, Finance Area, Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. In the past, he holds PhD in 1983 as well as postdoctoral studies in the area of finance from John Anderson's Graduate School of Management Studies of California, Los Angeles, United States in 1987. He had been the recipient of Commonwealth Scholarship for PhD program in UK and postdoc for USA by Government of India. Professor Dhankar, a thought leader and institutional builder, is the ex-dean of the prestigious Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi, visiting professor at Lakehead University, Canada, and is the emeritus professor, School of Management Studies, APJ Satya University. Dr. Dhankar is actively involved in teaching, research, training, and consultancy in the field of finance since 1977. He has many finance books to his credits and published 125 plus critical research papers in the area of finance in major national and international journals. Dr. Dhankar is on the governing bodies of various educational institutes and director and trustees on the board of several public and private sector organizations. He has been honored with several awards, including Best Vice Chancellor for the year in 2016 and Haryana Ratan in recognition of his contribution to welfare of society and institutional building. With these words, may I invite our Vice Chancellor, sir, to this illustrative audience. Please, sir.
Thank you so much for your kind words, Mansoori. And let me say that it's my great pleasure to welcome you all, particularly our eminent speakers who could spare their time today to deliberate on various important issues. I also welcome our delegates and other participants of the conference. It's a very important day in the history of ASU, and of course the world medical community, that we are celebrating this International Day, or Pharmacist International Day. I'm so happy that Dr. Anupma Diwan, who is the leader at ASU, and leading from the front and giving great motivation and support to her staff and students over the years at ASU, is organizing this important international conclave today. Friends, of course, my field is slightly different. I come from management school and particularly finance area, but I can't help but keep myself acquainted with what's happening, particularly of late during this coronavirus time, about the what medical sciences is doing. We all know medical science has really done wonders over the years. Each day we keep on reading great breakthroughs, which is saving millions and millions of lives around the world. See how in our own lifetime our age longevity has increased. Look at in our own lifetime how many diseases we're almost able to eradicate. I think diseases like malaria and some of the other very infectious disease, like people in the West, they don't know about them. I do look forward that in India also we will have these memories no more. Basically, it's a field where really, I believe, like teaching field, very dedicated and committed people really joins. And over the years, some of the people in this field really make a mark. They make a mark not because they're great scientists, they're great doctors, but they're a great human being. And that is what it counts, because it is a field where you touch humans every day. You heal people every day. And unless you are a good soul yourself, unless you have a large heart yourself, you really cannot, it's my understanding, become a good doctor and a pharmacist. Now, this is something I hope you all appreciate. This conference, one-day conference, during the day, when I was looking at the contents of the schedule, besides very contemporary topics of medical science, it is also has included like funding of healthcare, social responsibility, and entrepreneurship. I thought they are very important issues to discuss, because for a country to really grow and become world leader, it has to spend a good percentage of its GDP on two areas. One is health and second is education. Anybody can make roads. Anybody can make factories and produce and export and increase GDP. But you cannot become a truly world leader and a world power until unless you have a great academic environment, great universities, great schools and colleges, and you are able to look after the health of your citizens, which only comes through a good healthcare system. In India, we must admit with a heavy heart that we are lagging behind on both the fronts. We see every day how, of course, on education of late, we have opened many IITs and IIMs and NITs, and a lot of spending is sort of going from the government. But health to me, healthcare to me is still neglected. And it's a huge, huge loss of output and productivity in any country, including India, if your people are not healthy. Health is wealth, as we say. So therefore, it is very, very important. Some of the scientists that we have today really talk about how we could have sort of intervention at the policy level. I mean, academics is one part, you give degrees, but for a government to be influenced and make it realize and put a pressure through policy intervention is also the responsibility of the professionals in a field. Therefore, to me, this spending, government spending on healthcare is an area which really has to be focused. I mean, it is good that government realize that they cannot really take care of the health of the people of their own, and they opened up and allowed the private sector, be it in health or education. But a sector like health, you cannot really afford to take this kind of a policy. Education, yes, you can have it in through distance education, online, and whatnot. But healthcare, I strongly believe government cannot sort of get out of the system so quickly and hand over to the private sector. Now, we all feel how important we are, how much money we have. Forget about poor people. They even don't want to go to the government hospitals. Why? Your driver, your maidservant, you see in our houses, they still prefer to go to a private doctor. Now look at how much money they charge. And still, they really, really lack that commitment, those ethics. Now, this is a very, very important area to me if our country has to really become a world leader. And until unless there is a pressure on the government at the policy level, these things will not happen as fast as we want them to happen. Look at countries around the world, much smaller than us, per capita income much less than us. They still have not allowed the private sector to take over the health care programs and industry as fast as we have allowed. And I think this is a matter of concern, and we literally have to, at some stage, revisit or you regulate the private sector, which we have not been able to do. Look at the cases we get, the private hospitals, the money they charge for even smaller treatments goes in lakhs. We are really worried these days, hey God, I don't get sick during these corona times. You have, and then people like us, if are worried, imagine what psychological pressure this whole sort of coronavirus has put on the section which is marginalized in our society. And look at how their family life have been kind of disturbed. Look at how their output have been impacted. So it is, you can't calculate the losses. There are huge, huge losses. we have if people are not fit, if people are not healthy, if our healthcare system is not very responsive and not good. This is something we make hue and cry for small things in our media. You people are watching for last several months, but hardly any debate on our new education policy, hardly any debate on our healthcare system during COVID time, very little. Why? Why? It means all are involved, all have vested interest. And this is something that has to be really, really looked into. And maybe today's conference, some of the eminent speakers, they would really spare their thoughts on this and then come out and come forward and make policy intervention. I just feel I share a small sort of instance. When I say both, some of the countries in the world which are small, some of the countries which are even which have a very high sort of per capita income and where people can afford to send to go to private hospitals, but they still have not allowed the private sector to grow as much as we have done. A classic example, and I'm, of course, you all know, but I thought since I've experienced it, I share. I happened to be a visiting professor for a year in Canada at a small town north of Toronto called Thunder Bay. There's a very good business school. I went as a visiting professor in a university. Now, since I was there for a year, sort of, I had my routine in the evening. I used to go for a walk. Now, I never noticed it, but then I was always thinking it's a very good place. I always thought it may be a 5-star hotel or something. Then I said, fine. But one day I felt like sort of talking to people, asking, what is this building? What is this whole complex? They say, sir, it's a government hospital. Oh, I said. I was so curious to see. Then I started taking a walk inside that hospital. And mind you, it's a government hospital. It was more like a garden. From the window of every patient, you see flowers, you see trees. There's a music in every patient room. Great focus on hygiene. Mind you, it's a government hospital. And you pay very little because you pay taxes, of course. In Canada, the tax rate is very high, and that's how they provide you good education. And look at in Canada, neither your education nor your health is privatized. It's a model, it's a system, and they are very successful. So it is something that it makes us to wonder as to a poor country like, well, let's not a poor, but a developing country like India, how come we have neglected our government hospitals so badly that even a poor person really doesn't want to go? Lastly, I would sort of conclude and make my remarks that, and it is again out of experience, in our country, we have focused more on clinical care than wellness. To my mind, we need to start health education, healthcare education from school and teach children as to how you can remain healthy, what kind of food habits, what kind of lifestyle. you need to maintain. And when they grow up, they hardly will go to hospitals, I can assure you. So if we have to have focus, if you focus rather on wellness, be it through your uh, schedule of the day, be it you do some physical exercise or yoga or meditation or lifestyle, then you would not visit doctors often. In here, we focus is on more how we look after patients, and they rather you have a lack of hygiene, lack of education, lack of regulations. Then you people get sick anyway, and then they go to private hospitals because government hospitals are not that good. I think that is something which, to my mind, any conference on a day like this should really talk about. And if we can take a resolve and put on our websites and through digital programs that we are committed to, we will like to commit ourselves to wellness. I have followed a small principle in my life. Doesn't matter how much work I have, but I avoid three things: hurry, worry, and curry. Hurry, worry, and curry. And it has helped me in maintaining a good health. So, and also, I feel that we can be of our own doctors for many things. So we should learn to respect our health. Once we start learning to respect, as we respect our parents and teachers and elders, we don't respect our health. Look at how drugs are creating a havoc in our country. Young generation, how they are drinking and smoking. They are not respecting their health. So once we start respecting our health, avoid hurry, worry, and curry, and also good education on healthcare, and doctors behave with great social responsibility. There was a survey I was reading that 50% patients in a hospital, they are not really sick. They should not have been admitted. So how responsibly the doctors have worked then? Question mark. So these are some of the thoughts I thought as a layman, actually I wanted to become a doctor after 12th, but there was nobody to guide me properly. And I also got admission in those days. There used to be, after 10th actually, I'm talking about early 70s and late 60s. After 10th, you join a college. And then I joined a medical stream first. But then I was scared to death. That's a very difficult profession. You will not be able to pass it, although I had a first division during those days. And I quit and went to management and commerce and economics and that stream. I have no regrets, but I thought I shared today on this important occasion, medical science. I would have been one of you, you never know, but luck had, life had different path and luck had different directions. So I ended up becoming a professor of management. And I'm happy, of course, but as I said, medical profession really I respect because you really save lives. So with these words, I once again welcome all of you to this important occasion and this international conclave. And I do hope and wish that you all have good deliberations and the outcome of today's deliberations would be useful. It will be documented and some policy intervention would certainly come for the government considerations. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and sharing the tips to be healthy and encouraging all the healthcare professionals for their selfless services to the society. Now, for the next session, I will call upon Ms. Akriti to take you to the next session. Akriti, please.
Thank you, Dr. Rani. I hope everyone is energized to move on with inaugural session. To begin with the same, I would like to invite Dr. Ankush Sharma. Over to you, sir.
So, very good morning to all of you, and thank you all for finding time and joining today's online conclave on this World Pharmacist Day celebration. So, my name is Dr. Ankush Sharma, and I'm working as Assistant Professor in School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, APJ Satya University. So, today we'll be having three sessions, which includes one is inaugural sessions, a scientific session, and valedictory session. So all the session will be having various speakers. So from pharmacy background across the globe. So once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. It's a wonderful day, and I feel privileged to extend my warm wishes to everyone. Now I think we can start the session. So I will be the orator of our first inaugural session. So firstly, I would like to invite Dr. D.K. Majumdar, sir, who will be the moderator of this session, to join and take the reserved seat. Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining. Let me brief you about Dr. D.K. Majumdar, sir. Dr. D.K. Majumdar, sir, is a retired professor from Delhi Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research, New Delhi. Currently, he's working as visiting professor in School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, APJ Satya University, Gurgaon, India. He has over 41 years of experience in research and teaching. He served as senior position in various leading pharmaceutical companies like Indian Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited. He has published more than 40 publications in various reputed journals. So thanks for joining, sir. So let me share some of the points before we start the session. So if you have any questions during the meeting, please type them in chat box or question answer section. We will also have time for question and answer at the end of the session. So to keep the quality of the sound functional during the meeting, please mute yourself when you are not sharing. So now, without the further ado, we'll turn the time over to our first speaker, Dr. Ashim Gupta. Dr. Ashim Gupta is a scientist, entrepreneur, and is the founder and president of Future Biologics and director of research and development, BioIntegrate Lawrenceville. He has also served as the chief scientific officer for South Texas Orthopedic Research Institute. He has been the associate director of research at Millennium Pain Center, Bloomington. And Dr. Gupta has done his Master of Business Administration from School of from Illinois University, Edwardsville. He completed his Doctor of Philosophy and Master of Science in Molecular Biology, Microbiology, and Biochemistry from Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. So Dr. Gupta has both basic and clinical research projects in the field of regenerative medicine, orthopedics, plastic surgery, pain management, and neuromodulation. So he has published several research papers, book chapter review articles, etc., etc. And he has been awarded with several grants and co-authored several abstracts in various national and international conferences. So Dr. Gupta has also won the 2018 Medical Devices Innovator of the Year Award at Illinois Capital Innovation Awards for developing a syringe system for fluid separation with the application in the field of orthopedics and plastic surgery. And a United States patent has been issued for the same. Dr. Gupta has been a member of numerous societies, including American College of Sports Medicine, Orthopedic Research Society, North American Neuromodulation Society. So today he will be talking about tissue engineering and regenerative medicine. With that, I ask that you give your full attention to Dr. Ashim Gupta. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ashim Gupta. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I would also like to thank Dr. Devan, Dr. Dhankar, and Majumdar sir for having me here and be a part of this inaugural conclave. And I'll go ahead, share my screen. All right. Just wanted to confirm, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir,
Yes,
we
sir.
can.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So today I'll be talking about tissue engineering and regenerative medicine. So these are some of my affiliations as well as my disclosures. I'm co-founder of these three regenerative medicine based companies and I own equity. So wanted to be fair disclosures. First, I'll start by giving brief introduction about tissue engineering. So tissue engineering is defined as the application of biological, chemical, and engineering principles toward the repair, restoration, or regeneration of living tissues using biomaterials, cells, and factors alone or in combination. This image on the right shows the basic principle behind tissue engineering, where we use biodegradable scaffolds, which can be in the form of electrospun nanofibers or any other shape. We see different kind of cells such as osteoblasts or chondrocytes. These cells and the scaffold combination is then cultured in vitro in cell culture plates, followed by implantation in the body with the hopes of regenerating, regrowing, or fabricating a whole new tissue or an organ like bone or cartilage. The National Institute of Health defined regenerative medicine as the process of creating living, functional tissues to repair or replace tissue or organ function lost due to aging, disease, damage, or congenital defects. This image on the right describes the basic ideology of regenerative medicine. So in nutshell, regenerative medicine incorporates principles from the field of tissue engineering, biomaterials, as well as stem cell therapy. Some examples of tissue engineered tissues or organs include intraocular lens, which are most widely used, vascular grafts, as well as heart wall replacements. Another example is of the world famous ear developed by Charles Vacanti at MIT, where they grew a human ear on the back of a mouse. Another example is of a nose scaffold developed by his lab, and this is how it looks like 2 weeks post culturing chondrocytes on it. In addition, Armed Forces Institute of Regenerative Medicine, operated by United States Army, is also working in this area and trying to develop organs such as ears that can be implanted on the combat veterans. Another news that I came across is the fingertip reconstruction of this lady who got her pinky finger chopped by the slam of the door. Two plastic surgeons in California used extracellular matrices and they were able to replace her pinky. And this is like her original one, and this is how it looked like after her surgical procedures. Most of you would have also seen this news about nose reconstruction of an Afghan girl when she tried to fled the country. They chopped her nose and she came to United States and they gave her a new nose. So I will be focusing more on one topic of bone tissue engineering, where we utilized non-functionalized single-walled carbon nanotubes to regenerate the bone. So the problem statement we try to address is that bone defects and non-unions caused by trauma, tumor resection, periprosthetic fractures, or pathological deformation, they pose a great challenge in the field of orthopedics. And I'll be focusing more on the non-union fractures. So question comes, what are non-union fractures? Non-union is a permanent failure of healing following a broken bone unless intervention such as a surgery is performed. They are two types. First, hypertrophic non-union fractures, where we see a formation of the callus, but the bone fracture haven't joined completely. And it can also happen due to inadequate fracture fixation. Another more serious type is the atrophic non-union fractures, where there is no formation of the callus. It can happen due to impaired bone healing, which can be caused by impaired blood supply And we all know that this is one of the reasons that diabetics and smokers have hard time healing their fractures. This is just another representation of how the hypertrophic or atrophic fractures heal. So just to give you a brief idea, if there is a normal fracture, how they heal. So whenever there is an injury in the bone, there is first formation of the hematoma. Once this hematoma is formed, it gets converted into a fibrocartilaginous callus, which we also call as the soft callus. After that, the ossification of this soft callus starts, and there is a formation of the hard callus, which we also call the calcification of the bone, which leads to the normal bone growth. Unfortunately, this normal bone healing process does not occur in case of hypertrophic or atrophic unions. So why these fractures are challenging? Because they require multiple surgeries, utilizing a lot of plating, fusion, use of bone matrix systems, and bone grafting. These are very time-intensive procedures, and they require well-trained surgeons. So the image I showed in the back slide, you may think, oh, these look very simple. It's just bone dislocated. Why we can't just put two bones together using pin and plating and patient can go home? But that is not the reality. So one case that I encountered a couple years ago and which we see regularly basis is of a 20-year-old male. And this is how he came with a lot of broken bones. So this was one of the extreme cases of non-union fracture. And this is how he walked back. And this is where we see the problem that with so many plates and screws in the body, this person is never going to be normal like any other healthy individual. So to address these situations, the current treatments include use of autografts. Autografts are a tissue or an organ from the donor and goes back to the donor, while allografts are organs or tissues taken from one individual and they go back into the other individual. The advantages of autografts are that it could be osteoconductive and osteoinductive, and they are really considered the gold standard for clinical bone repair. The limitations are the donor shortage. So if I need a bone, where am I going to take it out from the patient? And also it leads to donor site morbidity. In case of allografts, the limitation is normally caused by immune rejection or the disease transfer. So to overcome these limitations, tissue engineering has evolved as an alternative to develop ideal viable bone grafts. So what properties we look for in an ideal bone graft? That they need to be both osteoinductive and conductive. They must be strong. They should be minimally antigenic, so we don't get any immune rejection. They should be injectable to conform to the complex tissue shapes, and they should eliminate any donor site morbidity or quantity issues. So what is bone tissue engineering? Bone tissue engineering involves combination of biodegradable composites with or without the use of cells and growth factors to regenerate the bone. And the success of this approach relies heavily on the effectiveness of the biodegradable composite. So these biodegradable composites or polymers, they offer certain advantages, such as they are commercially available. They can promote optimal growth conditions for the tissue of interest. They are biocompatible and non-immunogenic. We can control their degradation as well as delivery of any hormone or drug. In general, most of the biodegradable scaffolds, we always try to load some kind of drugs into them to prevent infection. So in this study, we used polylactic glycolic acid, which I'll be referring to as PLAGA or PLGA. This is a commonly used suture material, which is approved by FDA for human use. One of the essential requirements of composite materials in bone tissue engineering is to have the desired mechanical strength, which we can increase by reinforcing it with a second phase material. And the reason we needed one is the PLAGA is not as strong as what we would like for it to form a bone. So to address that, I talked to a mechanical engineer who makes brakes, pistons for Formula One cars. And he told me to look into carbon-based materials. On looking deeper, I found that carbon-based biomaterials, they have been used in the past as coatings and fillers in implants. They have also been used for biomedical applications. Their biocompatibility have been proven, and they have been known to be hard, have low coefficient of friction, they can be chemically inert, and they have high wear and corrosion resistance. While looking more, I came across this news that Nokia said that they wanted to use these graphene, the world's strongest material, to create cell phones. And they claimed that this carbon nanotubes are 300 times stronger than steel. So this is where I was like, yes, this could be the material which can replace the titanium implants we have been using. Carbon nanotubes also got featured as the number 2 scientific discoveries that changed the world. Just for curiosity, people always ask me what's the number 1 discovery. That's nanolithography. So what are carbon nanotubes? Carbon nanotubes are allotropes of carbon with cylindrical nanostructure. They have a huge length to diameter ratio. They are members of fullerene structural family, and their name is derived from their long hollow structure with the walls formed by 1 atom thick sheet of carbon, which we call graphene. And the beauty of carbon nanotubes is that they can be rolled at specific at discrete angles, and combination of how we roll them at what angle and what radius, we can actually make them conducting, semiconducting, or insulating. These carbon nanotubes are of 2 types, single-walled or multi-walled. Multi-walled could be like further 2 types, like the Russian doll models, like 1 cylinder inside another one, or a parchment model, like how you will roll a newspaper. In this study, we focused more on the single-walled carbon nanotubes. So one question I always was asked, like why I want to use carbon nanotubes. Is it safe to put it inside the human body? And we always answered that yes, it is safe because they are solely made up of carbon and they have the same scale size as of human DNA. And then as a fact that all living entities are carbon-based makes them an ideal candidate for introduction into the biological systems. There are also studies which talked about making these carbon nanotubes more biocompatible and biodegradable and functionalizing them using addition of hydroxyl group. They can actually be degraded by oxidative enzymes. So the objective of this study was to develop a carbon nanotube polylactic co-glycolic acid based composite for bone regeneration, where we wanted to determine its in vitro biocompatibility as well as its toxicity and biocompatibility in vivo in a rat subcutaneous implant model. So first, we decided to fabricate 2-dimensional films, and all we did was use a simple solvent evaporation technique. We dissolved the polymer in the solvent. We poured them in the Petri plate covered with BITAC paper and let the solvent evaporate, which gave us nice 2-dimensional films, and we just cut discs out of that. To create disc for carbon nanotubes, all we did after dissolving polymer in the solvent, we suspended carbon nanotubes and used similar methodology to create carbon nanotube based composite discs. And we used 5 different concentrations of carbon nanotube, and we were able to successfully prepare all of them. Then we looked it under a scanning electron microscope, and we can say at different magnifications and for all these different concentrations we used that carbon nanotubes were homogeneously distributed in the plaga polymer. We also looked into the effect on degradation of the PLAGA, and we found there is no significant difference by addition of carbon on degradation rate of polylactic glycolic acid. Next, we wanted to see, can we really grow cells on the surface of these composites? So to test biocompatibility, we used mouse pre-osteoblasts, and we also used human bone marrow derived stem cells. And by scanning electron microscopy, we confirmed that we can actually grow cells on all the surfaces. We further confirmed our results by doing immunofluorescence staining using beta actin as well as nuclear Hooks dye, and we can cells that these cells actually grew on the surface of the scaffolds and also retained their morphology, and we used tissue culture polystyrene as control. Then the next big question we wanted to answer is whether these cells we are seeing on the surface of these scaffolds, are they really live or dead? So we did live dead assay where the green color shows the cells are live and red color shows the cells are dead. And we found that more than 90% of the cells grown over a period of 7 days on the surface of these scaffolds were alive. We also did a cell proliferation assay, and we found that 10 milligram concentration of carbon nanotubes gave the highest rate of cell proliferation. So this laid the foundation for our future work, that 10 milligrams carbon nanotubes is the concentration we wanted to use to translate into our three-dimensional models. So to create three-dimensional composites, the first step was to fabricate some microspheres. So we used similar methodology of dissolving polymer in the solvent, and we spun them at 300 RPM for 20 hours in 1% PVA solution, and the solvent evaporated, and we got nice microspheres of the polymer for PLAGA. And we can see that under electron microscopy, they had the spherical shape. We use the same approach for similar to the two-dimensional methodology, and we suspended our carbon nanotubes, and we can see that these carbon nanotubes were nicely incorporated in the microspheres, and importantly, the surface of the microspheres was again smooth under the electron microscope. Then the next biggest challenge was how we are going to center them together to create three-dimensional composites. So we used aluminum blocks with 10 millimeter diameter and 2 mm thickness, and we loaded these microspheres and closed this mold, and we heated it between the glass transition as well as the melting temperature of the polymer to get the desired composites. So if we heat them properly between glass transition and melting temperature, we got sintering of the microspheres with the porous space inside for the cells to grow and migrate. If we heat cells above the melting temperature, it leads to the fusion of pores. So cells will not be able to migrate to the below layer. So it's very important to make sure that they are always heated between the glass transition as well as the melting temperature. So this is how the discs without carbon and with carbon looked like. To confirm that there is homogeneous fusion of the microspheres, we did some electron microscopy, and we can see that these microspheres are fused to each other with nice pores. One feedback we always got some other groups working on it were that why we did not use microspheres of the same size to get a better mechanical strength. And our rationale was that if we look into the naive trabecular bone, there is non-homogeneous or random packing or random holes. They are not uniform size. So we wanted to mimic the trabecular bone in the human and just not create an artificial system. Interestingly, and to prove our hypothesis that addition of carbon nanotubes did increase both the compressive modulus strength as well as the ultimate compressive strength of the polymer. Next, we wanted to look that also can we grow cells on these three-dimensional surfaces, and we found that cells adhered and they grew on the surface of these microspheres, and they also formed cytoplasmic extensions to bridge the gap between two microspheres. We further confirmed it using immunofluorescence staining, which showed that the cells did grow on the surface of these scaffolds. Similar to our two-dimensional methodology, we wanted to confirm that whether the cells we are seeing are alive or dead. And we can say that over a period of 21 days, majority of the cells are actually alive. And qualitatively, we were able to tell, yes, they were actually growing and proliferating. To quantitatively confirm that, we did cell proliferation assay over a period of 21 days, and we found that addition of carbon nanotubes increased cell proliferation at all 3 time intervals we tested. Then we also wanted to look into the expression of genes which are specific to the osteoblast. So we found that addition of carbon increased the expression of extracellular matrix components like collagen 1, increased the expression of early mineralization marker like alkaline phosphatase, increased the expression of osteocalcin, which is a late mineralization marker at day 21, and it also increased expression of RUNX2, which is an osteoblast proliferation marker at all the 3 time points we tested. So finally, we wanted to see that what we created, is it toxic and is it biocompatible in vivo? To prove this hypothesis, we used Sprague Dolly rats. We divided them into 3 groups: sham, where all we did was created an incision and closed the wound. Group 2 animals got implanted with the polymer only, and the group 3 animals got the composites containing carbon. And we analyzed them at a period of 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 8 weeks, and 12 weeks. And we added 5 animals per group per time point. So just to give you an overview of the surgical procedure, so we used Sprague Dolly rats. We used isoflurane for anesthesia. Their backs were shaved, prepped using ethanol and betadine. We created 1 centimeter long incisions and created subcutaneous pockets in the opposite directions. And we implanted our composites and we closed the wounds. So first we looked into the body weight and we found that there is a consistent weight gain between all the 3 groups, and they all followed actually the same pattern for the rate of gain. We also looked into the food consumption over a period of 84 days, and we found that there is also same pattern with initial intake initially and then it plateaued for all the groups. So there was no significant difference between the groups at any time point. We also looked into the complete blood count, and we looked into several factors between the 3 groups at all the time points. This is just a representative table at 12 weeks. We did see some significant differences between sham and the implant groups, but all the values that we got, they were within the normal range that is reported for the rats. Same results we observed for the WBC differential count, where we looked into segmented neutrophils, immature neutrophils, lymphocytes, monocytes, RBCs, and basophils. Then we wanted to also look for any toxicity by collecting their urine. So we used these metabolic cages where we put the rats. We collected their urine samples, and we used this Urispec 11-way strips. And I apologize for the font size of this table, but we looked into 11 factors and we did not see any significant difference between any of the groups at 12-week time interval, further indicating that the carbon nanotubes were not toxic at this dose to the animals. Then we performed necropsy at all the time intervals that we selected. And for representation, I'm just using the 8 weeks and 12 weeks time point. And we can see this is the inside subcutaneous layer. And we can see in all the groups, we can see the disc without carbon and with carbon and all the time points. And in the surrounding area, it grossly looks normal and we do not see much inflammation or anything else going on. We also collected the adrenal glands, lungs, spleen, heart, liver, and kidneys to see if they grew in size and weight due to inflammation. And we looked into both absolute as well as relative organ weights, and we did not find any significant differences between the groups. Then we did some H&E staining at all these time points, and what we found that we did not see any inflammation or fibration formation of capsule formation in the sham group. In all the implanted groups, we see formation of capsule and fibrosis, which is actually normal. Whenever we do any kind of implants in a patient, there is always formation of the capsule. So we also wanted to quantify whether there is really any inflammation or not. So we looked into 11 parameters like presence of polymorphonuclear cells, presence of macrophages, and we graded them on a scale of 0 to 4, with 0 means no toxicity or no inflammation, with 4 is like severe, and we added them. So we got rating from 0 to 44. In the sham group, we did not see any inflammation. In the polylactic acid, glycolic acid, as well as the carbon composite group, we found that at all the time points, they were significantly higher compared to sham group, but there was no difference between the polymer and the carbon group, which means that the toxicity profile of carbon nanotubes is similar to already FDA approved PLAGA, which indicates that if we take it to FDA, the toxicity results will be acceptable as they replicate the profile of an approved material. This work has been published in series of articles in Journal of Orthopedic Research, Journal of Biomedical Materials Research Party, and then our in vivo data in bone and joint research. So in future, while an attempt to take it towards human studies, the first step is to see, can we replicate it in a bigger animal model? So we propose that we can create a non-union ulnar defect model in a rabbit. This defect size is 15 millimeter. A defect size of 15 millimeter in rabbit replicates a non-union fracture in human beings. So to address that, we created similar dimensional scaffolds with and without carbon. We did electron microscopy on them, and we can see that there is fusion of the microspheres in the composites. Idea would be to then similarly create these defects in the rabbits and implant these scaffolds at the injury site. And here we divided it into 5 groups where we would like to do like the open ulnar defect, just the scaffolds alone. And here we proposed use of bone marrow aspirate, because currently FDA regulations does not allow us to take cells in the lab, culture them, and bring them to the hospital. So we wanted to replicate a procedure which will be accepted by FDA. So if we just supply these grafts as a device and just aspirate bone marrow and seed them and implant it back, this is a procedure which can be replicated clinically easily. And we still are waiting on some of the data, and I'm not gonna share it with you. So I just gave an overview on what we are doing in the field of orthopedics. We are using same approaches to address towards the field of treating ligaments, including anterior cruciate ligaments, which is a broad injury field in athletes. But through my experience in plastic surgery, we also find that why there is a need for tissue engineering. So we saw one patient who had 3rd-degree burns where tendons are even exposed. And this is the normal procedure that we use vac pumps, the wound heals, then we take skin grafts from a secondary site and they are implanted. One of the shortcomings of this procedure is now we have created a secondary wound to heal a primary wound. I apologize if you find these pictures a little gross. The other issue we found is we have this kid. He was 80% burned. So if we go by the gold standard of using a skin graft from a secondary site, we did not even have enough skin on this patient left to take from second site and put it on the primary site. So that presented us with the issue of donor shortage. So not dragging into the plastic surgery side of the thing. So idea is to give you a gist that yes, tissue engineering is needed to address several medical needs. And there is only one medical device approved in the United States which allows to collect patients' keratinocytes to be grown in the lab and then put it back. But as Dr. was saying, that this just increases the cost, and we believe that using tissue engineering approaches, we can minimize the costs and it can be made widely available to a lot of public. With that, I would like to acknowledge all my affiliations and my team members in these companies, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
So thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insight on bone tissue engineering and the use of carbon nanotube and PLGA microsphere for bone tissue engineering applications. So, sir, I am having two questions basically.
Sure.
So one question is, you are using microsphere, PLGA microsphere along with the carbon nanotube to form the pore, to develop the pores, right? So can we use some of the porogens like ammonium bicarbonate or sodium bicarbonate, and we can generate the pores in that, and we can use that? What will be your opinion on that? Can that porosity will be different from the carbon nanotubes, what we are generating in carbon nanotubes along with the PLGA microsphere?
It's a good question. So yeah, just to clarify, we are actually incorporating carbon nanotubes inside the polymer to give them additional mechanical strength, because polymer itself does not have that kind of strength. And to answer the other part of it, we are actually thought about using just a polymer, and we actually thought about like how Majumdar sir used to teach us, like do some jugaad. We used to thought about like just adding like some sodium chloride crystals in the polymer. So once we have a uniform sintered block, all we have to do is just put it in water, sodium chloride will dissolve and we'll have the porous structure. We thought about the only problem is if we are talking about weight bearing bones like femur, those polymer alone scaffolds will not be strong enough to take the whole body weight. So that was the whole idea of adding carbons to increase the mechanical strength.
So thank you, sir. And one more question is there, if you'll not mind.
No, please go ahead.
Is there any effect of using different type of molecular weight of PLGA on the what we are generating on the carbon nanotube along with the polymer? So different, what you are using will be some molecular weight PLGA, right? So the different PLGA grade of molecular weight, if we'll use, what will be the effect according to your opinion, please?
So my PhD advisor with Dr. Cato Lorenzen, they actually did some work on testing different ratios where they tested PLA, lactic acid to glycolic acid, 65-35, 75-25. I used 85-15. So varying the ratio as well as varying the molecular weight gives the flexibility to adjust the degradation time. So if I'm fixing a small defect, I would like the scaffold to degrade quickly, because I know my cells are going to quickly take over. But if I'm fixing a complex non-union where I need long bone spaces of weight wearing, so I actually want my scaffold to stay there for a longer time to keep providing both the mechanical strength as well as more surface for the cells to keep growing until the ossification process can begin. So yes, that's one advantage we get in the field, that we can actually manipulate the parameters per how we want them to be.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Majumdar sir to give some more insight on the topic. Over to you, sir.
Asim,
Yes,
do you
sir.
hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
I can. Yep, I can hear you.
Have you tried calcium phosphate? Because bone is basically calcium.
Yes, so calcium phosphate cement is actually currently used in the orthopedic procedures.
Yeah.
So what we did is still not taken to the FDA. So we do use calcium phosphate in an injectable form. So once we inject it in the body, as soon as it hits 37 degrees, it solidifies. So it helps us take the shape of the defect. So we actually use it in the clinic.
Okay. You are already using it because PLGA will perish. It's a biodegradable polymer. The larger the molecular weight, the longer it is going to stay. But one day it will perish. So the
That's
structure
what
will be what will be left behind will be your carbon nanotube, and if you use calcium phosphate, it will be the calcium phosphate,
right.
right?
Yes.
Uh, okay, we can have some more questions from the audience. Hello, especially students for whom the whole seminar for the conference have been arranged. Hello, students. Hello, hello, fourth year. No question.
So they can write, we can check in question and answer section, sir.
Okay, then we
Beta,
proceed to the next.
So
nahi
thank you.
hoga to, then we'll move.
Yeah. So thank you very much, sir, for your nice presentation, and Dr. Majumdar for your valuable insight on the topic as well. So with that, we will go ahead and move to our next speaker, who is joining us today. Is an amazing speaker. So thank you very much, sir. Dr. Asim, thank you very much for joining us. So with that, we'll go ahead and move to our next speaker, who is joining us today. Is an amazing speaker, and when I say amazing, I mean it. So he's a working as a head strategic partnership and entrepreneurship development at Bayrak. He has done his PhD from Jamia Hamdard and ICGEB New Delhi and post doctorate from University of Alberta. His area of research include drug discovery, immuno-oncology, translation research, etc. He has published more than 30 publications in various international reputed journals. So he has about 25 years of global industry and academia R&D experience in pharma biotech sector, from discovery research to product development, leadership, project management, and administration. Contribute to several clinical drug candidates for global drug development at Daiichi Sankyo India, Daiichi Sankyo Japan, Ranbaxy, Dabur, and University of Alberta, Canada, develop certain technologies that were transferred from academia during doctoral and postdoctoral studies. So today he'll be talking about integrate with innovation ecosystem. So let's welcome Dr. Manish Diwan. Sir, it's good to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for such a warm welcome and a kind introduction. Very pleased to join you. Good morning, Professor Majumdar. Nice to see you again. Pleasure to get engaged again. Dr. Anupma, thank you for bringing me here. And I enjoyed the talk of Dr. Ashim Gupta and just brought back some memories. And today's talk, I would try and bring out some elements which help people to develop and found, incorporate a company, a successful venture, future biologics, which Dr. Ashim can I share my screen? Would that be okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me try doing that. So, can you see my slide deck? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So I am Manish Diwan, and I am representing BIRAC, which is Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, and I will try and bring out and let the students, faculty, and the attendees know what and how BIRAC can support in case you want to venture something which Dr. Ashim inspired you to do so. So this is a central body which is carved out of Department of Biotechnology department under Ministry of Science and Technology, and we facilitate biotechnology innovation, creation of startups, uh, medium scale industries as well as large scale industries, policy interventions, and for individual people or individual startups, we provide uh, funding opportunities, incubation network, bringing together mentors, as well as provide platforms for individual entrepreneur startups as well as biotech industry to scale and grow at a national as well as at a global scale. You would have heard about the power of idea, and an idea can be mightier than the whole nation itself. So if you have such an idea, I think power is all yours. If you qualify that particular idea and put it in context, that whether an idea is tending to or addressing an unmet need with a value proposition that is backed with technical viability and team strength, uh, there is commercial potential for that particular idea to go and get developed. That is where you can look at incorporating of a startup of your own. The entrepreneurs, if you want to venture into that, there is some amount of extra element that you need to look at, and that goes beyond a project or a scientific project for a defined period. You need to bring together and provide some energy around the idea with the passion and the complementary strength that you can bring around. For example, if you're a group of students, once you do a laboratory experiment, uh, you can understand that what all it takes to even perform a simple experiment. But if you were to do and undertake a set of such experiments on your own, so all the elements around it, that is what it will take to build such an idea. Uh, the startups innovation ecosystem is a national priority, and honorable prime minister has also iterated it several times, and there have been now provisions which have been made that can be accessed and utilized by all the aspirants. As a central body like BIRAC, we have been able to create and provide uh, the core ecosystem that comprises of various support factors like policy creation, human resource, skill development, mentorship network development, incubation network uh, across the country, as well as what it will help to drive these innovations forward is the funding mechanism or the the policies where we can encourage such individual ideas, individual startups to nurture and evolve as established incorporated agencies. So the entire ecosystem in the biotech sector needed facilitation that has been put together, and it's growing at a scale which is getting recognized not only at national level but as well as at international level. So in case you want to progress into this domain, you build a concept and define a problem leading to proof of concept. You develop that proof of concept into a prototype, uh, validate that prototype to deliver a validated product. And once these validations are completed, you can actually look for the deployment of such product in the market. And I think the previous speaker gave you a fair bit of evidence, progression of from an ideation towards validation and looking for certifications approval from FDA before it can be deployed in the market. So the entire journey from academic technical knowledge to translate into a product requires a lot of a good amount of gestation period, and you can actually map it on a scale of technology readiness level from 1 to 9. And together it also requires a lot of uh, strategic or funding for moving from one milestone to another, and then scaling forward. Across the biotech ecosystem in the country, there have been many such ideas which have got nurtured, and now they are in the market and have been deployed. Just a glimpse and snapshot for that. Through various facilitation mechanisms, what BIREC has been able to do is provide strategic infusements at every stage, from ideation to all the way to commercialization. If you, these are the names of different schemes, representative schemes, which cater to the particular stage of an idea development or a startup development or an industry proposition. And some of the schemes are listed here. If you are, I would encourage you to visit this particular microsite called www.biotech-solutions.com. This showcases all the BIRAC supported startups which have now deployed their solution in the market. So there are about 110 or 125 of them listed on this portal with all the details. So those ideas were started from lab and all the way they went into commercialization. If you are an entrepreneur, a startup, SME, or company, or an academia like a university like yours, or a school within the university, uh, you can get associated with BIREC and avail different facilitations that are on offer. And as I said, there are provisions that can cater to requirements at a specific stage of the translational activity that you've been doing. So what we have tried to put together in the ecosystem is bringing together all the elements from academia to industry, enabling bodies like ours and other national, international bodies, uh, capacity building of individuals as a sector, as a segment, involving different players, as well as provide opportunities for these people to come together, collaborate, network, learn from peer-to-peer understanding, and get to know these are the gaps, these are the strengths, and these are the opportunities in the ecosystem. And this ecosystem has been growing rapidly over past several years. And we also get integrated at the policy level. The feedback that we get from the ecosystem, in innovators, individuals, as well as industries, investors, these we populate and undertake stakeholder consultations, and also infuse these reflect back for the at the policy level interventions for a long-term strategic growth of the sector. I'll give you some examples. Uh, People like you, students like you, or who have graduated in the faculty or have gone to industries, they have taken up entrepreneurship or startup journey and have made and have become successful. These are some of the representative people who actually took uh, a fellowship from BIRAC, and under a program we provide that exposure that they can go and look at the day-to-day pain points in a hospital setting. So they can observe different departments, different functions, different activities in the hospitals, and identify and list which are the pain points that need to be addressed. And these fellows have identified several pain points and prioritized one single pain point and then built a solution around that. For example, Pankaj looked at the cast that we often wear. Uh, you would have seen the plaster of Paris cast. It is solidified, and in summers it becomes sweaty inside as well as wet, as well as uh, very itchy. Now, imagine a cast which is perforated, has the same amount of mechanical strength, and comes in colorful, different colors, neon colors, for example, and you can just wash it under the running water. So, kind of a solution like this. And likewise, these are the other fellows who have identified individual problem and build a solution which is now commercialized. Likewise, in the research institutions, technically trained people, science scholars who have done their masters, PhDs, or postdocs, and then wanted to dwell into and address a particular pain point. For example, Pandorum Group, these fellows have created 3D printed corneal eye, cornea, and solutions for organoids for liver that has been now used for in the drug discovery industry for safety assessment as well as molecular target assessment. Likewise, the point of care device, for instance, estimation of protein in the urine samples that can be deployed at low resource setting where you don't have access to sophisticated instruments. People who have gained experience and worked in industries and put together a lot of strength and understanding behind themselves in how to develop new solutions, they have come back and incorporated their own companies. And these are some examples. For instance, this is a defibrillator which is hand crank. So imagine when there is no electricity and a cardiac arrest has happened, and person needs a defibrillator right at that point, in ambulance or in such a situation. So this hand cranked defibrillator doesn't require any electricity and can serve the same job. PCR molecular diagnostic, which has been made trivial so that individual semi-skilled technician can actually look at and do the molecular analysis, for instance. These are examples of medical professionals, medicos, who have taken up and tried to address particular pain points after doing their MBBS, MD, and these guys have picked up this path. Dr. Pavan is a cancer biologist. He looked and he related to the pain point that after breast cancer surgery, the women would require breast prosthetics, and largely these prosthetics have been imported and become unaffordable for many people. So he has created an affordable solution, which is now available not only in India, but is available all across. Dr. Vishal Rao has created a solution which is called $1 ohm device that has been able to uh, bring back uh, the voice of head and neck cancer patients whose voice box is removed. So imagine a cancer patient who has survived cancer, but not being able to speak for the rest of his life. Typically, after removal of voice box, these patients usually survive for 10 to 15 years. And without a voice, person surviving for that long, it's such a huge challenge. May I uh, if we can put our microphones off, I think that would help in other people listening it, or I can stop. Thank you. Um, so across the uh, across the biotech sector, we try and bring in that kind of facilitation, so that innovations can be nurtured in these areas, and we provide this kind of incubation centers and create these facilities which are made accessible to entrepreneurs and startups. For for running these ventures, facilitation in terms of funding is also essential. So according to the stage of the development, we have brought together facilitation from individual student to all the way to large industries, and there is a provision from like fellowship of few thousand rupees to 1 lakh rupees as a grant, to all the way to 700 lakhs per startup as a facilitation, depending upon the stage of such a startup. The ecosystem growth depends on a continuous pipeline of innovators need to get integrated and get facilitated and it has to be done continuously. It's not a one-time activity. Just for example, the university, APJ Satya University, uh, runs the course, and it runs the course every year. And number of students come in every year, and number of students graduate every year. And once they graduate, they pick up either run their own businesses, or join some companies, industries, or create startups, for example. So this is a continuous path, and it's a long-term path which brings tangible outcome uh, in the way forward. So that is how the whole ecosystem for the innovation to translation of innovation into innovative products and technologies proceed. In the process, what BIREC has put together is the strength of complementary agencies, bodies, investors, industries uh, within India as well as outside India, and all that strength of partnership is made available to each and every beneficiary or uh, people who get integrated into this ecosystem. For students, I probably some of the students from this university also would have been taking benefit of Sitare like activity, which is available for UG students, where we run 3 to 4 weeks of workshops that gives you enough orientation in this direction. And the current best workshop is actually ongoing. It started on September 23rd, and it will go until next three weeks. Uh, 40 students who are participating, they will be judged at the end of the workshop, and the top 10 students would get 1 lakh rupees as a facilitation, so that they can nurture an idea and carry that forward. Like that, the pre-incubation centers, e-Yuva centers, and the more advanced, mature in bio-incubation centers under BioNest have been created across the country. uh, the details I would encourage for all these schemes, you can look at BIREC's website, and you will get to see all the guidelines and all the provisions uh, in detail would be provided there. Another scheme you might have heard of is called Biotechnology Ignition Grant, which is a flagship program of BIRAC. Here, up to 50 lakh rupees is given on a meritorious idea at a national level, and to nurture that idea from mere idea to proof of concept. And a person can incubate anywhere in the country in any of these incubation centers that we just spoke about to translate into proof of concept. So far, out of 6,000 plus applications that have been received under this, about 600 of them have been selected and have been facilitated, and we have now uh, uh, very happy to say that about 50 plus products have emerged out of these no these humble ideas, and they are now in the market already. This is over past let's say 8 years of time. These are some of the glimpses of such products that have got nurtured through biotechnology ignition grant facilitation in the biotech sector. The If you look at distribution of this innovation ecosystem in terms of capacity building, what we've been able to do is these red dots on the left, on the graph on the left that you can see. These are the incubation centers that have been uh, set up across the country, and we are adding 10 incubation centers every year. So even the uncovered area which you see, the central India and probably the north side, uh, and some other clusters, they will get populated in time to come. This is a strong base of now biotech ecosystem in the country, and all these we have softly divided or created 7 clusters out of them, and we have been populating or infusing the energies and facilitation through this incubation network in the country. If you overlay the map of the startups which are there in the country, uh, there is a there is a there is a mirroring of such startups which are incorporated across the country on this incubation network that has been created. So this particular depiction is from 2017. When we mapped it for 2019 and 20, we see these bubbles getting bigger, and there are some more bubbles emerging, but those are minor. And each of these bubbles have grown 2.5 times in 3 years of time. And but essentially, the distribution still maps and mirrors on the mature clusters of these biotech centers across the country. So far, we have about 3,500 startups in the country, and going forward, and the growth we are looking at, it should reach about 10,000 plus by 2024, 2025. I give you one example of once these startups or individual proof of concept reaches beyond TRL 3 or TRL 5, uh, a small facilitation under seed fund, which is provides 30 lakhs per startup. These startups also generate follow-on funding outside the grants from, let's say, DBT or BIRAC and other agencies. This is like from angels and other investors. So they continue to grow from ideation, individual grant, and they create value for their startups gain valuation which is much larger in volumes, as well as they generate follow-on funding. So more than 50% of them, at least 50% of them have been able to generate, and that's a substantiation, and that happens across the stage of the development of the companies. This is just one example at the earliest stage. This is a little older slide, but all I would like to emphasize is that in the cycle of from ideation to proof of concept to validation and then reaching to market, this particular share of the pie is increasing every with growing years, and more number of ideas are getting populated in this sector. There is I will just give you some examples of what all other elements are also essential from building these translational activities. One is the technical knowledge that we, to begin with, that is there. But then technical knowledge needs to be uh, complemented with a lot of other things. And in a successful venture, there is 75% or 80% is other elements which are other than the technology know-how itself. So technology know-how comprises of just 20%, 25% in such ventures. So there's a lot of on-ground, timely, rich, concentrated experts, mentorship, uh, networking, learning, growing. These activities are required, which get facilitated both at national level as well as international level. So this is how we connect incubation centers to global incubation centers to imbibe best practices, provide the market-based access to mentors, expertise at global level as well. There are activities that we run throughout the year where we bring together all the beneficiaries, ecosystem enablers, and industry and other people who contribute and are relevant and critical for the growth of the ecosystem together. And the collaborations happen, the opportunities and the strengths on the gap analysis can get facilitated through this. There are provisions where certain sectors or certain elements are also facilitated. This example is a special award for women entrepreneurs and women biotech startups. We recognize them as well as we provide them further facilitation through BIREX TIE Winner Award. For building and understanding in terms of regulatory requirements, what all facilitation certifications would be required for a growing venture. The regulatory network has been created so that is accessible to individual entrepreneur or a project lead. The Make in India, as you would have heard, that's a national mission. So that for biotech sector, that is also facilitated from the from BIREC side. So I will probably end here, and I would just suggest that the growing ecosystem in the country is now sitting at about 62 billion as bioeconomy strength, and in next 4 to 5 years, by 24-25, we are anticipating the contribution of the biotech sector in the country would be about 150 billion USD. Dr. Anupma, would you should I stop here and in the interest of the time?
So you can take 5-10 minutes more. That's not a problem. It's going on wonderful, actually.
Okay, maybe
As
I,
you feel comfortable, sir.
all right. I'll just give you a glimpse of the COVID, recent COVID, and I'll the COVID days, how this ecosystem has responded. In the startup ecosystem, as you would realize that COVID was a all of a sudden an unplanned, unprecedented activity. This particular startup ecosystem, which is mature to this extent, we have been able to see now diagnostic kits getting manufactured in the country. uh, PPEs, which were previously imported, they are now getting made and manufactured in the country. Vaccines, initiate number of vaccines which have gone in, and they are at various stages of development because of this ecosystem. So the ecosystem has matured and has been able to deliver, even at such a short notice of, let's say, 3 to 4 months. We have indigenous diagnostic kits for COVID, which are now available at a much affordable cost compared to several thousand rupees when we initially began and entered into this in the month of, let's say, March, April, May. Now we are looking at indigenized kits made in India, which are costing about 150 rupees, 200 rupees. Many of such solutions have been made available through this startup ecosystem. And I think we should all be proud of these achievements. And as the whole world is waiting, I think vaccines is another outlay which is going to emerge. India is the largest vaccine producer of the world, and there are now vaccine about, I think, 2 candidates which are already in clinical development phase. About 11 such vaccine initiatives have been funded by BIRAC, DBT, NBM, National Biopharma Mission, uh, to the large industries, and through academia industry collaborations, many of such vaccine initiatives are now progressing, and we are also awaiting what comes out as a successful model. There are now animal models which have been developed for vaccine testing in-house. The testing centers in hub and spoke model that have gone integrated in this time, where research institutions have utilized their available BSL-3 facilities, their RT-PCR capacities to become testing centers for COVID. And I think the whole ecosystem has come up and responded so well in even in this challenging time. So I'll stop here, and I would suggest that students, faculty, and people who are participating in this event can look at BIREC's website for more details for individual schemes or activities and resources. And BIREC Twitter handle is also active, so people can follow on there. Thank you so much. I'll stop here. Thanks.
For your nice and very informative presentation. By sharing, you have shared so many examples of student innovation programs, incubation center, and sharing examples for scientists serving entrepreneurs.
Hello, am I audible?
No, not much actually.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, go
Yeah.
ahead, please.
So, thank you very much, sir, for your nice and very informative presentation, which includes the various student innovation programs, incubation centers, sharing examples, scientists turning into entrepreneurs. Example, these are the example which can help to the students as well as to the faculties, to the scientists very helpful for all of us. So now I would like to invite Dr. Majumdar sir to add some more enlighten us on this topic. Thank you, Dr. Majumdar. Over to you, sir.
No, I'm not going to enlighten anything, Manish. Manish is my student only. When I joined DeepSide, he was in Inform. So the gist of his talk is an idea doesn't sell. It is the idea which sells, not the product. It's an idea sells, not the product. So if we have some idea, we will say it will be sold. He has talked of beautiful. One thing I like that ortho hill. It's really great. Protein in urine. Generally, if in urine, if protein comes, I shake it. If it gives frothing, means it contains protein. This is the most common test. Okay, and then fluid for processing tissues. I share my own experience. God has produced certain tissues. Where it has been produced, God has given it to protect it from any degradation. If you take the eyeball and keep it in a refrigerator, it will degrade in a later way. If you remove the lens and eyeball and keep it in a bicarbonate ringer or say in normal saline, it will get opaque in no time. So these are brilliant ideas. Then of course, finally, he has talked about that innovation, incubation, and startup. And regarding COVID, face mask, PPE, and ventilator, I would add here a little bit. As per our mythology, when we were very young, our mothers used to put oil in our nose. Oil in our nose. In the body, whatever goes into the body will go through the nose only. So if we start putting oil to our next generation, to our kids, I think we can stop this COVID problem to a great extent. That's what I personally feel. Okay, Manish, nice meeting you again. I think you go on contributing like this. That gives me a pleasure as a teacher.
Same here, sir. And I think I also remember once you moved from industry to College of Pharmacy at that time, and got an opportunity to learn from you. You have been inspiring and as a bringing the expertise and making it available and so palatable to the young students and inspiring the young minds. I'm very happy to see, and I think the APJ Satya University is also blessed to have your continued presence there and engaging with students at that level, and that helps. I think sometimes that ignites and triggers some elements which requires mentorship, expertise, and a guidance. And I think you and other faculty can power them up sufficiently for that matter. And I still cherish those days and those moments that we spent together. Thank you so much again, and lovely interacting with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anupma, and your team, and good luck and happy World Pharmacist Day again.
Thank you, and same to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to next.
So now
Dr. Ankur, unmute yourself.
Now we'll move to our next speaker for this session. The speaker who will be joining us for today's talk is Dr. Abdul Khalik J. Al Salman. He is currently working as an assistant professor and vice dean of Northern Border University, Saudi Arabia. So he is an assistant professor at the Faculty of Pharmacy at Northern Border University, Saudi Arabia. After completing his bachelor's in pharmacy from King Saudi University, he worked as a hospital pharmacist at King Abdul Aziz National Guard Hospital in Saudi Arabia for 4 years. He then completed his master's and PhD degree in pharmacotherapy. and he has done his safety fellowship and postdoctoral fellowship at the Medical College of Virginia in US. So Dr. Al Salman has published several manuscripts, book chapters, has been awarded with several research grants and international awards. His clinical specialty in has been it practices critical care therapy for sickle cell anemia patients. So recently he has been assigned an external reviewer for the National Commission for Academic Accreditation and Assessment in Saudi Arabia. So today he'll be talking about what pharmacists can do in transforming global health. So I would like to invite Dr. Abdul Khalik Ji Al Salman. Over to you, sir. Thanks for joining.
Thank you so much. I would like to first to thank um, BJ State University and the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, the Dean and the faculty for inviting me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes, okay. And thank you so much for inviting me. It's a really good opportunity for me to share knowledge and exchange experiences. Um, um, I'm really happy to attend the first two lectures. It was amazing, or three lectures. So let me first try to share my slides. Okay. Can you see the slides? Okay, I guess.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for your introduction. Thank you for the nice introduction. So here is the outline of my presentation. I will try to be focused and brief, as simple as possible. So I guess it's very important to let our pharmacists, our audience, our student to know what's global health and why it's important and how we differentiate between global health and public health and international health. So I'm not going through the debate or the controversy in the literature about the differences between global health and international health and public health, but I'm just going to focus what's global health about. As a pharmacist, need to think broader and about patient care. It's focusing on transnational. It's beyond the area we serve, and focus on collaboration. And I'm going to dig deeper on collaboration. When I say collaboration, it's collaboration of multidisciplinary from different fields, not only pharmacy, is not only also so pharmacy discipline, engineering, technology, artificial intelligence, and the other discipline, and also collaboration of different sector, private sector, government sector, and regulatory, manufacturing. We can advance with better solution, better solving for many problems in healthcare. So as I said, actually it's built. We can build based on public health, what's happening in our region and what's happening in our institution, our local area, and we can expand from there. So public health focus, it's population wide and also individual based. You can expand from individual cases, and you really can inform the world. Can as what happened with the pandemic of COVID, we were, it was individual cases, and the information about individual cases help the overall the world, the whole world, and so it's not only population wide. It's individual also can help. Individual cases can help with the global health. Can help with strategies as we see. The biggest example was the lockdown of many nations because what happened in one specific area. So it's, as I say, it's not one sector. The global health focus on and all health sector. Collaboration, as I said, multidisciplinary, multiplicity, and because there are a complex challenges, so definitely collaboration is needed. And I'm going to mention some example, but you know, we didn't need to go that far in the history. Just what happened in the pandemic of COVID-19 showed how collaboration between different sector, collaboration of different discipline, helped to, I would say, flatten the curve in some region and all of spreading the infection, and also I would say, reduce some of the challenges. I think I covered this. So also it's focused on research and developing research and not only developing policy, and it's evidence-based policy based on what happened. And and actual or practical area. Also, it's focused on actions, global health, or focused on finding solution for problems more than just listing insights. No, it's really try to find a solution for a real problem. And also it's about promoting and improving healthcare strategies on different level, institutional level, governmental levels, and also on individual practice. And it's about also prioritizing policies. As I said, health for all, reduction of disparity, protection, prevention of, it's not only treating, it's a prevention. And I can hear, you know, the new trend here. For example, in Saudi Arabia, we are now with the 2030 initiatives start a new policy of opening clinics to do just to change the lifestyles of people before they get the disease, before they have their disease, before they reach 40 and 50 and 60 and have all the chronic disease of metabolic chronic disease. So we are establishing right now clinics so we can educate people, prevent diseases before people reach that age of having chronic diseases, which is amazing. This is a really a solution. So what pharmacists can do in transforming global health? There are, I would say, there is multiple area where we can intervene, where we can hop in and do some solutions where we can learn, gain skills, and do some actions. There are multiple, and I will list several area of, I would say, of area of interest for pharmacists, and where we can really do action, and what skills we needed in each area. Here is a framework published by Dilligren and Whitehead about what kind of the framework of global health area. And as you can see, it's really very wide, very large. You can do a lot of things in different discipline, different subspecialty, in different fields. I'm not going to go over the different, but you can see that really we can do a lot in education, agriculture, housing, ecosystem, and in healthcare services, legislation, health policy. We can do a lot. So let me start. What we can do as a pharmacist, whether we are students, I mean, at the level of student or pharmacist, we can do a lot, but we just need to focus and not to underestimate ourselves. You don't have to gain PhD to solve a problem. You can do it from your own practice or your during your even during your undergraduate study. So technology, try to identify the cutting edge techniques, review exciting opportunity, and identify the gap. And definitely there are a lot of gaps exist in the practicing setting, and the regulatory, and the education and awareness. There are a lot, and technology can help a lot, especially now with the smartphone, with mobile technology. We can do a lot. Technology proved its solution during the pandemic of COVID-19. It helped a lot in communication, in e-medicine, and diagnosis, counseling, providing services, different type of services, definitely technology. So I would say, yes, go ahead and start learning. This era is the era of technology. So if you want to really help and do something, start being, geek and computers. Definitely, and the industrial Internet of Things. Now, Internet of Things is become everywhere, and the government regulations and the institution. So definitely we can using Internet of Things can help in collaboration, in improving competency, leadership, patient experience, definitely, and also quality in manufacturing, quality in hospital. Definitely, it will help a lot. With now the industry, the hospital rely a lot on instrument and tools. So definitely, it's very important. We can dig deeper and learn about the quality management and manufacturing and hospitals, and we can really help in global education. We can also learn a lot, get training in integrated care to improve patient experience, and use the available tool, the available online tools, and AHRQ in the United States, providing a lot of tools to improve patient experience. Also innovation, I would say there is a lot right now of hackathon. Now in Saudi Arabia, for example, we have something called Pharmacathon. Pharmacathon, where scientists, pharmacists, clinician get together and try to come up with solution for common problems, and use the technology, use the Internet of Things, machine learning, artificial intelligence. Usually such meetings combined and gather multidisciplinary or scientists, people from engineering, people from computers. They come together with the health related, people who are specializing in health, whether they are a practitioner or people working in the regulatory. So definitely trying to participate in such activities will help a lot. And there are a lot of channels I'm gonna list at the end where we can get funds and participate in such activities as a pharmacist. Also, automating audit ability As I said, automation is part of the technology. It exists now in pharmacy practice. To improve patient safety, but we really need to learn technology and the automation, and also it's really help in collaboration, as I said, competency, leadership, patient experience. We really also need to understand the health strategy on the policy makers. We can intervene, we can work in such, we can, find the job or get a training and health strategy and come up with solutions. It's very important for us in the level of student or pharmacist to follow up the dialogue between governmental official and industrial thought leaders, what they are facing, the challenges, and from there we can find the gaps and come up with opportunities. Also, understanding the current market condition is very important. The prices, the shortage of pharmaceuticals, lack of antimicrobial medications, increase in the price, medication price, really will determine what's next for health care in the region and also globally. Definitely, as I said, recognize the latest trend, and technology will help a lot. And gain exposure to a new strategic concept, company, and thought leader from across the healthcare industry. Definitely attend conferences, meeting in Saudi Arabia in December. I would like to invite you, or all of you, to attend virtual meetings for global health. It's in December 2020. So definitely attending meeting will allow you to expose yourself to the new strategy concept, and also get and connect with companies leaders. As I said, this is very important to strengthen the health system, and also for strengthening the regulatory also. As I said, I use the pandemic of COVID-19 as an example. A lot of things change during a lot of lessons can be learned from the innovation happened and the trend in the COVID-19. There were a lot of concern actually and challenges, and it's very good opportunity for the pharmacist to really learn a lot, to be positive and participating in such problems. Being negative, it doesn't help. It doesn't help globally, it doesn't help regionally at all. So definitely always discuss solution with your boss, with the scientist, with attend meeting virtually. It will help a lot. This is how we can help as a pharmacist. Always be updated about guideline and the latest research, definitely. There is a lot of challenges. I can give a lot of examples happened during the pandemic of COVID-19 because of lack of knowledge, lack of update, and also patient was not informed because there was I would say no mechanism of updating and getting the right treatment, the right advice. So also read the health policy. There is a lot of gaps, there is a lot of challenges, opportunity there. In elderly care, this is a global problems: maternity and childhood, diabetes, obesity, nutritional disorder, hypertension population. We really need to read and identify problem, participate in the health policy. As I said, participating in the innovation and digital world will revolutionize the healthcare system locally and globally, and improve patient care. One of the best example, actually, as a pharmacist, that we establish as a farm, we need really to think about establishing medication therapy management as a preventive care approach. We in Saudi Arabia now empowered pharmacists with the Ministry of Health, empowered pharmacists with establishing in each hospital MTM clinic to prevent, to have the preventive care approach, and make pharmacists engaged in the process of improving healthcare. So definitely, MTM clinic, it's a must. I see the role of pharmacists not only definitely an outpatient clinic or inpatient or outpatient pharmacy or inpatient pharmacy. Definitely, we can do a lot with the MTM, with also and sharing the challenges with the administrator. Definitely, as I said, help in making connected care system with artificial intelligence. This is the future. We need to be to get updated. Also, we could do a lot with personalized medicine, pharmacokinetic, point of care, as the previous speaker, I think Dr. Manish, do you want to talk about the point of care and improving patient care? And I think he covered the topic in very good way. We can do a lot through the pharmacy-led clinic, the MTM clinic. Definitely, we can do a lot. Definitely, there is big role for us in multi-drug resistance, and identifying the problem, participating in research, making awareness campaign for the public, establishing and implementing antimicrobial stewardship program. Definitely, we can. The multi-drug resistance is not one hospital problem. It's really a global problem. So establishing such program and making awareness in the public, informing physician, definitely will help in reducing the global multi-drug resistance problem. Definitely, there are a lot of gaps and problem and payment models and pharmacoeconomic models for pricing. In the regulatory, we are facing a lot of problem. I have some colleague in Saudi FDA, and they are facing a lot of problem with the pricing because of lack of variety of models. So definitely, it's I mean, filling the gaps will help. This is not a Saudi Arabia problem. This is not only the United States problem. It's a global issue. Also, explore ways to improve drug waste management. Recently, in Saudi Arabia, it was 2 weeks ago, they issue legislation and regulation regarding evaluating the expired medication and reuse them again. And also a regulation related to disposal of medication, public legislation, and also the hospital. So definitely, when addressing, advocating and addressing problem related to drug waste management through research, through advocating through the legal channels, definitely will help the global community. Always study, identify business ethics, risks, and essential policy associated with running business with drug discipline. Definitely, it will help globally. And finding solution is not only examining business, finding solution, as I said, through entrepreneurship, as the first speaker addressed, will help the global community. Supply chain, there are a lot of channels exist with supply chain and the logistic and distribution, dealer, data analysis, technology, cost, also spending. There are a lot of channels there. Also, infection control, as I stated before, we can help in identifying the challenge. COVID-19 was one of the example. We can help in the national, as a pharmacist, in the national and global surveillance and epidemiology studies. We can also help in sterilization and finding ways. There was a clear need and demand for pharmacist knowledge and skills during the pandemic of COVID-19. Also, critical care interpretation. You know, the number of publication tripled during if it's not more, during the COVID-19, and there was need for, in my local area, there was madness for a need for healthcare worker and volunteer because of COVID-19. So definitely we can do a lot as individual, as pharmacists. We can do a lot on correcting misinformation, awareness article, doing infographic. There was a lot of information, misinformed, wrong information spread through the social media and Instagram, Twitter, and WhatsApp. And it was many information given regarding immunity during the pandemic from lay people, not specialized people. So here our role as a pharmacist. We come up and try to address this issue through our online article or through our institution with evidence-based information. A lot of things during the pandemic happened. A lot of use of OTC drugs. Cosmetics also, we can educate and make a lot of awareness about the cosmetic, as there are a lot of misinformation in this area. Here, simply also we can do a lot. I have seen this with the personalized medicine. Pharmacokinetic, we can do a lot. You as a student or you as a pharmacist, you can create this online or through your institution. I'm just giving an example. There are, to calculate the dose of aminoglycoside, you need to do 9 steps. All of these 9 steps can be done for any patient through online calculator. It exists through a pharmacist. They make their own website, and they support this with evidence. This helps globally, not only in your institution. I used it in my practice. Other pharmacists used it because of one pharmacist. So can we help globally? Yes, we can do a lot. Even with making online drug dosing calculator for narrow-therapeutic index, we can do a lot of online drug dosing for any medication need follow up on a calculation and pharmacokinetic equations. Even with there are a lot of mistakes with the simple paracetamol. The Saudi FDA initiated the online paracetamol calculation, so the physician physician can check their dose before they prescribe, and also pharmacists can use it to review and check what has been prescribed. So you can do this. Training and opportunity for global health, where I can participate, what I can do, where I can learn more. Here is a lot of online resources, global health learning by USAID. You can, there are a lot of very useful material, and also opportunity. I mean, fellowships paid fellowship through in this website. You can access and explore it. Also here, the University of Washington, they did a lot of training, and here you can see also the pharmacist involved in the training and the programs, so you can apply. And there is a full sponsored program, and there is also a lot of training program available online. So we can do a lot, we can participate. There are a lot of opportunity for us. Also here, the Global Health Training Center. It's very well-known website. This really amazing website. It has a lot of webinars, free materials. And also Star Center, one of the best. They explore a lot of projects, opportunity for pharmacists to get in the global health and learn and participate. With this, I would like to thank the organizing committee. Thank you so much and also the audience. Thank you so much for the invitation and for being patient. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any question?
Thank you so much, sir, for your nice presentation about what pharmacists can do in the global health scenario, global health. So he has talked about the innovation in healthcare systems, that we should be updated about the guidelines and the latest research, what is going on. So thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Majumdar for his views on the concerned topic. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Dr. Khalik, I would like to. Hello.
Yes.
I would like to have one question.
Go ahead.
COVID. What is the? What is the population got infected due to COVID in your country? Just for
yeah.
Percentage, say.
Yeah, I would say, I can check what happened yesterday, but it's around the total population. It's around now 70,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are the drugs mostly getting used? It is remdesivir? No.
Remdesivir is used, and
dexamethasone
dexamethasone used. Yes. Dexamethasone used in the critical care. And
azithromycin.
We use azithromycin. And at the beginning also we get I would say we use the chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine, at the beginning, because of the media, because of the wrong information. But we didn't know. All the countries didn't know what to do.
Okay, what about ivermectin, doxycycline?
No.
No?
I haven't seen it in the protocol, not in the protocol.
Achha, that is not there. Ritonavir, liponavir.
Liponavir.
Yes. Yeah? That's there.
Yeah. Flapivinir also. Flapivinir.
Okay.
It's there.
And then I would like to what sort of sanitizer you are using? It is ethanol based or IPA based, isopropanol based?
Isopropanol. This is
isopropanol.
Yeah, standardized in Saudi Arabia. Isopropanol.
70%.
Okay, nice. Vaccines, you will be. Do you manufacture any drug in your country, or you import the entire thing?
Yeah, actually, there are 3 big centers working on vaccines right now, and they introduce the Saudi vaccine. They are testing now in small clinical trial. They are testing our own vaccine. We definitely did the agreement with the vaccine coming from China. And we explore also the Russian one, but it's not yet finalized, I would say. The agreement.
You are talking of Sputnik from Russia. Sputnik from Russia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah,
I
that's the
cannot hear
only
you.
one.
That's the only one.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul, for your nice presentation. It was very informative to all of us. So
Thank you,
now,
Abdul. Thank you,
Thank you.
Abdul.
Thank you. Thank
Wonderful
you
to
so
have
much.
you.
Thank
now,
you.
now it's time to invite our next speaker, Dr. Supriya Moore. Dr. Supriya is working as a senior lecturer in Likolil University College, Malaysia. After completing his bachelor's in pharmacy from MDU Rohtak, she did her master's in pharmacy from PGIMS Rohtak. Dr. Supriya has obtained her PhD from APJ Satya University, Gurgaon. She has more than 8 years of experience in global industry and academia as well. She has published more than 10 research articles in various international reputed journals. Today, she will be talking about expanding roles of pharmacists in communities, industries, and hospitals in Malaysia. Let's welcome Dr. Supriya Moore.
Uh,
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this wonderful description of myself. Well, I'm not so much experienced here to really discuss what pharmacists really do in Malaysia. But yes, I felt there is expansion in the rules for the pharmacists working in Malaysia, and because of this COVID situations and even before that, there has been the differences. And may I start sharing the screen, please? I'm not able to share.
You have to be made as
Okay.
panelist first.
Uh, Dr. Abdul, please stop sharing from your end, please. Dr. Abdul,
अच्छा अब्दुल का भी चल रहा है
Dr. Abdul, are you there?
He's not there. We cannot see him.
Hello, I am there.
Uh-huh.
Dr. Abdul, please stop sharing from your end.
Sorry.
You are sharing your slides from your end, so please stop sharing from your end. So,
Yeah, sure,
yeah.
sure.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul.
Meanwhile, I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Khar and Dr. Alka, who has joined us as a
Thank
panelist.
you. Thank you.
A great good afternoon to you and a happy Pharmacist Day. By the time our speaker Supriya is there, and Dr. Imran, also I could see you joining as a panelist. Welcome and thanks a lot, everyone, to be there. Over to Supriya. I just took a minute to welcome the panelists meanwhile.
It's great seeing you again, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone, all the panelists, Dr. Anupma Diwan, ma'am, Dr. D.K. Majumdar, sir. It's great to see you all again. Anyone who don't know, I'm the alumni of this university. I have done my PhD here, and I feel it was my uh, great experience while studying here and doing my research work in university. It really gave me the good knowledge and which helped me to excel in Malaysia. I'm working here as senior lecturer in Lincoln University College, and today I want to discuss about what is difference between working as a pharmacist in India and uh, what as a pharmacist do in Malaysia. What are their rules? What the rules are being expanding in their communities, industries, and also in hospitals? What are the different jobs they are doing and how their jobs are being expanding? So first I start with give me a second. Okay. So, talking about pharmacists in Malaysia, they bear a lot more responsibilities in terms of taking care of even the patients, the medications, calculations, patient care. They work along side by side of a healthcare provider like the physicians. So here I will discuss what a pharmacist in Malaysia do. Firstly, to become a pharmacist in Malaysia, it is not enough just to study a bachelor in pharmacy program. They have to go for their pre-registration training where they have to do compulsory attachment, where they have to work, they have to take internships in. Firstly they will go to hospital, followed by they will work in a community pharmacy where they will gain the experience, and then they have to work in industry, gain the experience as an internship. After they finish it, it depends whether they have to go for compulsory service or not. They may go for compulsory service for 3 years. Previously, it was three. Then in 2010, changed to 1 year. And now they don't have any compulsory government service. But recently, during the COVID situation, they were thought of implementing it again because of the lack of pharmacists and other staff. So this compulsory service is uh, changeable. They can either call for them or they can ask them to avoid it, so it can change accordingly. Fortunately there was not much COVID situation, so they did not call back all the pharmacists which was registered after 2016, and there was no need to call them back. But previously there was a provision going on where they're going to call them. After that only they can become a registered pharmacist, and then they can work, they can choose they either want to work in a hospital, community, or industry. So the career pathways after doing a bachelor, which I already told, is the pre-registration, then compulsory service. So pharmacists have two opportunities. They can either go for directly in their career field or they can pursue their education. So when they go for a career field, there are various opportunities they can choose from, like pharmaceutical industry, community chain pharmacy, independent community pharmacy. They can go for private hospital where they may work as a hospital pharmacist or they may work as a clinical pharmacist. Then they have government hospitals and the regulatory bodies where they can work, professional pharmacy organizations which further work for the pharmacy professions, academia, and research. So nowadays, like previously, for the pharmacist, it was only to do work as a pharmacist, just give medication to the patient, what doctor or the physician have asked them to, or they have prescribed. But now it has been changing dramatically. They are working along with the physician, they study all the medications, they are in clinical pharmacy where they work along with the physician or healthcare team where they suggest the dose, they do all the calculation, they monitor the patient, they do all the jobs which were not the part of pharmacists previously. They were only supposed to give medication. So what are the various fields where a pharmacist can work? They can work in academia, community, hospital, or industry. So if I talk about academia, they can either go for their further education after becoming a pharmacist. They can do their masters, they can do PhD. There are other programs where they can study or excel. Or if they are inclined to do research work, they can work in the research center. The center can be universities or in the government. They can join professional pharmacy organizations in Malaysia itself, or they can go in academia for the lecturer. Followed by the another aspect or another field is community pharmacy. Community pharmacy is which is available when we walk through and when we need any medication. So they have two different zones. They have normal OTC products and they have prescription medications. For the prescription medications, you need a prescription from a doctor, then only a pharmacist will issue you a medication which is antibiotic, any scheduled drug which you are not supposed to get without any prescription. And there are other OTC products, and also there are products like cosmetic products or any normal healthcare regime products which they need for day-to-day basis. So here I'm trying to tell what a pharmacist really do. What it looks like in Malaysia is they are just pasting labels on the medication. But yes, it is really important to have a label, making it very distinctly clear that you have to take this medication, how many times a day, what is the dose of that medication. So this here, it is a simply, she's trying to tell that I'm just making sure the medicine does not kill you, because it is there to help you improve. This thing I really feel is really important, to have a label on your medication, so a patient know what time they have to take, what is the dose of a medication, and is there any interaction with it. So a well-trained pharmacist here in Malaysia, when they work in a community pharmacy, they can do various screenings. Screenings like osteoporosis screening, they help in management of hypertension, depression, diabetes, asthma, cardiovascular disease, arthritis, or any palliative care. So they work along and they help in management of all these diseases. If I come to the next one, which is another role of a pharmacist here in Malaysia, they are hospital pharmacies. So if you have seen any hospital pharmacy in any hospital, you will have this kind of look where you will see the pharmacist is just giving you the medication from the shelf, and they are making stocks, or they are giving you medication as per the prescription. But in Malaysia, it is not limited to hair only. When you are working in a hospital pharmacy, you are responsible to work as a hospital pharmacist when you are working at the shelf, or you may work as a clinical pharmacist. So when it comes to working as a clinical pharmacist, you have to work along with the healthcare team, where you have to assess the patient's health problems, what they are suffering from, what is the medication being prescribed to them, is there any interaction which can happen to the patient, or they have to evaluate whether the dose is effective. Do they need to change any regime for the patient, or they have to recognize untreated health problem which can be improved, like if they get those medication, it can be better. Maybe they came for only one problem, but they have to stay in touch with the patient. They have to meet the healthcare provider like the physician, so they are the link in between, and they always have the communication with the patient to know whether they are getting improved, or they need any better regime to recover faster. Other than that, as a clinical pharmacist, they are also responsible for all the aseptic dispensings, like what parental nutritions they are getting, the calculation for their parental nutrition, also what quantity they must get, monitoring of their parental nutrition, and if they are taking it home, the home-based parental nutrition, what is the calculation, and teaching the patient how to administer it correctly, how to make sure they are getting the right amount. And also for every day they have to maintain the monitoring of the patients, like whether it is enough for them, all the calculation, how much carbohydrate, proteins, every calculation they have to perform. And they are responsible for all the aseptic dispensing which happen in any hospitals. When I come to the pharmacists which are working in industry, I believe in industry it's same all over the worldwide. All the industries, they are working, like they are working on R&D, new drug compounds, or maybe they're working in a formulation. All industry work is almost similar for every country. Only the difference is the guidelines or the regulatory bodies for the country respectively. Like for India, we have to follow other guidelines, and for Malaysia they have different. They follow basically the British guidelines. So it is different, but yes, it is almost same. And I feel the Malaysia is not into the pharma industry because they have very few pharmaceutical industries which manufacture their own product. Malaysia is a country which is more of importing the products from outside rather than making their own products. So there are very few industries which are working on producing their own products. producing on country based local products for the pharmaceutical pharmacies. uh, that's all from my was a very brief description. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Supriya, for your nice talk on role of pharmacists in Malaysia and their various what guidelines they are following and what guidelines we are following. Thank you so much for your nice talk. Now, I would like to
Thank you.
invite Dr. Majumdar to share his views on the concerned topic.
Supriya, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you have Malaysian pharmacopoeia?
No, they follow British pharmacopoeia and European. They don't have their own pharmacopoeia, but they have one book. They call it Blue Book. It's a pharmaceutical codex, which is Malaysian, but it is not named as pharmacopoeia. It is
Like a formulary.
pharmaceutical codex.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have drug control administration and drug control laboratory? Suppose some drug has come to Malaysia that is spurious. Where do you
Yes.
analyze that? Is there any drug control laboratory?
Yes, there is. There are government organizations who will test the product, and there are basically in Malaysia, they have regulated it like they have three different sections. For education, they have different education body. For the research body, they have their own research lab, which is government validated lab. So the lab will have all the samples for the testing.
Okay. What is the most common disease in Malaysia? Just like our malaria. Do you have any disease like that there?
We have dengue very much common here.
Okay.
Dengue is like every third house will have a dengue patient if the water management is not good, because it is a tropical climate, and because of being tropical it rains almost every day. So if the water is collected anywhere, you will have very often you will find dengue patients around you.
What are the waterborne diseases? Diarrhea, dysentery you have?
No, diarrhea and dysentery are not there. Only the problem Malaysia suffer from is only flu, which is very much communicable, and also because being tropical area, it communicates very fast. It is highly communicable. So it is compulsory for everybody in Malaysia to get flu vaccination every year. Once your vaccination ends, if you want to board any flight, you will have
People
to
are
get
obese?
vaccinated for flu or not.
People are obese?
I'm not
Obese.
sure, but for kids, yes, they definitely do.
Okay. Okay.
Kids
No,
growing.
I am basically asking for obesity because obesity is related to diabetes.
Um, I'm not sure if you know, but Malaysia is one of the among top two in obesity in
Okay. Okay.
Asia, not in
Okay.
world.
Okay.
In Asia, it's top two. Yes, and because of I believe is because of palm oil. Because if you Malaysia is the biggest producer of palm oil and also
Yeah.
a highest consumer as well, and it
Yeah.
exports a lot, and it is the cheapest oil, and of course it's not healthy at all. So yes, there is a problem with obesity in Malaysia because people don't cook. It is very common scenario. You can eat out very cheap, and many of the household don't have kitchen.
So
That's very good.
they are fat philic. They are oilphilic or
Yes,
lipophilic,
they
no?
are fat. They are really fat.
Okay. Okay. Nice talking to you.
That's
Okay, beta.
wonderful.
Thank you so much, Dr. Supriya.
Yes.
Now, I would like to thank Dr. Majumdar sir
Thanks, sir.
for moderating the session as well as sharing his thoughts for every topic. So now it's time to move to the next session. So I would like to invite Akriti for the next session. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for coordinating the inaugural session so efficiently. I hope the participants have got the basic insight on the role of pharmacist. Now, let us move on to the next session of today, that is scientific session. And to proceed with the same, I would like to invite Dr. Shabnam Thakur. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Akriti. Hello, everyone. I, Shabnam Thakur, welcome you all to the scientific session. Now, to proceed with the session, I would like to introduce the panelist and a moderator of the session, Dr. Ruke Khar. I feel extremely honored, sir, to introduce you. Professor Ruke Khar is a renowned academician and a research scientist. He obtained B.Pharm and M.Pharm degrees from Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya in the years of 1971 and 1973, respectively. He was the university gold medalist for standing first in B.Pharm. He was selected by the Ministry of HRD Government of India for PhD fellowship under Indo-Bulgaria Cultural Exchange Program during the years of 1982 to 86. Dr. Khar has served in various administrative and academic positions for more than 35 years at Jamia Hamdard in capacities of Dean and HOD of Faculty, Dean, Students' Welfare, Placement Officer, and Proctor of Jamia Hamdard. He has supervised 55 PhD, 65 M.Pharm theses, and published more than 255 research papers in international and national journals with cumulative impact factor of 370 and citation 2830 till August 2012. He has been the principal investigator of number of research projects funded by various government agencies and pharmaceutical industries for more than rupees 4.5 crores. Dr. Khar is inventor of 2 US and 1 Indian patent, and 14 Indian patents have been filed. He has published 11 books, including Leon Leckman. The most recent is a textbook of pharmacy practice. So I invite Dr. Khar to chair the session. Thank you, sir. So before starting the session, I have announcement to all the delegates and attendees that there will be a Q&A session. So all the attendees can type or drop their questions in QA window. Your question will be answered after the end of the scientific session. So now moving to scientific session, the first speaker of this session is Dr. Alka Ahuja. Dr. Alka Ahuja is a professor and chair of pharmacy program, chair of research and innovation, College of Pharmacy, National University of Science and Technology, Muscat, Oman. Her talk today is entitled with Role of Pharmacist in Better Patient Care and Medication Safety with special focus on Oman. So with equal pleasure, ma'am, we invite you to enlighten us with your knowledge on this topic. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Shabnam. Now, first of all, I would like to wish everybody a very happy World Pharmacist Day. And I feel really honored to be invited today by APJ Satya University. I thank the organizers. And it was really nice to see Dr. Anupma Diwan on the screen. Obviously, everything is virtual. And Dr. Majumdar, whom I have known as my colleague also, because I worked in Jamia Hamdard for almost 21 years before I moved to Oman. So I have spent almost 13 years of my professional career in Oman also. So, and I would really like to acknowledge that Professor Roop K. Khar, he was my supervisor and guide for my PhD thesis also. So, and I'm really honored that he's going to be the moderator of today's session. So whatever we are here today, I owe a lot to him. So we have learned a lot, and it's really a great opportunity for me to be speaking where he's moderating the session. So with this, I will just like to give a brief introduction about myself. I did my master's in pharmaceutics from University Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Punjab University, and I joined Jamia Hamdard in 1986. And I had been gold medalist both in B.Pharm and M.Pharm. And thanks to all my teachers who groomed us And then since 1986, I have been with, I was with Jamia Hamdard till 2009 when I moved to Oman. So now, today I'm going to share some of my experiences in Oman. So before that, I talk so much. I think many points have been covered by Dr. Abdul Khalik as well as by Dr. Supriya. So I will just rush through those points because I prepared PowerPoint on basis of things, but I will not take so much of time now. So thank you so much once again. And now I start my presentation. I would just like to ask you that are you able to see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. So my topic for today is role of pharmacists in better patient care and medication safety with special focus on Oman. Now, these are few pictures which I have taken from Oman, and Oman is a very beautiful country, and I request all of you to must visit this country, and it has lovely landscape. So, and now this is the university where I work. It is National University of Science and Technology. And now let's come to the presentation. Now you can see that this is the medicine use process. Now, first is the diagnosis, which is done by the doctors, then comes the prescribing, and then comes the dispensing. And another important factor in any medicine use is adherence. Now, we know that people start using the medicines because of so many factors, and so many people influence them. Now, it could be intrinsic because of their prior knowledge or their habits. Some people are very habitual medicine takers. They would just take whatever they would feel like. And some people, they take medicine because of the societal factors, because their friends tell them or their peer group tells them, so they start taking the medication. And some people, just because of the workload, staffing, etc., and because of their influence, they start taking the medicines. And some people really want, and they collect a lot of scientific information. And so all these factors, they contribute to intake of the medications. Now, this is one table which I picked up. This is picture graph. And now this shows that how medicines are used and prescribed unnecessarily. Now, this graph shows about the statistics of Nepal, Yemen, and Nigeria. So now you can see that antibiotics, injections, drugs, how they are, when they are not needed, they were prescribed. So this statistics shows that how medicines, they are used without any need also. Now, today my presentation will be on irrational use of medicines, then how medication adherence is important, then patient counseling and medication reconciliation, and how medication in special population, including geriatric and pediatric population, how this is extremely important. Now, I would just like to start with the presentation on this WHO Conference of Experts in Nairobi in 1985. They mentioned about the rational use of drugs as patients who receive medications appropriate to their clinical needs and in doses that meet their own individual requirements for an adequate period of time and at the lowest cost. So these all define the rational use of drugs. When we divert from these, then the entire process becomes irrational. Now, what are the aspects of irrational drug use? Now, first and foremost, which is relevant to us, is dispensing, because as pharmacists, we need to be very careful of what we are dispensing. Are we interpreting the prescription properly? Are we dispensing the wrong ingredients? Are we doing any wrong counting? And are we not labeling our products, as Dr. Supriya was also mentioning? And are we following all these cleanliness procedures, etc.? Now, let me talk about another aspect of irrational use, that is the patient adherence. Now, this factor is extremely important. Why patients, they don't adhere to the medication? Because sometimes as pharmacists, we do not give them proper instructions. We do not counsel them properly. We do not follow up our patients, or we are just, because of the environmental and cultural reasons, they just don't stick to the medication. Now, let me talk about some examples of the inappropriate prescribing practices like overuse of antibiotics, antidiarrheals in non-specific childhood diarrhea, indiscriminate use of injections where they are not needed, multiple or overprescription, use of antibiotics in mild non-bacterial infection like upper respiratory infection when it is viral and still antibiotics are given, and tonics and multivitamins for malnutrition, and unnecessary use of expensive antihypertensives. You can see this picture where a person comes and says, doctor, I'm feeling very weak, please prescribe me multivitamins. So what happens? The doctor is prescribing just because the patient wants it. Now, we all know that vitamin preparations are just promoted for conditions which have nothing to do with the deficiency or with fatigue, lethargy, forgetfulness, stress, menopausal symptoms, indigestion. This is all irrational prescribing. Now, this is the vicious cycle. You can see that doctor says, I prescribe medicines because my patients expect them. And patients say, I take so many medicines because my doctor prescribes them. And now let's talk about some adverse reactions which outweigh the therapeutic effects. Now, like use of anabolic steroids, which are given for growth and appetite, they are actually having more adverse effects compared to the therapeutic effects. So many banned drugs like dipyron, analgin, they are prescribed both and used in health facilities for several minor ailments and which are really not needed. You can see that there are so many medicines which have still doubtful efficacy, like appetite stimulants, which need not be given to the children. In fact, they should not be used in children. But what happens? Their overdosage can lead to hallucinations, CNS depression, convulsions, and all these things are actually happening in the global scenario also. So many medicines, they are prescribed, they are not prescribed according to the standard treatment guidelines. Like higher generation antibiotics, they are prescribed where the narrow spectrum antibiotics would have done the job. Now we talk about the incorrect use of medicines, underdose, overdose, instructions like about chewable tablets. So these are certain common examples which we are observing every day. Actually, I must share with you that I have my PhD in pharmaceutics and I always worked in the field of pharmaceutics. In spite of teaching pharmacokinetics here and clinical, I was also given responsibility to establish pharmacy practice department, and that really helped me to learn a lot. I never knew about this another part because in India, we never focused for our undergraduates pharmacy practice. No, this was never a very important area, but in Oman, this is something which is emphasized a lot. So students, they are given a lot of exposure on the drug use and how the patient safety is important, patient care is important, medication safety is important. So now you can see there are so many drugs which are discarded internationally. I'll not go into detail, but they are still used. Like they can cause bone marrow depression, they can be carcinogenic, they could be hepatotoxic, but still doctors are prescribing and pharmacists are dispensing. So now, like nimesulide, it is banned in many countries, but combinations are still available over the counter. We are combining two non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs and increasing the side effects. But there is no evidence if we are combining this analgesic, it is really going to be more effective or not. So these are just all irrational combinations like norfloxacin with metronidazole, norfloxacin with tinidazole, catifloxacin with omidazole. All these are irrational combinations. Like I'll just give the example of anti-amoebic like fluoroquinolone, antibacterial, combining with anti-amoebic is totally irrational because patients, they only suffer from one type of diarrhea. So what are we doing? We are just increasing the cost, adverse effects, and also we are encouraging the resistance. Now, these are certain fixed dose combinations or fixed drug combinations like multivitamin preparations, painkillers combined with caffeine, tonics with the incorrect proportions of vitamins, minerals, cough suppressants, expectorants in the same cough mixture. So what are we doing? As pharmacists, I think it is a major responsibility to now we should all come together and we have to raise our voice that what is really affecting our patient safety. Now, there are so many side effects. They are unacceptable and safer alternatives are available, but we are still not prescribing or we are still not dispensing. Like we have superior medicines with fewer side effects, metformin versus fenformin, and there are side effects which are more dangerous even than diseases, like furazolidone, nitrofurazone, which can actually cause cancer. Now we must know that there are some rational combinations which are recommended by WHO, and we all need to know about that. One or two examples I'll mention: amoxicillin with clavulanic acid, ethanoestradiol with levonorgestrel. All these are the combinations which are actually recommended, and we need to understand there is a logic behind that. So like isoniazid, rifampicin, and these are what they are actually needed. But what we are doing, we are just making combinations just for sale or trying to prove that we are doing something really great. So now, as Dr. Abdul was also mentioning about Saudi Arabia, so we must know that rational use of medicine is not only a responsibility of one person. You need a proper regulatory framework. You need the input from the patient community. You need a proper pharmaceutical drug supply system. You need the prescriber ethics, dispenser ethics. All these are important and we must understand it because it is actually the high time now when we start talking about these things. How can pharmacists actually help in rational use? They can help in effective administration of medicines and also correct use of medicines. They can help in proper procurement, that is the drug purchase, ensure that delivery is proper, the cost is not increased, because every unnecessary cost is increasing the burden on the health system. So we must understand that all these points, they are actually taken care of by the pharmacists in Oman. So all trained pharmacists, they take care of drug supply. So, and they work with so many policies to reduce the cost also. And there is a proper GCC centralized system, which is officer is in Saudi Arabia, where all these GCC countries, they meet together and decide about the procurement, etc. for many common drugs. Because Oman is also like Malaysia, it was mentioned, we don't have many pharmaceutical industries, and most of the drugs, they are actually bought from outside. So that really leads to high cost. So as pharmacists, also in Oman, they are taking care of inventory control. They check the adequate stocks. They also check the storage of the drugs. They also see that which drugs are going to expire. They take part as educators also, and they are involved with education like these essential medicines, OTC medicines. That is all taken care of by the pharmacists in Oman. Remember one point which is very important: providing information is much easier than changing behavior. You cannot change the behavior of the person till the time you actually provide proper information. So remember that we must provide proper information to all the health professionals as well as to the patients. Only then this total behavior will change. Now, we have already talked about irrational use of antibiotics, resistance, I would request everyone to please keep themselves muted just to avoid the background noise. Now, let me talk about the antibiotics like topical antibiotics. Now, these should be reserved for situations where conventional agents are unlikely to respond. Okay, so now let me talk about some irrational use of injections like paracetamol injections, multivitamin injections, glucose and calcium injections, H2 antagonists, protein pump inhibitors. All these are just irrational. Be a good dispenser. It's very important. You can see that how these foods they look like. And remember, in Oman, it's very important. They are having a lot of counseling areas. Besides dispensing, counseling is a very important part. Then we talk about the pictograms. Now, pictograms is another thing which is very important for our labeling, etc. Because there are people with poor eyesight, with low literacy skills. So now these are certain symbols, no, like traffic symbols. They are also symbols which are put on the labels, like shake well, the medicine may make you dizzy, how they have to be taken with meals, or do not freeze. Now, these are all certain things which we need to understand. Now, remember, all these can be enforced only if the regulations are enforced. You and I cannot do if the regulatory bodies, they are not taking this as a very important factor. Now, let me talk about in Oman, there was a national survey which was conducted in 2002, and they found that there was a figure of 28% which showed the irrational use of the medications, and they really geared up. And what they did is they brought changes in the curriculum. So nowadays we are teaching these all these points in our curriculum. Then there was College of Medicine, which also with the help of directorate, they started teaching pharmacotherapy courses to the doctors. They started programs in rational drug use for the medicine interns. They started training the key pharmacists and in all the drug management. All the general practitioners in Ministry of Health, they have to be examined about their rational use knowledge. So these are all mandatory which are followed in the country. Now, we have also our Oman National Formulary. We have pharmacotherapy charts, and they are all developed by the drugs and therapeutic committees of the hospitals as well as of the National Therapeutic Drug and Therapeutic Committee. So there are regions which are following rational drug use. There is a newsletter which is known as pharmacological. So this is just one of the pictures of the newsletter. And now I'll just share this picture because why? All our students, before they start their training, because training is the very important component of our curriculum, they have to do this white coat ceremony. That means they all are given white coats before they go for their training. The undergraduate degree is incomplete without this training. We have proper credit hours, we have credit. So we in this white coat ceremony, they take oath to be very honest with the profession, and they will also observe integrity and communication and how they will be dealing with their professional colleagues. Now, these are certain pictures of Oman pharmacies, like Muscat Pharmacy is there, which is one of the biggest chain of pharmacies here. And these are certain, like how are students when they go for training, and in the community pharmacies, in the hospital pharmacies, because that is part of the curriculum. So we give a lot of this importance to medication adherence. We have to make our students know that this is one of the very important factors, because drugs will not work if patients don't take that. But how do they measure this? Through the medication possession ratios, by the number of days. You know, as mentioned by my colleagues before, like we can see that, you know, so much of non-adherence is there, especially in the antibiotic treatment. Once the patient feels better, they stop taking the antibiotics. In between, only they stop, even at 7 days course, 5 days course. If they feel better, they will just stop after 2 days, 3 days, which can lead to lots of problems like resistance, hypertension. 94% it is seen they do not adhere to medication in the first year. 50% of the prescriptions they fail to produce results because they are not adhered to, and it is observed 20% they don't even fill their original prescriptions. So all these are non-adherers like underdoser, overdoser, random doser, abrupt doser, tourist doser. That means they will take whenever they want. They will just take medications, like they will on their own decide that it is 1 day off, like holiday. So they will sometimes just take double the dose. So all these can create problems in the patient safety. So now, where is adherence so important? We know in all the replacement therapies like thyroxine, in insulin, and also antihypertensives, in anticonvulsants, in treatments like tuberculosis. In all these things, we must know that it is very important to adhere to the medication for its safety. So now you can see that, there's a very important thing which I also learned from many patients, that is pill fatigue. They're just tired, when we are there taking chronic medication, they just get tired and they just stop taking the medication, which is pill fatigue. Now, what is happening to all these things like pediatric population, geriatric, all these cases where the non-adherence is found to be the maximum. Now, as pharmacists, for the patient safety, for the medication safety, we need to educate. Again, education is something very important. Now, so many technologies are available. Like there are single function Rex talking pill bottles, which talk to the patients and remind them when to take the medication. We have magnet trays where they are fitted with the this magnetic beads. And as the medication moves, they can also know that the patient has taken the medication. They are connected with computers to the doctors also. We have these health buddies which are available. All these things are now coming up to ensure adherence so that patient safety is there. Now, it was mentioned before also by Dr. Abdul that we have now Center for Technologies, which are also reminding people about adherence. And because this is again very important for the safety of the patients, this is something which we need to learn and establish privacy, reduce barriers, have a caring environment with your people. These things are actually, I have seen they are followed in Oman. So I was really impressed at how they function. So they also do tailoring and queuing. That means matching the regimen with patients' daily routines. And this is something which is really good. Avoid I-it relationship. Never be impersonal. Never acknowledge a person like you do not know them. Be always professional, be business-like, be empathetic and understanding with your patients. Remember this 3P approach: pharmacist, pill cards, phone calls. And these really work. Pill cards, this is just the picture to show you how pill cards they work. You can see that the names of drugs, for what they are given, what is the time the patient is supposed to take. This is something really impressive, which I really liked because it is followed in Oman also. So now there are also phone calls which are made by the pharmacist to remind people to come and refill their medication. So now I just shared with few things which are happening in Oman. So communication is very important. Then sticker pads they are using. And they also have alarms, check-off sheets. And as we mentioned before, these are various tools which can increase adherence. Now, you can see that there is refill history form is there. When patients fill their prescriptions, then they also fill that. They're taking care of geriatric patients in a very special way because they are into polypharmacy and they are taking multiple medications. It is seen that more than 65 age group people On an average, they take 4.5 prescriptions plus the OTC medications. So it's very important that we need to really take care of them. Then reconciliation is another thing which is followed here, where patients and the doctors, they check how they are missing out on their doses. And in fact, I did a lot of research projects with our students on these issues like adherence, reconciliation, and which was really very interesting, how pharmacists, they can play a very important role in this. Now, this is something which we all need to understand. Also, herbal supplements, they interact, like we have ginkgo, which can increase anticoagulant effects of the drugs. We have SAMe, which can increase homocysteine levels. There is St. John's wort, which can also have interaction with oral contraceptives. So we cannot prescribe herbal drugs or start taking herbal drugs without understanding their interactions. Like warfarin with vitamin K present food, like green tea, phenytoin, and vitamin D metabolism. These are also having a lot of role in producing the medication problems. Methotrexate and folate metabolism. Then there are drugs which impact our appetite, like digoxin may cause anorexia, ACE inhibitors, they can alter taste. So we all need to educate our patients on that. So I will just end my presentation because I know we are all running late. So there are certain take-home points. Now, what are these take-home points? First is we must ensure that our patients, they are protected. We must ensure human subjects protection, minimize harm and risk, maximize benefits, respect human dignity, privacy, autonomy, and take special precautions with vulnerable population like patients in the geriatric age group, pediatric age group, and patients with any hepatic problem, cardiovascular problem, this renal problem. We need to calculate the doses as was mentioned by Dr. Abdul. Like we are also teaching our students how to calculate our doses in special populations. So they're given proper training in that also. So we need to be very rational and logical when we are bringing fixed dose drug formulations. And as a clinical pharmacist, we can also play an important role in imparting knowledge. In here also, pharmacists are going on rounds with the doctors, as was mentioned by Dr. Supriya also. So they are playing a very important role. Every hospital has a team of clinical pharmacists, and they are given proper respect by the doctors, and their interaction, their input really matters. So they take the views and they take their guidance when they are preparing the drug regimens for the patient. Pharmacovigilance is another very active department or the directorate which is working in the country, which monitors the adverse effects. And now we always encourage our students to think rationally. We have also continuing medical education programs. We have conferences, we have symposium in which all this information is imparted. I'll just end this my presentation with just to show that how training is a very important component in our curriculum. We have summer observational training where our students after the first year, because we follow semester system. So during the semesters when they have break, so they go for observational training in first and second year and after third year, but after fourth year, they go for actual experiential training in the hospitals, in the industry, as well as in the community. So they cannot graduate without this training because it is part of the credit hours. So now these are certain pictures of our students who have been trained by the hospital pharmacists who are working in the hospitals. As students go and they are trained by them. This is also a picture of our students who were taking training in community pharmacy. This was the hospital pharmacy. This is also the training in the industrial sector. So all these are part of our program. So this is making them really feel that medication safety is important, health of the patient is very important. Okay. So with this, I finish my presentation. I know that I had to really rush through that because of the time constraints. But thank you so much once again for your patient listening and also giving me the opportunity to share what I have learned in Oman and also what I have been able to contribute here as a pharmaceutical person. So whatever I learned in India, I'm also able to share with people here, and people really respect us. I must share that we Indians, we have lots of people who are Indians here and who are working in our department. So I'm really lucky to chair this program now. And thank you again, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Khar. And in fact, I owe a lot to you. So thank you for training us so that we can contribute globally also. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Dr. Anupma. Thank you, Ms. Shabnam. And thank you, Dr. Rani also, who was coordinating with me. And Dr. Majumdar, special thanks to you again. Thank you. Any questions if you have?
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insight.
If you have any questions, please, you're most welcome to ask. Otherwise, it's okay. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insight on this topic. You really made us a lot to learn. So now I extend a very warm welcome to invite our next speaker of the session, Dr. Dheeraj Chopra. Dr. Dheeraj Chopra is an R&D professional with the pharmaceutical industrial experience of around 25 years. While working with various pharmaceuticals. Currently, he is working as a Vice President R&D in Amneal Pharmaceuticals. Dr. Dheeraj is a Six Sigma Belt certified by American Society of Quality. While being serving to pharmaceutical industry in parallel, he has also been associated with various universities, Manipal University, Institute of Chemical Technology, Narsi Munji University as a guest faculty, examiner, research guide, and as a member in Board of Studies. So thank you, sir, for joining us. Now over to you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all. Is my voice audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So first of all, I will thank the organizers, for this program, for giving me this opportunity to talk on this occasion of World Pharmacist Day. Just if someone can guide me how to put my presentation, I will just share the screen. Give me a minute, right? So that yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible. Yes, sir.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Good. Yeah. So I will start now if my voice and this video both are clear. Right. Thank you for this occasion. This international conclave, and I thank to the organizer, especially Anupama, who has been my class fellow in my B Pharm days, and she gave me this opportunity to talk here, and I will be talking about the biodegradable polymer based depot injections, a case study. So I understand I have half an hour or so. So just one case study, will be feasible to talk for next few minutes. Before I start and deliberate upon this biodegradable polymer depot injections, I would like to express, my gratitude to my teachers, Dr. D.K. Majumdar, Dr. Roop Kumar Khar. So thank you, sir. To both of you, I know that I could see your, picture just few minutes back. So it is really, nice and pride for me, to be in this platform and present in front of you. And it is our teachers like Majumdar ji and Khar sir only, who had been motivator for us. We used to study, we used to get motivated from them, and they used to be our role model. और जब हम बी फॉर्म करते थे आज से 30 साल पहले, तो हम सोचते थे कि कैसे हम पढ़ें बढ़े और कुछ उनके जैसा बने. उनके जैसे तो नहीं बन सकते, पर उनके करीब आ सके, तो maybe Majumdar Saab and Dr. Khar, perhaps it is your blessings only, along with the God's grace, that today, we are here and presenting in front of you. So thank you, sir, once again, Majumdar Saab and Khar Saab. With that gratitude, I will move ahead. Yeah, is my voice clear? Is it okay? Should I move ahead?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah, good. So before I start, just one thing to, mention here, the quote as it is mentioning that science is not all about innovation. Rather, it is an art of providing right solution for the right problem, right? So that is what matters, why I narrated this one, because it is very much linked with the technology, what, we will be talking in next few minutes. So here you see one gentleman, he has made a, square wheel, he did all the hard work to making a square wheel. But it is not only the innovation, it should have the application. And if it doesn't have application, perhaps it may not run. And the same thing happens with the technologies. We develop various technologies. Yes, in pharma also, if you see particular delivery system, so much good work has been done, but all technologies couldn't reach to the clinics, and some technology could reach. It doesn't mean that technologies who couldn't reach to the world of the clinics, they were not good technologies. They were also equally good, but perhaps some technologies who could address to the unmet clinical needs in a better way, they got the, they could see the light of the market. So, with that note, just to give a background on this depot injection. So what are these depot injections? Actually, how this technology developed and came into the market, because there were some unmet clinical needs, somewhere around maybe 40 years back, when recombinant peptides were invented, and various new chemical entities in the form of proteins and peptides were there. They were not active orally, they were having short biological half-lives. So they have to be given through injectable route, and since their biological half-life is few minutes, maybe sometime 30 minutes, 40 minutes, so they have to be given multiple times in a day. And these proteins and peptides are mainly they were indicated for chronic disease. So it's not only multiple injections, but multiple injection for longer period of time, sometimes throughout the life of the patient, and issues of repeat dose, maxima, minima, and multiple pricks to the patients. So these were all unmet clinical needs somewhere in 1960s, 70s, when proteins and peptides were coming into the clinical arena. And that was the unmet clinical need, especially multiple pricks. So the therapy which was designed to reduce the pain of the people, so actually multiple pricks were adding to the pain. तो उसको इस पिक्चर को देख के मुझे वो मिर्जा गालिब का शेर याद आता है कि मरीज इश्क पर रहमत खुदा की, दर्द बढ़ता गया जो जो दवा की, है ना? तो दवा तो लेनी थी दर्द कम करने के लिए, बट बिकॉज ऑफ दिस मल्टीपल प्रिक्स वो दर्द तो बढ़ता गया. And here comes the solution to address these particular unmet clinical need. When depot injections came into the market, somewhere in the end of the 1970s and the beginning of 1980s, how they got the success, not because they were of great technology, because they could address those unmet clinical needs, because one injection was substituting multiple pricks. There came injection like Lupron 1 month. One injection was replacing, multiple injection for throughout the month. So one depot injection was giving release over months. Leuprolide 3-month injection came, so one injection for 3 months. Of course, it gave better quality of life, improved patient compliance, less frequent visit to the clinics and hospital, better efficacy due to consistent plasma levels. So issues of maxima, minima was addressed up to some extent. And another aspect is that these depot injections, who really got success in the market, they were based upon biodegradable polymer. Means no remaining polymer had to be, taken out from the tissue after the completion of therapy. And also that, drug was stable. The polymer was such that it could provide stability of these peptides, when they were injected into the muscular tissue or subcutaneous tissue. Right. So with this, I will just move ahead. Though till this time, we just talked about what were the unmet clinical needs and how these clinical needs were addressed. And thus, the depot injection or sustained release injectable products based upon biodegradable polymer got success. Now let us see a little bit on the science and technology for these depot injection. So if you see here, this shows a artistic representation of a microsphere. So as the name suggests, microsphere means it is spherical in shape and micron in size. So what happens, such microspheres made of biodegradable polymer, you can see this is a sphere of polymer, and you see the light blue color. This is the drug embedded or encapsulated into the polymer matrix. And when these microspheres are injected into the human tissue, say subcutaneously or intramuscularly, this biodegradable polymer gradually, they degrade and release the drug over a period of time, maybe 1 month, maybe 3 months, or nowadays we have injections for 6 months. One injection gives consistent plasma levels for 6 months, right? So this is just a schematic representation that how this microsphere-based depot injection work. So this is the artistic presentation, and now comes the real microsphere picture in scanning electron microscopy. So you see, these are actually the spheres. Since they are micron in size, we call them microspheres. But if you go on, focusing onto the surface of these microsphere, you can see, these are small pores which are on the surface of those microspheres, right? And what is the role of these, pores, etc.? We will talk in subsequent slides. So before we move ahead, just a few words about the polymer, because the polymer is actually the heart of these formulations, because it's a polymer which encapsulates the drug and then releases the drug in a controlled fashion. And what are the prerequisites for such polymer? This was the big challenge when we were working upon or inventing the polymer. So these were the requisites which were there for a polymer to have. Means the polymer, when formulation scientists had to select it somewhere in 1960s or so, so they were looking for the polymer which should be non-toxic, which should be biocompatible, and preferably biodegradable, so that we don't have to take out any remnant of the polymer from the body after the completion of therapy. And of course, they should give a controlled, a polymer should have controlled degradation so that it can give predicted release. And there, when scientists, formulation scientists were looking for it, two solutions, which were there. There were multiple options which were studied, but the two polymers which got a commercial success for delivery of depot injection were based upon PLA and PLGA polymer, that is polyester-based polymer, and another class was polyanhydride. So today, because of paucity of time, we will simply talk about PLGA only, that is polylactic glycolide, or you can say polylactic glycolic acid, PLGA. So we'll talk more about one polymer only today. So is that fine? Is my pace is okay? Should I go ahead?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So here comes, that the one polymer, this polymer at that time when formulation scientists were looking for, so the Johnson & Johnson had got approval for this polymer, that is PLGA polymer, for making biodegradable sutures, by the name of Daxon. So 1970, this polymer got approval from the FDA, and that's what smartly various formulation scientists did. They thought, okay, good, this polymer which is already approved by FDA, why not choose this polymer? This is having established safety profile or so and regulatory approval. And that's how scientists selected this polymer and started using it for various proteins and peptides. And we got initial success after the clinical trial in 1970s. In 1986, first approval came for decapeptyl depot injection, that is triptorelin, for prostate cancer and endometriosis, by Faring. So Faring in the Europe, in the Denmark, and they did the good work and got the approval. And then came subsequently Lupron and Zoladex from AstraZeneca, and so on, right? So this is, just a background at how polymer, got selected. So this is just, few words about the chemistry of the polylactic glycolic acid. So PLG is nothing, but a very simple block copolymer, which is having, it is basically ester based, as you can see from the chemical structure here, which is basically a polymer of lactic acid and glycolic acid, right? So, it is ester based polymer, and being an ester based polymer, it goes hydrolysis into the aqueous environment of the biological fluids, and in the pH of muscle or pH of subcutaneous tissue, which is slightly acidic, the polymer degrades in a controlled manner. So that is how, this polymer releases the drug. It is biodegradable, it is non-toxic, it had already been used for surgical sutures, so clinical safety was established, acceptability by regulatory agencies were already there, right? So this is how this polymer got success into this delivery system. So, just again a schematic representation that how this ester-based polymer like PLGA or PLA, they degrade. So they degrade means they bio-erode. The biological system, they get eroded because the ester bonds, get cleaved. And when ester bond gets cleaved, you can see that scission of the chain happens. Long chain of polymer, breaks down into small polymers. So polymer turns into oligomers. Then further oligomers turn into monomers. And lastly, these monomers like lactic acid and glycolic acid, they simply gets excreted from the, our body, like lactic acid goes, into the Krebs cycle, glycolic acid gets excreted, from the body, and no load comes on our, body. So purely biodegradable polymer. And just a few levers, what are the because when we design a drug, so we have to work upon that how much should be the drug encapsulation efficiency, how will it release the drug, will there be burst effect, or how will be initial release, middle release, later release, and how long will be the release. So all these release characteristic and pattern of the polymer depends upon various chemical levers of the polymer, or you can say various critical material attributes of the polymer. So I will just enumerate here, some of the key levers, which are in the hands of a formulation scientist, which they can use to make a polymer degrade slow or fast or longer or shorter. So that's how you can make a 1 month release depot injection, or you can make a 3 month release depot injection. So what are these levers? Of course, being a copolymer, one aspect is that how you manipulate the ratio of the two monomers, that is lactic acid and glycolic acid, whether you make it 50-50, 75-25, and so on. That's what we call LG ratio. And then, like any polymer, equally important comes the molecular weight. Naturally, the bigger the molecule, higher will be the molecular weight, and it takes longer to degrade. Similarly, viscosity, obviously it is a reflection of the molecular weight. Higher the chain, longer the chain, higher molecular weight, higher will be the viscosity, and slower will be the degradation. And then comes the role of the end groups. When you select the polymer, whether it is acid end group or whether it is ester end group, so acid end group, it is giving, since it facilitates water absorption, it gives faster release. On the other hand, ester end group, being hydrophobic and offering a steric hindrance for water to penetrate inside the polymer, gives slower release. Similarly, morphology, crystallinity, if you choose polymer like more rich in glycolic acid, which is crystalline in nature, lattice energy is higher, it degrades slower. If you choose a polymer like lactic acid, where it is amorphous in nature, where that degradation is relatively faster, you will see faster release. And monomer concentration in the polymer, and also the microstructure of the polymer, that how is that microstructure of the polymer in terms of block length and so on of these polymers. So itself, if you see, the polymer chemistry is a rich field. This is very, very important that formulation scientists have to go into all these parameters very minutely before selection of the polymer. And for such devices, half of the work is done if you select the right polymer. So this was just to enumerate, that what are the different levers, what formulation scientists have to look into before narrowing down onto the polymer. So I will not go into the detail of all those things, considering the paucity of time, and we will move ahead. I think that is enough for the polymer. And now let us jump into the microsphere. Now, if you see the microsphere is what happens. You can see here the drug, blue color drug is encapsulated in the red polymer. And when this microsphere is injected into the body, through a needle of maybe 24 gauge or 23 gauge or 22 gauge of the syringe and deposited to the muscle, the drug, initially what happens, the drug which is on the surface of the microsphere comes out. You can see the blue drug, on the surface comes out, what we call burst effect. Then the drug through the diffusion, which is just beneath the surface, comes out. And then subsequently, red polymer degrades and biodegrades completely over a period of time, and drug comes out. That's how it gives, it's a near to zero order release. More precisely, as far as drug release mechanism can be understood from this slide, just the three major aspects. One is that, as you can see, B is the drug which is just sitting on the surface of the microsphere. So what we call the drug which is free drug on the surface, this comes first, in the initial few days. Then next step comes the drug. You can see there are pores on the microsphere. So in the pores, and when the microsphere is injected, our body fluids, they go through these pores, through these channels, and the drug which is in these channels means just beneath the surface. Through diffusion, this drug comes out. That is what we call diffusion related release, that is A. And then comes C, that over a period of time, when actually the ester bonds cleave, the polymer gets open up like a sponge, and then the erosion happens, and what we call erosion based release, that is C. It can be easily understood with the next slides. You can see here, initially, if you see microsphere, drug on the surface, surface release, then comes over a period of time diffusion release, and then the polymer degrades and erosion based release. So this is how it can be shown schematically. Initial few days, drug on the surface which comes out, then drugs just beneath the surface comes out through those small pores of the microspheres, and finally when polymer bonds degrade and ball becomes spongy and the drug entrapped inside the microsphere comes out what we call erosion phase release. And this is how the challenge is these three phases of the drug release, that is surface, diffusion, and bioerosion. These three phases should be complementary and supplementary to each other. There lies the skill of designing the formulation and selecting the polymer in such a manner that you get a zero order, near to zero order release. Right. And this is how it actually happens. Really, you have seen the microspheres earlier under the scanning electron microscope. And this is what happens when actually these biodegradable polymer-based microsphere degrade over a period of time, in our body. You can see over a period of time after one day how it becomes more porous, and after 1 week, you see the polymer is degrading. So first is surface release, then 1 week, it is diffusion release. By 3 and 4 week, polymer degrades, erosion release. That's how three types of release they do happen. So this was simply to talk about those microsphere. Now let us see a little bit that how do we manufacture these microspheres, right? What we call manufacturing technique. So there are various platform techniques, like emulsification, co-servation, spray drying, and so on. So considering the paucity of time, I will take only one platform technology today, that is multiple emulsification technique. This is the most common technique, which you can simply try it in your lab also. Right. So what happens in the multiple emulsification technique? Why we have to use this, various platform technologies to making microsphere? Because these polymers are actually, are hydrophobic in nature, right? Like PLGA, PLA, and our peptides are hydrophilic in nature. So, to encapsulate a hydrophobic drug in a very designed way into a hydrophobic polymer, it requires, some skills. So here it goes. You have your hydrophilic drug dissolved maybe in water. On the other hand, you have polymer dissolved in an organic solvent like chloroform or maybe dichloromethane or something like that. And then this organic phase, aqueous phase, you emulsify to the organic phase to get the primary emulsion, what we call water in oil emulsion. So once the water in oil emulsion happens, so you can see here your aqueous, that drug containing phase is dispersed into the organic polymer containing phase, water in oil. And then this water in oil is further mixed with secondary aqueous phase having an emulgent like polyvinyl alcohol or so. Then what we do, water in oil, we disperse in water, it forms water in oil in water. Right. And then the externally phase water, it extracts that solvent, which was in the middle phase, that is oil. Oil is nothing but chloroform or dichloromethane or so. So this dichloromethane gets extracted into the external aqueous fluid. And since the solvent, that is dichloromethane of the polymer, goes out, polymer precipitate, and naturally when polymer precipitate, it needs an interface to precipitate, and that interface is provided by the small drug particles. So this polymer encapsulates these small drug particles, and that's how you get nascent microsphere. And then further these nascent or soft microsphere you harden by solvent extracting and evaporation, and then you get hardened microsphere. So this is just very brief way of making microsphere with multiple emulsification. I'm sure some of you might have made microsphere in this manner in your lab also, right? So this is again just a simplification shown in another way. Your polymer, and your drug particle, you make primary emulsion. Primary emulsion, then you form secondary emulsification. And during secondary emulsification, when the solvent goes from the organic phase to external phase, the polymer deposits. Here you see solvent, gets extracted and evaporated, and your polymer gets precipitated in the drug particle, giving you nascent microsphere, which you dry subsequently to make hardened microspheres. So this is how it actually happens. Water along with the drug, you put it into a water in oil emulsion, because your red color polymer is in dichloromethane, and then further you put water in the external phase and stir it and see what happens. Solvent goes out, and what arrow shown here downward is showing the polymer getting precipitated on drug particle, giving you microspheres. So this is one very good, picture, which is from a university in France, where this particular team, they developed this very small unit, to making microsphere aseptically, or with controlled bioburden in the lab, so that it can be used for animal study. You can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, and it is labeled here. Your emulsification, you're making aqueous and drug solution, polymer solution, and making a primary emulsion, then primary emulsion, then secondary emulsification, and here WOW, and then later on you do solvent evaporation and extraction, you get hardened microsphere, you filter your microsphere, give it washing, give it dry, and lastly from here you can recover the microsphere. This is a one very good published that example which is published in the public domain, just to brief you that how that gradually scale up can be done. So with this unit, you can make microsphere maybe up to 40-50 grams in your lab. But further, as we talk about manufacturing technology, in the plant, naturally, when we have to make few kgs of microsphere, again, it is simple. Here, we are having drums, we have aqueous drug, we have non-aqueous polymer, make the primary emulsion, make the secondary emulsification in a bigger drum, and subsequently, using suitable solvent extraction, evaporation, methodology, we make nascent microsphere, recover those microspheres onto a microsphere recovery system, something like sieves or agitated Nash filter, and subsequently, we add suitable cryoprotectant to lyophilize these microspheres. We can dry it by lyophilization, or we can dry it by other techniques as well, and then your lyophilized product can be put into a finished product, which is mixed with the diluent and injected to the patient for depot injection delivery. And this is how actually, if you see in the manufacturing plant environment, this is again a published data from a company which is manufacturing microsphere up to a kg level or so, and they have depicted, how they have, made the control to ensure consistency into the product quality. So you have aqueous fluid of drug, you have non-aqueous solution of the polymer, you mix them through a metered dose delivery system, and then you have here your inline homogenizer, which makes primary emulsion. Here comes the coolant to make it, to cool, to control the temperature, and then comes, your next step, where this primary emulsion again through a metered dose delivery goes in a very controlled manner, controlled temperature, then there comes the external aqueous phase. So your water in oil get mixed with water to give you WOW, that is a secondary emulsification, and then this secondary emulsification goes into a solvent evaporation and extraction tank, where your solvent gets extracted first into the external aqueous phase and then evaporated into the external, evaporated from the system. You get your microsphere, you screen it, dry it, and use it, right? So this is how, and what it is shown here with the numbers, the objective of numbers shown here is, that you have to control, your mass flow, your temperature flow, your, all those aspects, what we call shear rate, flow rate, and temperature control, all those things have to be done here. So any change, in these, if you see simply this unit operation, which is a set of unit operation, you can see here around 15, parameters. So if you see total process of microsphere, it becomes approximately 50 critical process parameters. So any change, any deviation here can impact, the quality of the product. And suppose if some mistake happens here during the manufacturing, when we come to know, we will come to know later on when we do the quality control of the product and do the in vitro release. Maybe in vitro release, if it is a 3-month depot injection, we will come to know after 3 months, that release went off. And then when you do investigation, you will come to know, oh, no, here maybe, we missed, some error happens here, some error happened here. And then, you have to do investigation and you come to know. That is why, there is a strong technical barrier for this technology, because there are so many variables and your process should be robust enough to control, because if some mistake happens, you will not be able to detect at that time, and it will be too late by the time you detect, losing time and the batch, right? So, that's what, here also, if I see this complex process, why it reminds me about the, that Urdu couplet that dil धड़कने का सबब याद आया वो तेरी ही याद थी अब याद आया. तो यहाँ भी ऐसा होता है, गलती तो पहले हो जाती है लेकिन पता उसका 3 महीने बाद चलता है कि कहाँ टेम्परेचर गलत हुआ और कहाँ क्या फर्क पड़ गया. Moving ahead. So abhi tak to, we just saw that, making the microspheres, all the control, but that is not the only challenge. Next challenge is that these are the peptide, polymers, which cannot withstand any terminal sterilization. So you have to do all this processing under very controlled aseptic manufacturing. So all these emulsification, multiple emulsification, solvent extraction, solvent evaporation, drying, washing, everything has to be done under purely aseptic condition, under, maybe, we can do in a small scale in a RABs, or in a bigger scale in an isolator, lyophilized. And so this is just one, again, a published article on, by Evonik regarding the scale-up suite, what they prepared for the microsphere, for making various, emulsion-based microsphere scale-up in this aseptic processing suite. So moving ahead, we were talking about this case study, that is multiple emulsification, and this is the product which Takeda developed, that is Lupron 1-month depot, Lupron 3-month depot, and this is, just a brief about this product. So Takeda was the company who actually invented this luprolide peptide, which was very much accepted in the clinical setting for various indications like prostate cancer, endometriosis, and various other, hormone-based indications. So 1985 product, the liquid injection was approved, by US FDA, and Takeda had started the work 20 years back to making a depot injection of it, because they knew, because this injection had to be given every day to the patient. So every day throughout his life, or sometime 3 months or 4 months. So they knew it, that clinical practice, a depot injection will be required. So they started their work somewhere in 1970s, and 1989, they got approval for their first depot injection, that is 1-month depot injection of Lupron. And they were working, because 1 month also would have not been sufficient. In 95, they got approval for 3-month depot injection. 97, the same company got approved for 4-month depot injection. And now they have also got US FDA approval of 6-month depot injection. And this is the product you see, which was introduced in 1985. And even today, for Takeda, it is a $2.4 billion product. I will repeat, $2.4 billion product even today. So if you see in the history, you will not find many molecules which were invented or introduced into the market in 1985. And after 35 years, still they are $2.4 billion. That is the power of this technology, because of the barrier, technical barrier, clinical barrier, regulatory barrier. Not even a single generic has been able to come into the market today. Even today, that all the market is available to Takeda only, because there is no generic available for Lupron in regulated market, right? So besides this Lupron, microsphere technology has given so many other products. There are almost maybe 14, 15 products in the market, and all these depot injection based upon biodegradable polymer, their total market worth is close to $11-12 billion. $11-12 billion. So that is the lucrative environment of this particular segment, and no generics available for these such depot injection. And that's how, I wanted to emphasize the need for working on such technologies, and so that the young students, scientists like you who can work upon and further enrich this portfolio as we move ahead. So to conclude, I also begin with, cartoon like this, and to end also in a similar manner. So here it says, the two gentlemen, earlier it was a square wheel, where it was not, of course, not appreciated. Now the gentleman this gentleman has invented a actual, circular wheel, and another gentleman invented the fire. And these two people, what they're saying, if you ask me, between your stuff and my stuff, there is nothing just left to invent, because at that time thought, we have fire and we have the wheel, up to bas dunya jeet li. And why I am putting this aspect here, you may see that, we have so many products, but there is a lot more to do, that's why I appeal to young scientists like you, that this can be one area where you can put your, channelize your energy and provide something, useful to the community, to the patient community, to the society, maybe better depot injection for future. Even now, there is so much of, unmet clinical need for various segments for which depot injections are required, right? So I will just say that let us not get satisfied that we have 15 products, right? And a lot more work to be done. सितारों से आगे जहां और भी हैं, अभी जिंदगी में इम्तिहान और भी हैं. And now better lies in young scientists like you who can further take it ahead and make further success. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for very informative session. So after these two very informative sessions, now I invite the panelist and the moderator of this session, Dr. Khar sir, to add more in this. So over to you, sir. Sir, you are,
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
Dr. Ahuja is there? I cannot see her. Is it?
Actually, she has just left. I said any questions, it will be answered by you.
Okay. Well, first of all, now Dheeraj is there. Dr. Dheeraj Chopra has given a very, very wonderful presentation. You don't know, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, he has made it so simple. It is not so simple as he is saying, but his presentation is so wonderful. His slides are so illustrative. And I think he has made a very, very complex job very simple. I mean, biodegradable polymers has been my subject, I know, PLA and PGA and all that, So he has very nicely and very wonderfully given you first, what is this PLA, how you can tailor this PLGA, how you can alter the crystalline characteristics, how you can change the amorphous or crystalline properties by blending it together. He has given you all the parameters in such a short time, whether it is melting point, whether it's end capping, whether it is doing functionalization. So I think with that basic background, he told us about various different products approved by FDA like Dexon starting from 1970, DuPont in 73, and trifluorotin in 1986. And then he has also very nicely given us about what is this microsphere. I think जो बच्चे B form के M form के हैं, they should give a thought to it and look into it. You see, he has given us how a microsphere is prepared and why do you want to achieve zero order release. And then his slides on manufacture are really wonderful. The platform technology of multiple emulsification was quite good because protein drug delivery, as we know, is very, very difficult. To incorporate a protein, which is having hydrophilic groups quite a lot, into a polymer of PLGA type, which is more hydrophobic, and how to do it, when to do it. And there are quite a number of main unit operation, in which he said it carries about more than 50 critical process parameters. And how do you do it? It's a great technology, great pharmaceutical technology and pharma engineering. And how do you prepare WOW emulsion? Students try to learn it from it. What are multiple emulsions? And go to the books and go to the literature and find out what he has said. Then another thing, what he said, what students might not give attention to, is the problems caused because of having all these processes to be under aseptic conditions. That also is a big challenge, you know. And then he told us about Lupron, a 1 month depot, Lupron, 3 month depot, and then leuprolide acetate injection for prostate. And this Takeda company is really, you know, like Pfizer, I think, you know. See, they are not stopping at all. Starting from 1985, what he said, they are still having, I think, lately 2.4 billion products, you know, with their 6 month depot ready in the market, sir. Is it? So
Yep.
starting from 1 month, you know, then to 2 months, 4 months, and now 6 months. And prostate is such a disease in elderly, quite common, and it is always going to have a market, you know. So that's how he has taught us how to think commercial, how to convert an idea into commerce and how to convert it into a market. Wonderful presentation, sir. I am highly impressed, and thank you very much. I think it should give a good learning to each and every one of us, and God bless you. And you are very artistic and you are poetic too. Sometimes if you think there are very complex things which some people may not understand, you make it in a lighter vein so that they come back to the ground state, you know. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. आपसे ही सीखा है हमने.
अरे thank you, sir. Thank you. God bless you. You have done a wonderful job.
Thank you,
अगर
sir.
कोई questions हैं तो बता दीजिए. मेरे ख्याल से Alka Ahuja also, you know, has done a wonderful job. It was a brilliant lecture. I mean, she was one of the very, very top and a brilliant research scholar. I know her very closely. Very highly committed student, you know. And she did a very good work on bioadhesive drug delivery systems. And that work has very high citations, you know. Even now it is cited, you know. And she has evolved into a very good scientist. And in Muscat, she has made a paradigm shift to patient care. And if you look at her slides, how she has presented each and every aspect as to how a pharmacist can be involved, how a pharmacist can play a different role at different stages, whether it is an FDC, whether it is adherence, whether it is how to discard drugs, whether it is how to use drugs, and many, many other aspects. And what we were very much about pictograms, she gave a good idea about regulatory controls. I think Muscat is quite forward in this area. They have their own pharmacopoeia type also, formulary as such, and how rational use of drugs can be. They are much advanced than India, let me tell you very frankly. They are doing quite a better job. What I want to tell to the audience here, one thing at the last moment when she said about take-home points, you know, and there were good take-home points, and how a clinical pharmacist is also working there. We only in India have an islands of excellence, you know. This concept is not applied universally in our country. We are trying to move forward in this direction slowly and slowly. But one important thing which she has said very correctly, in the 5 years program of BPharm, you see there is a training component in every year. Every year, we are all having problem of giving training to students for industrial pharmacy, or for that matter for hospital pharmacy, at least once in 4 years. I think that is one important thing where we lose the application part. If we want to come closer to the patient, if we want to make a paradigm shift in the pharmacy care, pharmaceutical care, clinical pharmacy, you have to definitely train your pharmacist, train your student right from the beginning. He has to be able to connect the knowledge so that it is useful to the patient, so that it becomes patient-oriented all around spheres, in different spheres, what Dr. Alka Ahuja has very, very nicely narrated. It's a wonderful presentation again in that point of view. You see, we had two North Pole and South Pole today, so far at least. North Pole was a pharmacy care, pharmaceutical care, a wonderful presentation. And the South Pole again was that of industrial pharmacy, a wonderful, excellent presentation of how you make a product, you know, from with biodegradable polymers. Thank you. That was a great, great learning for me. Thank you, all of you. You can proceed ahead, or unless if there are some questions, we can answer them.
Yes, moving towards to our next speaker,
Just a minute, some
Dr.
question
M.
is there.
Kalayavani.
एक minute, some question is there.
No,
Yeah.
ma'am. Right now, there's
Yeah,
no.
yeah. Somebody is asking a
No,
question.
ma'am.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So moving towards to our next speaker, Dr.
Shabnam,
M.
please wait.
Kalayavani. I would like to take.
Shabnam, please wait. He's asking a
Yes,
question.
Let him ask. Yeah.
Oh.
It's for
actually,
Dheeraj.
sir's voice is not audible. Sir, you are on.
Okay, you wait. Asking.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Now you are audible.
So
Thank you.
thank you so much, sir, for your nice talk. I have two questions to Dr. Dheeraj. One is you talk about the lyophilization of the microspheres. So in industry there are two techniques, like one is lyophilization, one is Swaco system. So according to your opinion, what is the effect on the preparation of the microsphere on lyophilization as well as by using the Swaco system? One thing. And my second question is when we lyophilize a product, sometimes the crystallinity of the product changes immediately. So can we control that? So there are two questions. Over to you, sir.
Good question from your side. Very relevant. As you rightly mentioned, yes, to dry these microspheres, there are various ways. Like you can do it with lyophilization, you can do with the Swaco techniques, and there are other techniques also like agitated Nash filter dryer and so on. And every technique has its own advantages and disadvantages. Now your question is that yet which technique we should use, right? So in that way, when we are working in a generic environment, right? So what we do that our objective is to just make a replica of the reference listed drug, right? So what we do, we see that how is the reference listed drug, and we should just make a copy of that. We don't have to make even, better copy of that, because if we change it or even try to improvise it and make it better, we will no more be a generic. So what we do, we simply follow, that by which technique we can just make a replica of reference listed drug, right? So, so in generic, that is the approach, that you always have to look into the RLD. Simply keep your whole focus onto the RLD, look at the RLD and see if it is crystalline, you make it crystalline. If it is that particular form of crystal, make that particular form of crystal. Right? So now whether it comes from Swaco or whether you can attain that from lyophilization, that is the skill, right? तो इधर तो ऐसे ही रहता है कि भाई हमें आरएलडी को हूबहू कॉपी करना आता है वो whenever you develop your complete formulation, आरएलडी कभी भी आपके आंख से ओझल नहीं होनी चाहिए, है ना? वो हमेशा आपके सामने रहनी चाहिए. आप कभी ये ना सोचे, your science should not overpower at that time और कि नहीं मैं इससे बेहतर बना लूंगा. आपकी पूरी नजर आरएलडी पे रहे और आपको उसी को ही हूबहू कॉपी करना है ना? उस जैसे एक है ना कि कपलेट के के दूर ना हो मेरी नजर से एक पल भी के लिए कि तेरा वजूद लाजिम है मेरी गजल के लिए, है ना? तो वो आरएलडी का जो वजूद है वही हमारी गजल है, तो वो हमारे सामने हमेशा रहना चाहिए. I think I could reply up to some extent to your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Dheeraj. Wonderful to have you today as a panelist, and wonderful to have you. Really feel great to have such great classmates. Yes, right, Shabnam?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Moving towards to our next speaker, Dr. M. Kalayavani. I would like to take a moment to introduce Dr. Kalayavani. Dr. Kalayavani working as a senior scientific officer and officer in charge, biologic section, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, a scientific organization under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. She has completed PhD in pharmaceutical chemistry from the TNMGR Medical University, Chennai. She is the recipient of Indian Pharmaceutical Association Award for securing first rank in M.Pharm. She is also a recipient of Gold Medal and Mrs. Kanta H. Sadhvani Award for Best Outgoing Student in Master of Pharmacy. She is a member of Scientific Expert Committee for Recombinant Products and Therapeutic Monoclonal Antibodies, and Expert Committee for Strengthening of Quality Control Testing of Enzymes and Hormone Laboratory at National Institute of Biologicals, Noida. She is having more than 30 national and international scientific publications to her credit. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Now over to you, ma'am.
Welcome, Dr. Kalaivani. I think you have to unmute yourself. Wonderful to have you. See you after a long time. Please unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, ma'am.
Yeah. Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are audible.
Can you see my slides which I am
Yes.
showing?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes.
Okay, okay. And good evening, sorry, good afternoon to all. And I thank Dr. Anupama and APJ Satya University for giving this opportunity to talk with the fellow pharmacist on this World Pharmacist Day. And happy Pharmacist Day to all. And today, my presentation will be on the role of Indian pharmacopoeia in promoting quality of medicines. As you all aware through my interview, like in my introduction, that I am working as a senior scientific officer with Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, where we develop quality standards for drugs and pharmaceuticals which are approved for marketing in the country. So here, I think from morning you might be listening about the as a pharmacist role in the society and the research in the field of pharmacy and all these things. So, but this is one of the area where pharmacists have to take a lead role in developing quality standards or in prescribing the quality standards for the drugs which are marketed in the country. So like when we talk about the quality standards, before going into the quality standards or pharmacopoeia, like through this slide, it might be clear, like I want to clear that what is our drug regulatory system, how a drug comes in the market. See, after research and development, after making a formulation and all, and it has to be regulated, it has to be approved for marketing in the country. So that we say it as a drug regulatory system. So which is in India, like we have Central Drug Standard Control Organization, and we have state licensing authorities, and we have testing laboratories. So these, they test the new drug and they approve the drugs for marketing in the country. And apart from these national regulations, we have some international regulations also, like WHO and ICH guidelines. Then once the drugs, apart from these, in every country in our India, we have other regulations to regulate the price in the market, and there are environmental regulations, and specifically in case of biological drugs, there is a role of Department of Biotechnology and Department of Science and Technology. So after the drug is regulated, after the drug is approved for marketing in the country, there comes the role of pharmacopoeia. So pharmacopoeia, which is a book of standards which prescribes quality standards for the drugs and pharmaceuticals. And how it is considered, how, on what way, why it is considered as like an important role. So as per Indian drug regulatory system works on the Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and the rules thereunder. So as per Drugs and Cosmetic Act, Indian pharmacopoeia is specified in all these schedule and rules. Like as per second schedule of Drugs and Cosmetic Act, the standards prescribed in Indian pharmacopoeia are official. If there is no drug is available in Indian pharmacopoeia, then any other pharmacopoeia can be referred. And there are other rules like 124, how to indicate the word Indian pharmacopoeia in a label. I think most of the participants are students. You might have seen from the label where we write it as, for example, paracetamol IP. So that IP stands for Indian pharmacopoeia, and where what I'm explaining today, how Indian pharmacopoeia, how the monographs or standards are coming in Indian pharmacopoeia. This is what I'll be explaining today. And when we talk about Indian pharmacopoeia, this every country, almost more than 40 countries have their own pharmacopoeia for having the quality standard for the drugs and pharmaceuticals. So Indian pharmacopoeia is for, as the name itself, it is for India. We have Indian pharmacopoeia, and we stand in the similar lines of United States pharmacopoeia for United States, and European pharmacopoeia for European countries, and British pharmacopoeia. So this is what the status of Indian pharmacopoeia, where we stand, where Indian pharmacopoeia stands. And when we say Indian pharmacopoeia, who's publishing this book of standards? Indian pharmacopoeia is a book of standard, and who's publishing this Indian pharmacopoeia? There is a separate institution, the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, whose mandatory responsibility, which was set up by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and whose mandatory responsibility is to publish Indian pharmacopoeia. Apart from publishing Indian pharmacopoeia, IPC, that is Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, have other responsibilities also, like providing Indian pharmacopoeia reference substances, publishing National Formulary of India, acting as National Coordination Center for Pharmacovigilance Program of India, and analyzing of new drug samples, and of course training for the all stakeholders, whether it is from industry or from the academic. So here when we say about Indian pharmacopoeia IP reference substances, so from the IP reference substances itself, it is understood, like you might have read in your coursework, there is a need for standard for analyzing any drug. So that standard, that certified reference standard, certified by Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, and that is available with Indian Pharmacopoeia. That means to comply with any IP monograph, there is a need for reference standard. That reference standard should be a certified one, which is certified by IPC, and it is available at IPC. And when we talk about National Formulary of India, this is a book which has the compilation of the drugs which are drugs which are used in the national health programs, national list of essential medicines, and which are commonly used in our country. So it is a compilation of the drug. And what for this National Formulary of India is published? To promote rational use of medicine in the country. And the third important mandatory responsibility is acting as a National Coordination Center for Pharmacovigilance Program of India. See, from the word pharmacovigilance itself, it is understood monitoring the safety of the drugs in the country. So this is the only organization in the country who collaborates or who coordinates with various medical colleges to monitor the safety, adverse effects of the drugs after its use in the patients. And when I say about analysis of new drugs, like as you all might have studied in your curriculum, that for getting marketing approval, there is a need for submission of dossiers to the drug regulatory authority. So after submitting that, the new drug samples are received at Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission for testing of those drugs. After testing at IPC, it will be decided whether it is approved for marketing or not. And this is what it is representation, like what are all the services of IP Commission to the nation. And vision and mission of IP Commission, this is what vision IP Commission works, and what are all the mission to promote the public health. This is what the vision and mission of the IP Commission. And who are all the stakeholders of IP Commission? See, when we talk about Indian Pharmacopoeia, the primary stakeholder will be the like a pharmaceutical manufacturer or marketing authorization holder. Whoever having this marketing authorization, the drugs should comply with the standards defined in the Indian Pharmacopoeia. Apart from that, analytical testing laboratories, whether it is a state control laboratory, state testing laboratory, or central or any private laboratories, and academia, like students can also follow this the methods which are given in the analytical methods which are given in the Indian Pharmacopoeia, and research students. And here in this slide, it is brief about IP standard, role of IP standard. Why we need IP standard? it provides an independent assessment. See, for example, after drug comes in the market, the IP provides a, before it comes in the market, manufacturer also complies the IP standard for its release in the market. And after coming in the market, those drug regulatory authority, that is drug testing laboratory, they can take a sample and they can analyze independently based on the methods which are given in the Indian pharmacopoeia. And because of this, because of harmonized standard, the quality of the drugs which are in the country are at par with international standards. And we have harmonized testing because of the monographs. That means whoever tests the drug, they will be testing as per Indian pharmacopoeia methods and and comply with the specifications which are provided in the Indian pharmacopoeia. So it gives the harmonized testing, and because of this we'll get the better quality, uniform quality of the drugs throughout the country, and which is at par with international standard. Because of this, there is a reduction in the adverse effect due to substandard drugs, and since the uniformity in the quality, the costing will become uniform throughout the country. So this is the role, how IP standards are important, and how Indian pharmacopoeia monographs are established, how IP is developed. So as I said, IP is a book of standards for all the drugs which are approved for marketing in the country. So what it contains? It contains IP, contains the monographs that I will tell you in detail in my further slides, and the draft monograph which needs to be included in IP. We receive that draft monograph or the proposal from the stakeholder based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria of IP from the stakeholder, that is pharma industry, and the draft monograph is tested or it is verified at IP Commission, and with the help of expert committee and with the help of scientific body, the standards or the methods and the specifications are defined, and then it is included in the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. And of course, before its inclusion in the Indian Pharmacopoeia, it is uploaded on the website also for stakeholder comments for 45 days. And these are all the inclusion and exclusion criteria for inclusion of monograph in inclusion or exclusion of monograph in Indian Pharmacopoeia. So it is like, as I already explained, like the drugs which are used in national health programs, and drugs which are listed in essential list of medicines, and drugs approved by national regulatory authority, that is CDSCO, and fixed dose combinations approved by CDSCO and also recommended by IPC, and drugs which are considered appropriate by IP Commission. So for all the IP Commission means here it is an experts who recommends for the monographs. So that is represented as IP Commission here. So these are all the inclusion criteria. Based on these inclusion criteria, monographs are included in IP. And the exclusion criteria, of course, if a drug is banned in India, the monograph will be deleted from the IP. And if some drugs found obsolete, then those drugs are monographs are removed from IP. And this is just about what are all the publications, like what are all the editions of IP. So before IP Commission comes in place, IP Commission was established in the year 2009. So before IP Commission was established, there was an IP committee who used to make this Indian Pharmacopoeia, and the editions under IP committee are edition 1 supplement 1960, and edition 2 supplement 75, and addendum till addendum 2002 it was by IP committee, and after that till the current edition IP 2018 it is published by Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. And this is a brief about number of monographs and number of general chapters which are included in the current edition of IP 2018, which came into effective from 1st January 2018. And IP contains more than 3000 monographs and general chapters for the use. And this is the structure of IP. Like when we say about a product for its in the market, it should comply with IP. So comply with IP, that means what? The interpretation of a single monograph will not be sufficient. The monograph should be interpreted along with the general requirements, general chapters, specific monographs, and general monographs. So all these things needs to be considered for the interpretation of one particular monograph. So here the general notices, which are very much essential, and it is applicable, and it is available in all volumes. IP 2018 is having 4 volumes, and it is present in all volumes, general notices. And there comes the next is the general chapters, which are which gives the information on analytical methods, and which is available in the volume 1. This is the mandatory requirement to refer this general chapters before interpreting any specific monograph. Then we talk about the specific monographs. Specific monograph means a monograph qualities which prescribes the quality standards for that particular drug. So which is also a mandatory one, and it is available in volume 2 to volume 4. And there are general monographs, like when we talk about general monographs, like monographs for parental drugs, a general informations, a parental drugs, tablets, what are all the quality requirements, general requirements for the tablet. And general notices, as I said, these blue pages which are present in IP are general notices, which gives the general information about, for example, if someone wants to go for animal study, so it should comply with all CPCA norms and all other applicable guidelines. If monograph is having a specific method, if that method could not be followed, then what is the alternate option given to the stakeholder, that is use of alternative methods. So such type of informations are provided in the general notices. And these are all general chapters. We have general chapters on what type of apparatus to be used, and what is the specification, what should be the limit, how to validate those apparatus, and what are all the biological methods, what should be the like validation criteria for those methods, for biological, chemical, physiochemical methods, and what are all the tests used in herbal products, and what are all the specific tests for vaccines. See, for example, one specific test for vaccine, that if someone is going for cultivation of virus for production of vaccine by using egg, then it should be free from infectious diseases of what infectious diseases from birds. So such type of informations are available, and for that, what type of tests should be followed, so such type of information is given in these general chapters. And there is a general monograph, as I said. These are all general monographs for the dosage forms, like for injections, for tablets, for sustained release drugs, and such type of so dosage forms. What are all the quality requirements are prescribed here. Apart from this, IP is having a specific monograph for a specific product, drug product. Here I had shown an example of follicle stimulating hormone. So if a follicle stimulate, which is a recombinant DNA product, if a follicle stimulating hormone to be in the market, what are all the quality parameters it has to comply. That is what given in the specific monographs. So the specific monograph provides quality standards for identity, purity, and potency of the drug product. By using various analytical methods and validated analytical methods, and the specific criteria, like acceptance criteria. What should be the acceptance criteria to comply the IP monograph? And this with special reference to the biotherapeutics, this is with special reference to the biotherapeutics. What are all the quality parameters which are considered for developing the monographs, which are like here the quality parameters means there are lot many quality parameters which the manufacturer may follow for the approval of their drug, for the marketing of their drug, whatever it is. And here, to develop a monograph, IP considers a few critical parameters which are very much important to define the appearance of the product and to identify the product and to maintain the purity of the product. What should be the purity limit? There are n number, for example, impurities with molecular weight higher or smaller than that of the product. So in that case, there are many number of impurities might be there in the product depending on the process, manufacturing process. But what are all the critical impurities which needs to be monitored, that are and what should be the limit, till which limit it can present in the product? Such type of limits are provided in the purity section. And then general tests like osmolality, pH, what should be the limit for pH, what should be the limit for osmolality, and all these things. And potency. Potency, when we talk about for biotherapeutics case, most of the potency assays are by in vitro studies or in vivo studies or by HPLC methods. Very few HPLC methods are there, remaining all by in vivo or in vitro study assay methods. And there are few safety methods also, like sterility testing and battle. These things I think you might have studied in your course. And as I said in my previous, since I am talking about Indian pharmacopoeia standards, then I should not leave talking about Indian pharmacopoeia reference substances and impurity standards. So to fulfill the intended, I think by now you might have understood the importance of Indian pharmacopoeia monographs and what is the use of Indian pharmacopoeia monograph. So to fulfill that intended use of Indian pharmacopoeia monograph, there is a need for standard. So that standard is referred as Indian pharmacopoeia reference substances. And to test the purity of any product, there is a need for impurity standards. So those are referred as impurity standards, and which are shown like images which are available with like standards which are available with the Indian pharmacopoeia are shown in this image few. And remaining in for detail, what are all the standards available with IPC? You can visit IPC website. The details of these impurity standards are available on IPC website. And what is Indian pharmacopoeia reference substances? These are all highly characterized and these are all primary standards. And the potency of the standard is specified on the vial, and shelf life of the standard is also specified in the vial or by getting this UA from IPC, and it is only for the purpose of testing the samples for its compliance with IP. And what are all the common applications of IP reference substances? It helps in the limit test for impurities and related substances and for assay of drug substances, and to study the system suitability of the method, and for its use in chromatographic and spectrophotometric procedures. And these are all the steps how IP reference substances are developed. Like of course IPC depends on the stakeholder manufacturer for supply of candidate material. After receiving the candidate material, the material is characterized completely based on various analytical methods by using high-end instruments like NMR, ICP-MS, CHNS. By using all these instrumentation technique, the complete characterization of the material is done at IPC, and then it goes for a collaborative study in 4 laboratory. After collaborative study and the review of data, it is designated or it is certified as IP reference substances. This is the process workflow, how IP reference standard is established. And these are all the reference standards which are available. We have IPC is having reference standard, reference substances for pharmaceutical drug, phytopharmaceutical drug, botanical reference standard, and impurity standards are available. So now, like that's all about my presentation. To summarize my presentation, like IP monographs it provides the standards for key quality attributes in terms of identity, purity, and strength. And IPRs are very much important to fulfill the intended purpose of IP monograph. That's all about the IP, very brief about IP and IP reference substances. And this is this slide shows what exactly need for the day from the academic institution. Like we need an expertise in the domain knowledge and well-trained manpower with the very specific in the specific areas, and there is a need for focused research. For example, as I said, in most of the biological monographs are having in vivo methods. So, but there is a need for focused research on converting this in vivo, replacing this in vivo methods with in vitro methods, which is much more sensitive and easy for everyone stakeholder to comply. So such type of research can be promoted. And how, as a stakeholder, how you can contribute in the activities of IP Commission. You can be an expert in the expert working group after developing some expertise, and you can as I said, before a monograph comes in the Indian Pharmacopoeia, it is uploaded on website for stakeholder comment. During that stage, like, you can provide your comments as a stakeholder, and if any accredited laboratories are there, they can participate in the interlaboratory studies. And the feedback are always welcome on the content of IP or NFI or the mandatory responsibilities of IP Commission. So the official email ID is shown at lab.ipc@gov.in. As I said, like, one of the important mandate is to train the manpower in the country. So if any student want to participate in any training program, or if they want to do their research work at by using the instrumentation facility at IPC, you're always welcome. An official email to IP Commission is the first thing which to start with these type of work. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And any questions?
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. I think I have cleared what is IP and what is IPC.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Kalevani ma'am, for sharing your knowledge on Indian Pharmacopoeia in promoting quality of medicine. So after this insightful session, I call upon Dr. Kha to share his expert opinion on this concerned topic. Sir.
Well, that's very right. Thank you very much, Dr. Kalaivan.
Yes,
you made a very, very good, a very concise presentation. And I think what you talked about is very useful. And there are many, many ground realities which you have shown. First and the foremost, as you said, you have given us a clear idea about the framework of starting from the drug regulatory authorities, then the international regulatory authorities, WHO, ICH, then Pharmacopoeia, and then fourth one, NPPA. So you are one of the regulatory authorities which should be considered, and students should understand that Pharmacopoeia and Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is the regulatory authority which publishes Indian Pharmacopoeia from time to time.
Yes.
Then you have very, very nicely provided us about what are the mandatory responsibilities of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. And in that doing so, you have given us 5 different activities which are conducted, which includes providing IP reference substances for purity and impurity standards, how publishing of national formulary, and also you are the National Coordinating Center for Pharmacovigilance, which has become a very big activity now in India. Since IP Commission took this activity, pharmacovigilance is seen in our country. There are so many centers which are developing under your stewardship. Then obviously analysis of drugs and training. And I was very, very happy to see you discussed every different among the chapters, a specific monograph, a general monograph, and general notices. You gave examples and which students will understand, teachers will understand. Many times they don't know how to find a particular topic. You know, there are 4 books. So you start fetching all of them. So you have done it very nicely. So thank you very much, Dr. Kalaivan. It's a great, nice pleasure to have listened to you, and it is quite being. And one thing what you said, that we can go and get our students trained.
Yes,
the
sir.
email ID is there, and we can come and be there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Sir,
Doctor.
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Moving
Yes,
towards
Shabnam.
to our next speaker.
Shabnam, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Moving towards to our next speaker.
This is the last of this session.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I extend a very warm welcome to invite Dr. Mohammad Imran. He did his PhD in 2006 from Jamia Hamdard with a specialization in medicinal chemistry. He has worked as a research scientist in many pharmaceutical companies for about 7.5 years. He joined the College of Pharmacy, Northern Border University, Saudi Arabia in 2013. Currently, he is working as a head department of pharmaceutical chemistry, head examination office, and head e-learning committee of College of Pharmacy. He is also the permanent member of Patent Office of Northern Border University. Dr. Imran is actively involved in teaching and research. He is a recipient of Best Teacher Award of the College of Pharmacy, Northern Border University. He has about 70 publications and 5 patent filings to his credit. So I invite him. Now, over to you, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Imran, yeah.
So you have to unmute yourself.
अच्छा ये इमरान भाई है good.
While Dr. Muhammad preparing, I want to just share with you how students engaged and love Dr. Muhammad class. They rate him always the best faculty, the best professor in the college, and we really the college has improved a lot since Dr. Muhammad joined our university, and he's really has significant and remarkable changes since he joined. And yeah, just want to share that.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Khalik. Dr. Shabnam, I think the previous speaker has to exit the screen.
Okay. Dr. Kalaivani?
Yes, Dr. Khar. Hello, Dr. Imran. Nice to see you. Great. How are you, sir? Fine. Thank you very much. Thank you. I am very happy to see you. Lots of blessings to you. Seeing you after a long time. I was in touch with you on telephone also once, you know. Yes. I remember. Yeah. Thanks for your motivation words. Yeah.
Dr. Imran, you can share your screen now.
First of all, I am thankful to the organizers of this event to invite me to give a talk on the occasion of the World's Pharmacist Day. And during my presentation, I will speak about role of pharmaceutical chemist in healthcare system. Generally, it is thought that chemistry is of little importance in healthcare system. For example, when we are going to the hospital, the majority of the people are from the medical background. For example, they are doctor or nurses. Since they don't have any knowledge or they have little knowledge about the chemistry of the drug, therefore sometimes it becomes difficult, or you can say they may commit some mistakes in the proper selection of the drug. So during this presentation, I will try to enlighten how the knowledge of chemistry can be helpful to optimize the drug therapy, how the knowledge of chemistry can be useful to avoid drug-drug interaction and drug-food interaction and storage of the drugs. And as already spoken by the previous speakers, they have already enlightened us about the general role of the pharmacist in global health. For example, Dr. Abdul Khalik, patient-related research areas, irrational use of drugs by Dr. Alka Ahuja, regulatory aspect of the drug in the previous presentation, public education, quality parameters of a drug. So most of the things have been covered in the previous presentations. Therefore, My presentation will specifically cover the role of pharmaceutical chemist in healthcare system apart from the research and development. Generally, we think pharmaceutical chemistry is mainly related to research, drug and development. Yani the role of a medicinal chemist is to deliver the drugs, to prepare the drugs. But now that scenario is changing. So we have to go beyond this. Now the clinical pharmacists are replacing the existing pharmacist. Therefore, it becomes essential to correlate the chemistry with the therapeutic decision making and participate as an active member of the healthcare team. Therefore, I have prepared this presentation keeping the majority of the audience in mind, especially with the students. Am I audible to everyone? Yes,
doctor.
Okay, so first we will start with the definition of medicinal chemistry and
Sir, I
pharmaceutical
am
chemistry.
sorry, would like to interrupt. There is some issue with your video. The screen is flashing. So if you,
Flickering.
yeah, it's flickering. Yeah. So if you can just check once again.
Now it was stationary actually.
नहीं वो हिल रहा है. हाँ फिर से करो.
अब लगाओ इमरान.
Now is it okay?
No, it's again flickering. Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Screening is coming?
Yeah.
Okay. So shall I start?
But it is changing again and again. It's not stationary.
So please check whether your charger is connected with this. You can remove your charger, or you can check whether any key is pressed, like control alt anything.
पार्किंग तो नहीं हो रही है ना.
So now everything is okay from my side. There is no key which is pressed. The charger has been removed.
अब तो better हो
So
गया.
now I am the
Better.
slide of the
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Now it's okay?
Yeah.
Shall I start?
Please go ahead, Dr. Imran.
Start, yes. Without chemistry, we
Okay.
cannot do anything.
No.
I am telling you, I talk
Chemistry
about
is
it.
very important subject.
Yeah, I know it.
Yes.
I'll tell you later.
Therefore, the medicinal chemistry is concerned with the invention, discovery, design, identification, and preparation of biologically active compounds, the study of their metabolism, the interpretation of their mode of action at the molecular level, and the construction of the structure-activity relationship. When we combine medicinal chemistry with development, manufacture, and analysis of drug products, it becomes pharmaceutical chemistry. This definition is according to International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry. Pharmaceutical care, very important term. This term was coined in 1990 by Helper. Before this, people were not thinking about clinical pharmacists. People were not aware about the importance of pharmacists in pharmaceutical care. Nowadays, the mission of the pharmacist is to provide pharmaceutical care. What is pharmaceutical care? Pharmaceutical care is the direct responsible provision of medication related care for the purpose of achieving definite outcomes that improve a patient's quality of life. In general, we can say that pharmaceutical encompasses all the provisions of pharmacy, whether it is chemistry, pharmaceutics, pharmacology. The knowledge of these subjects will be used to provide the best patient care that can improve the quality of the life of patient. Pharmaceutical care requires an expert knowledge of therapeutics and pharmacology. a good understanding of the disease process, knowledge of the drug products, strong communication skills, drug monitoring, drug information, therapeutic planning skills. If we see the syllabus of our pharmacy curriculum, then we will find that we study almost all the subjects. In our pharmacy, we study pharmacology. In our pharmacy, we study pathophysiology. Then we have pharmaceutics. Then we have drug discovery development. Then we have chemistry and pharmacology, biochemistry. Basically, pharmacy is a bunch of many disciplines. Therefore, pharmaceutical care is.
Sorry to intervene, Dr. Imran, your voice is breaking a lot.
My voice is clear.
Slides are okay now. Slides are okay, but now your voice is breaking and we are unable to understand what you are saying. Sorry for intervening, but we need to understand what you are saying. It's very important. No, we can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
Now my voice is clear?
Yes, much better, much better.
Okay, so now I will speak using my mobile and you can see the screen.
But sir, there is an echo.
I would request to mute yourself from your laptop, sir.
Yes, I will mute myself. Hello?
Yes, sir.
My screen has gone from the laptop.
Sir, actually, I think you have left from there, rejoined from there. That is the thing, because you didn't muted yourself. I think you left that.
Okay, I will join within 5 minutes.
Sure, sir. Sure. Okay. Sure, sir.
Thank you. चश्मा लाया वहीं पर था प्लीज जेके को बोलो ना जेके दे जाएगा
तब तक चाय पिलाओ सबको
डिजिटल टी जूम टी
वर्चुअल टी
यस बट फ्रैंकली मैंने अभी एक कप ली है I could not offer but I have taken.
That's bad.
I accept and apologize.
No. We are sitting at home. We just had lunch.
I'm having that mind food today. So much of learning and so much of things which are
you're on mute, sir. Sir, you're on mute. Dr. Khar, you're on mute, sir.
Sir, please unmute yourself, Dr. Khar. Welcome, Dr. Kanchan, Dr. Neelam Singla also I could see. Ma'am has joined. Wonderful day. Dr. Sanjay Banerjee, Dr. Manish Ahuja, Bhargav sir, wonderful to see you all. And really waiting for the more Varsha of knowledge today from all of you. That's a wonderful day, I must say. The best Pharmacist Day in my life being celebrated with all dignitaries and my gurus and just be in the knowledge session throughout the day.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Dr. Imran, we are waiting for you.
Got it.
Shall we go ahead with the next session by the time Dr. Imran joins?
हाँ कंचन जी तो आ गए हैं, बस शुरू कर लो और क्या.
Yes, ma'am.
Huh?
Yes. Now I thank all the panelists and speakers of this scientific session. Our attendees and delegate will gain much from your talk. We believe that each word of your knowledge will be beneficial to everyone. Now I call Akriti to take you to next session. Over to you, Akriti.
अब मैं चाय पीने जाऊंगा.
Thank you, Dr. Shabnam, for such an engaging section. I hope the participants enjoyed the explanation and got a better understanding regarding the topic. Moving towards the last section, that is valedictory session, I would like to invite Dr. Gufran Ajmal to the dais. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Akriti. A very good afternoon to all of you. This is Dr. Gufran Ajmal, and currently I am working as assistant professor at APJ Satya University, and it's my privilege to carry forward this valedictory session. First of all, I would like to inform you that Dr. Kanchan Kohli ma'am will be the panelist of this session. So I would like to give a brief introduction about the Dr. Kanchan Kohli ma'am. Dr. Kanchan Kohli ma'am is an associate professor at Department of Home Studies, Jamia Hamdard University, and he has also served as head of the department previously. And she has around 35-year teaching experience, and she has around 13 Indian patent, and more than 100 publications in various reputed journals and international journals. And she has also received various awards like PG Research Award, Best Project Award, UGC AICT Research Grant, and FIP Congress Travel Grant. And she has also various professional and affiliations like life member of Indian Pharmaceutical Association, Indian Pharmaceutical Graduate Association, and she has also research collaboration with Arboro Pharmaceutical Limited. So with these words, I would like to invite our first speaker of this valedictory session, that is Dr. Sanjay Kumar Banerjee. And I would like to introduce Dr. Sanjay Kumar Banerjee. He's an associate professor at NIPER Guwahati in the Department of Biotechnology. And he did his B Pharm and M Pharm from the Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and a PhD program from the AIMS. And he has been associated with the various institutes and universities like New York University, New York State University, University of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad, as a fellow of Ramalingam Swami. And he has 8 patents and 122 publications in various international journals. And he also received various awards such as Fast Track Young Scientist Award, American Heart Association Fellowship, Best Postdoc Award from the University of Pittsburgh, Ramalingam Swami Fellowship from DBT, Professor Sailendra Kumar Vajpayee Award from Indian Society of Hypertension. And today he will be talking about the scope and the future of pharmacology, especially emphasis on the drug discovery. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Sanjay Kumar Banerjee. Sanjay sir, now it's over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this introduction. I think first I like to wish you happy Pharmacist Day to all of you. I think we all pharmacy people are together and we are enjoying, pharmacy research and our profession. Thank you to Professor Anupam Diwan for inviting me. Thank you to the organizer and APJ Sotya for giving me this platform. So I am now going to share my slides and so please let me know if you can see the slides. Can you see the slides? My first slides? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can see your slides, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So today I'm going to talk about scope and future of pharmacology, special emphasis on drug discovery. So I realize that most of the today listeners are from student and from B Pharm, M Pharm backgrounds. So keeping in mind, I keep these topics so that they get some encouragement. They can realize the importance of the subject. This is one of the pharmacy subject, pharmacology, and my experience lasts several years from my PhD and my postdoc in USA, and the last 10 years working in CSR Institute, DBT Institute, and right now at NIPAR. I realized that what is my experience, and also some achievement of my group also I'm going to share, and I'm going to talk about pharmacology and its scope. So you all know, this is for student. Actually, when you talk about pharmacology, that means you are testing one substance or drug in vivo systems to finding its efficacy or toxicity, so that we can understand the effect of any foreign molecule inside of the body. So yeah, I'm trying to go to my next one. Yeah. So when you talk about postgraduate courses, pharmacology is a kind of is a specialization we do after bachelor degree. So there are different courses there for pharmacology. We have MD pharmacology. So who have completed MBBS, they generally go for MD pharmacology. And then we have a MPharm pharmacology who are from pharmacy background. So they can do this specialization in pharmacology, toxicology. Then also in veterinary courses, they also go for pharmacology, toxicology. And also there are a few courses in different universities, including AIMS and PGI Chandigarh. They have MSc pharmacology and medical pharmacology. So if you want to think about, okay, I want to be good pharmacology or pharmacologist, so what do you have your knowledge in the subject. So two important subject you have to be very good before you consider you will be going to pharmacology or you want to be pharmacologist. So physiology and biochemistry, because as I said, pharmacology is you are applying one substance or drug inside of the body. So physiology of the human body is very important, because different kind of system, cardiovascular, renal, CNS, all those system, how in the body, in a physiology work, you have to know this. And at the same time, you also know the biochemistry, because when a drug bind to the receptor or inhibit the enzymes, how the secondary messenger pathway, how the signaling pathway works, how body metabolism works. If you know these two subject very well, physiology and biochemistry, and you will become good pharmacologist. Because pharmacology came basically when we read pharmacology, we saw that most of the things came from physiology and biochemistry. If you have good understanding, I think it's very easy for you to understand pharmacology. And what is the application? If you have become a good pharmacology, we can support two important field in pharmacy. One is medicinal chemistry, because medicinal chemistry, they develop a lot of drug molecule, natural product, and all these things that now they need a pharmacologist who can test their molecule in vitro and in vivo. So so you can be part of the drug discovery and supporting medicinal chemistry to get the efficacy of the drug or finding the drug is binding to particular receptors, enzymes, all these things. Then another important field is pharmaceutics. Why? Because pharmaceutics mostly they talk about dosage form and the delivery system. So when you make a one substance and then ultimately you have to deliver it. So pharmaceutics people, they need the support again from pharmacology, because when you think about delivery, you have to think about in vivo. So in vivo you need animal, or you can when try to clinical point of view in humans. So I think they are very close related to each other. When I think about if someone is pharmacology, so he understand physiology, understand biochemistry, he should having a good experience on to work with the medicinal chemistry and pharmaceutics. So now three important domain are there in pharmacology. One is academics, who all are basically in university research institute. So we are always involved with the academics activity with teaching, and always give all information related to drugs and their effect, efficacy, toxicity. At the same time, we also do research. So where basically we need to test different substance, finding out the molecular mechanism. And another part of is industry, which is very important. So whatever drug we are taking today, so those basically has to available in the market, and industries bring those molecule to the market by doing different test and procedure and steps. So industry play very important roles, and but academics role basically to make a manpower for futures. So who are doing VFarm, MFarm, so academics, they have to give a good training, so that we can make a good manpower for future industries as well as who are doing hardcore research. So when you talk about pharmacology, what are the different things we need to learn during the post graduation education? One is basic research. I'll talk one by one all these things. What is basic research? Then experimental pharmacology. So experimental pharmacology and pharmacokinetics, they are come together as a same preclinical pharmacology, or you can talk about experimental pharmacology. Then coming to pharmacovigilance, there's a lot of job opportunity. I'll talk about what is pharmacovigilance. Then clinical pharmacology, mostly MD pharmacology play important role, but there's not availability of a lot of MD pharmacology. So MPharm pharmacology having a very good scope in clinical pharmacology if they having a good training. Then therapeutic drug monitoring. So I'll talk all of this one by one. So the first one, I talk about basic research. So until unless you do research, your master degree, you not understand what is basic research. Now I try to give a example of the present scenario. We all are affected by the present epidemic, all these situations like SARS-CoV-2, that endemic situation of the way it's spreading the disease. So how basically so when you think about, we need drugs to treat the patients, or we need vaccines. So first things what we need to know, the understanding of this SARS-CoV-2 virus. So how the virus is different from other virus, what is the structure, what is the genome, and what could be the target. Now if I make a drug molecule, whether drug should be target to the membrane, some of the the structural protein, or it could bind to the some polymerase enzymes inside of the virus, or it could inhibit their replication. So there are different targets is there. So until unless you understand the the virus, understand the their genome structure, and their different strains, some of the strain are very lethal, some of the less lethal. So understanding the virus is very important before you think about any vaccine to bring to the market, or any drugs molecule come to the market. So this is called basic research. So a lot of virologists, a lot of who are involved in a basic research, they're working hard to bring all this information, so that industries and who are doing applied research, they can make diagnostic kit, they can make candidate therapeutics, or they can bring candidate vaccines. So next part, I'm going to discuss about different pipelines of drug discovery and development, and there are different stages are there. You can look into this chart. It started with a with a basic research. When any pharmaceutical company or they want to start with a drug discovery program, the first they have to find a disease, what disease they want to work. It is a diabetes, it is a heart failure, it is a Parkinson, or what kind of disease. So once you know the disease, so next part you have to understand the basic research already happened, or what kind of basic research you have to do to start your drug discovery program. Because you have to know all kind of research have been done in this particular disease. What is the drug already in the market, what are the different targets are being explored now, what's the problem with those target, and what is the new kind of drug or target you can bring about. So all these things you have to think very early stage of your drug discovery, and here a lot of basic scientists involved, which including pharmacologists and molecular biologists and a lot of other field. So once you know the basic target, so next part actually you to think about preclinical point of view, or maybe you can talk about early discovery. You'll be having a lot of molecule or which you need to find a best molecule to which will be bind to the target, and then look into the animal preclinical study. And once preclinical study is over, you get a good data. We go for IND, investigational new drug application, where you can basically in this stage you basically asking FDA for clinical development. So that molecule on the basis of your data, on preclinical data, that FDA can approve for your drug to then go to the next step is the clinical development point. There are different phases is there: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 studies. Then once you finish all this study, you are going to a new drug application for this molecule. FDA again, this is a FDA review. You have to submit all clinical data. Once the FDA reviews, it takes sometimes years, 1 and 2 years. Once it's complete, you get FDA approval. So again, the drug discovery step is not finished out here, because once the drug come to the market, you have to go for another few years post-marketing monitoring or surveillance. You have to look how the drug basically behaving or in the market, how the patients getting affected, any adverse effect, or any kind of reports coming from market that has to be reported to the authority. So these are the different stages. So I'm to go more details. If you look actually in the early drug discovery program, what we basically do into it. So early drug discovery program, I identify a new target. So we have to develop a drug molecule. So you need to know the protein structure, how the protein structure in 3D, what is the binding site, which part drug should bind. You have to identify all these things. Then you have to validate whether this target is really cause the disease or have any effect on modulation of the disease. Suppose if you think about toll-like receptor 4 is a target for inflammation. So if you remove the TLR4 from the animal, so it will not show any inflammation. So if you can develop kind of animal model removing, like we call knockout or sometimes overexpression, see that how this target really important for developing the disease. So we have to identify, then you have to validate, then you have to do about hit discovery. So you're having a synthesize a lot of molecule, and you have to do those molecule for screen in cell lines, or sometimes in silico also, because when you're having a lot of molecules, before you go for in vitro assay system, you try in silico and then choose some of the molecule to in vitro assay. And sometimes we use high throughput screening. When a lot of molecule, high throughput screening, you can go for a several thousand molecule in a single platform, and from there you choose some of the molecule which are called hit. So if those molecules show some good effect, from there again you can look the best molecule which is called lead, and then lead molecule go for little bit modification to make a much better molecule called lead optimization. So the first stage is very important, and we remember that even a lot of academic institute, they are also working in this early drug discovery program, because we having a people or the facility available in different research institute, universities, academic institute, where we can do all these things, and we can identify a molecule. Sometimes we publish, sometimes we take patent all this molecule. So once you know that you got a lead molecule, so our next step to go to for preclinical studies. we go for in vivo, in vitro, and ex vivo assays. So I hope you will know all these terms. And ex vivo, when we bring the tissues or the organ outside of the body, and we do some test, is called ex vivo. And we go for adsorption, the distribution, metabolism, and elimination (ADME) study, which is very important, called pharmacokinetic study, how the drug behave in the body, how they distribute, how long they stay in the body, their T-half, how 50% time to to reduce the blood concentration. And then once we look all these things, called proof of concept is done. So we think about delivery. It could be oral route, subcutaneous, sublingual, whatever the best route. We have to finding out formulation development. The pharmaceutics play a very important role to look into the bioavailability, all these things. Dose range finding, what is the best dose. You have tried several doses and choose the best dose for the efficacy, but you should not show any toxicity. And then you have to think about IND filing. And clinical development also, you having a phase 1 study where you basically look the molecule having any like toxicity, or we look the kinetics point of view, how long the drug stay in the body. And then phase 2, where you can go for efficacy study. We don't cross more than like 400 patients around this phase 2 study. We just to see the efficacy of this molecule. And phase 3, we go for 1,000 patients. And then where we basically go for a multi-center study, where we look that how molecule working or efficacy in different places. Is not a one place. So here actually you get the idea whether molecule having a effect in wide variation of the population. So, and all after completion of this phase 3 study, you apply for NDA, new drug application, where we get go for few years. For sometimes they give comments, you have to come back and get data and submit to the FDA again. So once you get approval, so next drug come to the market. And I talk about then post marketing monitoring or surveillance, where the drug again you have to monitor for several years. Now, why I talk all these things today? Because first thing, all pharmacy student, VPharm and MPharm, okay, they play a role in different kind of their profession, all different kind of their activities. But if you want to be part of drug discovery program, you want to know all these steps, and every steps need a huge number of people who are trained, who understand the subject, and who have interest also to support drug discovery program. So when you talk preclinical study and experimental pharmacology, mostly animal study, which is the strength of pharmacology. Now, when you do MPharm in pharmacology, you will learn how to handle animals, mice, rats, hamster, all these animals you will learn, and they deals mostly the efficacy as well as the toxicity. So we have to find out the therapeutic agent suitable for the human use. So ultimate aim, basically, we are not working for animals, not working to basically see the efficacy in animal. Ultimate, it has to translate to the human, because your data, what you are generating, someday it will go to the human. So how good data you are developing here, that will helps you to take a decision to go to the human level. Then look into the toxicity study. Drugs should be safe, because most of the cases drug might show efficacy, but long run it shows a lot of toxicity. You should consider that the drug should be very much safe. So there are also toxicity study and there are safety studies. So people look into it and then they come up to a decision. Yes, the drug is safe and good efficacy. And then another important thing, which is also we do in academics, that how the drug works. What is the mechanism of the actions? Once the drug enters to the body, whether it binds to any receptor, bind to any enzymes, bind to DNA, inhibit certain metabolic pathway, or how it works. So those mechanistic is very important to know, because that will tell you whether this is an off-target effect or on-target effect, or whether if you can find a target also, that whether it is really binding to a target, not binding to the off-target, that is really helps you. And in this study, preclinical study, as I said, kinetics also part of it, absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion. This all are data generally we generate in animals. We look the potential benefit and mechanism of actions. We find the best dose and the route of administration. We try to find out any side effects we are getting from an animal study, whether any gender or age differences, because most of the time when you do animal study in laboratory also, we try to take a same gender. Like if we choose a male, we try to do most of the all experiment in the male. If we choose a female, we do female, all our experiment. Why? Because if we put both like 50-50, we get a lot of variation. So gender variation is matters a lot. So you have to look into it, and age variation. So sometimes the drug is very effective when you take a younger population, but when you go for a aged population, drug is not that much efficacy. So to understand whether that affects because of the absorption, distribution, metabolism, or that the the targets or the enzymes that expression has changed, whether or the drug binding is not happening. So all, or if the protein also changed or modified because of the age, because a lot of post-translation modification happening, like glycation, acetylation, ubiquitination. So whether because of those modifications, drug binding also affected. We have to understand this in the animal model first. Interaction with other treatments, suppose most of the cases in for pharmacology, very important, whether drug-drug interaction, whether you are giving a drug, whether that is can be safe with another drugs. So that is another important area for pharmacology to understand drug-drug interaction, effectiveness compared to similar drugs. So always when do study, we try to compare with the standard drugs. It could be what is already approved by FDA, and how your drug is better, or how comparable your efficacy and toxicity with a standard drugs. That will tell you whether you should go forward or not. So so experimental pharmacology mostly deal with the animal, and when you talk about clinical pharmacology, deal with humans. So the term coined by Harry Gold in 1950s, and this is basically something where we could do where we basically collaborate with a basic pharmacologist, with a clinical pharmacologist, or where actually we take help of clinicians to look our basic data to show that yes, that this data really can translate to the human, and how to initiate, how to design the experiment, what is the criteria to using those patients. So those part has to be work with the clinical pharmacology people, who are mostly MD pharmacologists, but sometimes a lot of MPharm pharmacology also involved into it, who knows how to do clinical study, how to design a study. So that way it is really good to having some knowledge on this. So now coming to therapeutic drug monitoring. So I hope you people are there, is it? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Hello. So you, oh, sorry. Sometimes I am talking from one side. I am feeling that, okay, maybe you people are there
No,
or not.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So now therapeutic drug monitoring. So this is another area, because a lot of drugs, they're having a very safety, low safety margins. So we, when from pharmacy, I think we found we learn it, therapeutic index, the word. And when you with low margins, especially warfarin, some antidepressant drug, lithium, if you cross certain level in the blood, it causes a toxicity. If you not cross the minimum level, it don't show efficacy. So I remember during my PhD at AIMS, a lot of samples come from patients, and they ask us to test this, patients. We have given these drugs, test their concentration. So that will tell them that whether that drugs reaching to the right concentration or not, and that helps them whether they'll continue the drug to the patient for long run or not. So the drug monitoring in patients, those drugs which having a low therapeutic index, or those having a lot of side effect, and their doctors are not sure about the efficacy, so they always take help of pharmacologist to test the drug in the patients and tell that yes, they are reaching the right concentration. Then the pharmacovigilance. This is another important area, because a lot of jobs are there in these topics, pharmacovigilance. And especially a lot of BPharm people get a job, MPharm people, pharmacologist. And I'm going to talk more about pharmacovigilance. That is a term actually came from pharmacon, which means drugs, and vigilier means to keep watch. So as I talk about your after the drug approved by FDA and it is in the market, so several years it has to you have to look whether the drugs it's showing any adverse effect of patient or not. So so there is a team who are working to observe whether any new drugs come to the market that's showing any adverse effect or not. If there come any adverse effect, whether this is because of the drug or something else, whether because of drug-drug interaction, whether some other environmental effect or genetic effect, so they look all this and then they report to the authority. So this is a very important subject to actually to keep records all this adverse effect of a drug. So that the definition is the of pharmacovigilance is the science and activities relating to detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of adverse effect or any other possible drug-related problems. So adverse drug reactions generally is the fourth most common cause of death in US. Okay, that's reported in 1990. So you can understand that if that it is a lot of people are dying because of adverse drug reaction, and there are a lot of insurance companies are there who basically pay a lot of money if some patients die. So that's the reason they have to monitor the patients and look that whether the effect are happening because of drug or not. That's why pharmacovigilance play a very important role, and they are a huge number of people they involved in this kind of study. So what's their main role? To first to identify, quantify, and document drug related problems. They contribute to reduce the risks of drug related problems in healthcare systems. You should know how if there's any drug showing adverse effects, you should also tell or report what time or how you'll take the drugs, you not see any adverse effect. And to increase the knowledge and understanding of factors and mechanism which are responsible for drug related injuries. So that's also important, and they also try to find out if showing adverse effect, is there any factors involved or what is the mechanism behind this adverse effect. Now coming to the some special domain where jobs are coming, and I think pharmacologists should know. One is pharmacoeconomics, pharmacoepidemiology, and chronopharmacology. These are three important topics nowadays. A lot of jobs are there, and a lot of pharmacology people, they really can look forward to make their career. So pharmacoeconomics is a branch of health economics which particularly focuses upon the cost and benefit of drug therapy. It is an innovative method that aims to decrease health expenditure while optimizing healthcare results. So when you give a drugs to, or when a drugs come to the market, you should know that whether that drug is price wise whether similar to the other drugs, how long you are giving drug, what is the total cost of that during the your course of the treatment. So and how what are the other side effects, adverse effects. You should consider everything, and then you can see that how good the drug compared to the your competitive drugs. So that involves two major methodologies. They do go for cost analysis and cost outcome. So cost analysis basically consider the cost of providing healthcare products or services. So suppose if I giving a make a drugs and that drug treatment for 3 months, and another person make a drugs and which go for 2 month treatment, and 2 month treatment, but their drug cost is very high. So ultimate cost is coming much more to them. So you have to do the analysis of the cost for the treatment and also the cost outcome. So there are different way of they go for cost outcome, the cost minimization analysis, go for cost effectiveness analysis, cost benefit analysis, as well as cost utility analysis. Now the pharmacoepidemiology, when you talk about epidemiology, it is a basically geographical distribution and how that basically change the distribution and effects and all these things. So when you talk about drug, so it is how the drug behavior change in different populations. So this is a basically combination of epidemiology as well as clinical pharmacology together. So the pharmacoepidemiology is a study of drug among people, and it's a study to use effect of drugs in large number of persons. Certain kind of drugs, sometimes it will show that look that some beta blocker, they are very much effective in Asian population, they're not very effective in African population. Certain kind of hypertensive drugs, they are very good effective suppose in American population but not effective in Asian population. So you need to know these things, and according to that you can highlight or you can make a strategy to bring your product part of So as I said, this is a basically application of epidemiology, reasoning methods, and knowledge to the study of uses and effects of drug in human population. So it basically two subjects they merge together and they make the epidemiology, clinical pharmacology versus epidemiology. So those people don't want to work at bench, don't want to work in the lab whole day. They can choose this, as one of their career. So chronopharmacology, it is again is a future, and because a lot of drugs they work in particular time. If you take the drug in the morning, this was the best efficacy. Some of the drugs might be work best when you take at evening. So how your body rhythm or your drug effect change because of your rhythm of your hormones and so many other gene or protein expression that change the efficacy of the drugs. So like H2 blockers should taken in evening or early night when acid secretion is increasing. So we realize the timing of the drugs. Suppose you have to take one drug in a whole day. So what is the good time? Whether go in the morning, whether go at noon or afternoon or evening or night. So those is very important because different time, different hormones are changed in the body, different kind of protein level that change, their enzyme expression change. So how you consider all those things in the human body, those changes with the drug effect. So chronopharmacology again, is a future and a lot of things are coming. So now I have to talk about new dimension of pharmacology, because if you see that how biotechnology came up in last 35 years, and how biotechnology taking over one by one drug in the market. Because previously you always think that when you talk about molecule is a small molecules. Okay, small molecules is made by carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, all these things. Okay, fine. And they are basically synthetic molecule or natural product, fine. But nowadays molecules are very big. They are not a small molecule, they're a big molecule. So what are they? They are basically monoclonal antibody, lot of peptides, proteins, which are basically we are making by recombinant technology. You know very well that how insulin, one of the recombinant product we made from E. coli bacteria, and that is changed the biotechnology. A lot of drugs that came through recombinant technology. And this is the slide I like to tell you that this is expected the top best selling drugs in 2025. And if you look the 10 drugs name, and I put some yellow highlights. So these drugs basically are biotechnology product. Why biotechnology product? They are monoclonal antibody, or they are some proteins or peptides, and who are going to be that market in a top selling market in the next few years, 5 years, or already there several biotech products are there in the market. So now concept has changed. So they are realize that lot of small molecules they which are not able to manage a lot of diseases, like especially rheumatoid arthritis, or psoriasis, autoimmune disease, systemic lupus. So many diseases are there where we don't have any drug, small molecule. But a lot of monoclonal antibodies coming, peptides coming, which are really come to a big market, and they are very much effective. The first drug, Keytruda, is a monoclonal antibody against the programmed cell death receptor 1. So this is a cancer drugs, a lot of head and neck cancer, lungs cancer. So it is going to be the top selling drug in the next 5 years. So few more things about when you talk about pharmacology, it is not basically really same like as a pharmacology. It is now they merge with a lot of other subject. Is a omics subject, which is a genomics, proteomics, and metabolomics. We understand that until when a human body on drugs works, how your whole genome is different, how is your proteome different, how your metabolome different. That also give you some effect. Or also we can predict the disease early if you know your body metabolism or proteome and genomics. And if you can early predict of the disease, or you can understand the prognostic or of the disease, how the drug work in your body, okay, compared to the other person. So all personalized concept, precision medicine, all are depends on this omics approaches. Okay. Hello. So few more slides. I'm going to finish very fast. So pharmacogenomics and pharmacogenetics also the same things, and bioinformatics, nanomedicine. And now I like to tell you the few things that if you want to be good pharmacologist, need to good knowledge in physiology and biochemistry, develop skill to do in vitro, ex vivo, in vivo experiment, need to understand drug discovery, need to understand physicochemical properties, and regular interaction with clinician, keep update all these things. So now the career opportunity, I'll give few slides just to show you that there are several career opportunity, like who are want to go for a MPharm, PhD, all these things. They have a conventional academics pathway. Two of my students who have basically become assistant professor at institute, and then there's a drug discovery program. If you want to join in drug discovery program, they're having a drug development and post marketing. And this is a student who completes and after PhD in pharmacology, he joined in this kind of career. And there are job in vitro, in vivo, molecular biologist, PKPD, toxicologist. This is a basically hardcore pharmacology job. Beside hardcore pharmacology job, there are some job in drug development, like as I said, clinical pharmacologist, and a lot of job is there in clinical side, where you can become a clinical coordinator, clinical data manager, medical advisor, pharmacovigilance scientist, all this. I'm not going in details all this because there are a lot of jobs are there. Then post-marketing side also, there are several jobs like medical coding, marketing, medical information, those, because these jobs are don't know pharmacology people. Whenever it comes to the advertisement, they don't know whether they are fit into it or not. They are, I know, 100% fit in a pharmacology background. They need a people who understand drug discovery and they can give a training and they can part of it. The another actually that the name of the job is medical science liaisons. They are the good academics people who basically choose a important subject for drug discovery. They are having a good link with the academician and good player in drug discovery. So they are another good job but this job need a PhD. And another few job my two students joined recently, though those are scientific science communication and grant advisor. So different funding agency like DB12 come, they will take you if you have a good background of pharmacology. And the last part, pharmacology people, again, not pharmacology, any pharmacy people, if you think about entrepreneurships, because the healthcare system is changing a lot, you having a huge, scope. If you can think anything to contribute in this health science, so a lot of young people now coming up to start their own entrepreneurship. And thank you very much. Thank you for giving me time.
So thank you, Dr. Sanjay Banerjee, for giving us such knowledgeable information, and not only knowledgeable, but a very basic information on the scope of pharmacology. And now I think Dr. Imran has resolved his internet issue. So I would like to invite Dr. Imran for completing his session. Dr. Imran. Dr. Imran, sir, are you there?
So you need to unmute yourself, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Yes, sir.
I am ready, but before that, Dr. Sanjay needs to exit from the screen.
Okay.
I think now it is clear.
Yes, sir.
Voice is clear.
Yes, sir.
I am very sorry that for the problem. So we can start. Once again, I would like to thank the organizer of this event to invite me to deliver a talk on the occasion of World's Pharmacist Day. So in this occasion, I will talk about the role of pharmaceutical chemist in healthcare system. Generally, people think that chemistry is of little use in healthcare system. For example, when we are going to hospital, so majority of people are from the medical background, doctor, nurses, etc. If we see the curriculum of those medical professions, then we will see that there is no chemistry involved in medical sciences. Therefore, it becomes necessary for the pharmacist to use the knowledge of the chemistry
to improve the drug therapy and to become an active member of the drug therapeutic decision making committee. Or so in the previous session, the speakers have already enlightened about the general role of pharmacist in global health, patient-related research area, irrational use of drugs, regulatory aspect of drugs, public education, quality parameters of a drug, etc. And in the very last presentation, the speaker has talked about drug discovery and development. Therefore, my presentation will specifically be directed to the role of pharmaceutical chemist in the healthcare system apart from the research and development. If we see the definition of medicinal chemistry and pharmaceutical chemistry, it looks like that the medicinal chemist and pharmaceutical chemist is mainly responsible for the discovery of the drug. But this is not the case. Now the time is changing. The medicinal chemists are going beyond the drug discovery and they are actively participating in the drug therapy decision. And I have prepared this presentation keeping the majority of the audience in mind, especially for the students. So we have already discussed what is medicinal chemistry. It involves the invention, discovery, design, identification, and preparation of biologically active compounds, the study of their metabolism, the interpretation of their mode of action at the molecular level, and the construction of the structure-activity relationship. So this is the definition according to International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry. When we combine medicinal chemistry with the development, manufacture, and analysis of drug, it becomes pharmaceutical chemistry. Now we come to the most important term which is related to the patient care, and that the term is pharmaceutical care. The term pharmaceutical care was coined in 1990 by helper. Before that, there was no concept of clinical pharmacist or pharmacy practice. So according to American Society of Health System pharmaceutical care is the direct responsible provision of medication related care for the purpose of achieving definite outcomes that improve a patient's quality of life. So in general, we can say that a pharmacist will use the knowledge of all the pharmacy subjects which he has studied. He has studied chemistry, he has studied pharmacology, he has studied pharmacognosy, he has studied therapeutics, he has studied pharmaceutics. So now he will use the knowledge of all these subjects to provide the best patient care. And in general, this is called as pharmaceutical care. Pharmaceutical care requires an expert knowledge of therapeutics and pharmacology, a good understanding of disease, that is, for example, pathophysiology, knowledge of the drug products, for example, different dosage forms, strong communication skills so that he can interact with the patient very easily, drug monitoring, for example, it is required to avoid the toxic effects of the drug information, the latest drug information about the drug product, and therapeutic planning skills. So these are the areas in which the pharmacist should have very good knowledge. And good thing is that in pharmacy, we study all these subjects. Now we come to the role of pharmaceutical chemist in healthcare system. One of the most important role of pharmaceutical chemist is to participate in the therapeutic decision making. To participate in the therapeutic decision making, the pharmacist should understand the chemical basis of drug action and behavior in vivo and in vitro, with an emphasis on the application of physicochemical properties, structure activity relationship, receptor binding, and metabolism. When a pharmaceutical chemist is trying to correlate the physicochemical properties of the drug, structure activity, relationship of the drug mechanism of action, and knowledge of its metabolism to improve the drug therapy, he becomes a very good addition to the healthcare team. The pharmaceutical chemist is also responsible to avoid drug-drug interaction and drug food interaction, then he is also responsible for the storage of the drug and mixing of the drugs. Then quality control of the drug is another important parameter that also comes under the domain of pharmaceutical chemistry. Then toxicity treatment in emergency cases. So we will understand at least one case for all these points. So number one is storage of drug. The chemistry of drug helps us to understand the storage condition of the medicine. For example, aspirin. Aspirin should not be kept in a moisture in an environment where moisture is present. The reason is that it is an ester drug, it will be easily hydrolyzed. Similarly, phenytoin sodium. Phenytoin is an acidic drug, therefore we prepare sodium salt of the drug. Phenytoin sodium is soluble in water, but phenytoin is not soluble in water. Phenytoin sodium is marketed as capsule. Therefore, we should keep the capsule of phenytoin sodium away from air. In air, carbon dioxide is present. Carbon dioxide can react with phenytoin sodium and it can break the salt. Now, phenytoin sodium will become phenytoin. Phenytoin is having less water solubility, therefore, a decrease in the therapeutic effect of the drug will be observed. Yani the phenytoin capsule will not be able to show the therapeutic efficacy. Similarly, amitriptyline hydrochloride. Amitriptyline contains a double bond in its structure, and we know that alkenes are easily oxidized as compared to alkanes. So the double bond which is present in amitriptyline, it can be easily oxidized in the presence of sunlight. Therefore, amitriptyline hydrochloride solution should be kept away from direct sunlight. Similarly, dopamine and epinephrine. Dopamine and epinephrine are phenolic drugs. As a general rule, phenolic drugs are susceptible to oxidation in presence of sunlight. They will be oxidized easily. Therefore, the storage condition of all type of phenolic drugs should be keep away from direct sunlight. In these all these examples, the chemistry of the drug is playing an important role to understand the storage condition of the drugs. Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then another aspect where pharmaceutical chemist helps in the patient care is mixing of the drug. Let us consider the example of oxaliplatin. Oxaliplatin is stable in glucose, but it will degrade rapidly if we will use sodium chloride solution. Therefore, we should know that always we have to prepare oxaliplatin solution in 5% dextrose. We should not use normal saline solution. Same thing is for phenytoin sodium. If we are making phenytoin sodium solution in 5% dextrose, then the dextrose 5% dextrose has a lower pH. Therefore, there will be precipitation of the phenytoin in this solution. Then another example is morphine sulfate. Morphine sulfate, when the pH of the solution is increasing, morphine sulfate will break into insoluble morphine, and again there will be precipitation problem. Another example is ceftriaxone disodium. Disodium salt of ceftriaxone is marketed, but when it comes in contact with calcium, which may be present in food or in other drugs, it will rapidly convert to the calcium salt. The calcium salt is highly insoluble in water. The calcium salt may also be deposited in the kidney, and it can be nephrotoxic, especially in the children. Another example where mixing plays an important role is erythromycin. Erythromycin can be easily hydrolyzed in the presence of acidic drugs, for example, linezolid. Therefore, erythromycin solution should never be mixed with any acidic drug. Another aspect is quality control of the drugs. It is the duty of the pharmacist to ensure that quality medicine reach to the patient. Accordingly, the pharmacist should be aware of the quality parameters of the drug products. For example, the epinephrine injection is marketed as colorless injection, but if it is oxidized, its color will change. It will get pink color. So the pink coloration is indication that the quality of the injection has lots is quality and it should not be used. Same another example of quality parameters is ritonavir. Ritonavir was marketed in 1997, and within 1 year there were many reports about the quality of the capsule, and the reports were that the ritonavir capsule was not able to show its therapeutic efficacy. Then scientists started working on the problem and they identified that ritonavir exists in two polymorphic form 1 and polymorphic form 2. Now what was happening, the polymorph 1 was soluble in water, polymorph 2 was not soluble in water. So at wrong storage temperature, the polymorph 1 of ritonavir was converting into form 2 of ritonavir. Ritonavir 2 is not soluble in water, therefore there were problem of the therapeutic efficacy uh, of the capsule of ritonavir. Therefore, it is the duty of the pharmaceutical chemist to ensure the quality of the drug products that he is giving to the patients. Another aspect where chemistry can help in the patient management is toxicity treatment in emergency. Sometimes barbiturate poisoning takes place. For example, a patient is brought to you in emergency department with overdose of barbiturate drug. The pKa of this barbiturate drug is 8. The patient's urinary pH is 6. As a chemist of the healthcare team, it is your responsibility to know what to do. Would raising urinary pH to 7 or decreasing pH to 5 help this patient to recover? So this type of questions arise in emergency department. So in this case, if you know the chemistry, if you know the pKa value, if you know what is the importance of pH and importance of pKa, then you can easily solve this type of problem. For to solve this type of problem, we have to use Henderson-Hasselbalch equation. So when we will use this Henderson-Hasselbalch equation, we can easily identify that if we will increase the pH of the urine to 7, then the ionization of the drug will be more and the excretion of the drug will be more. So in this case, we have to increase the pH of the urine to 7. If we are decreasing the urine pH to 5, then there will be less ionization. So in this case, it is important to increase the urine pH to 7. Now we come to the case study where in the knowledge of the structure and knowledge of the functional group helps the pharmaceutical chemist to improve the drug therapy. So in this is the case, a refill prescription for naproxen sodium was called in by DR. DR is a patient who is training for an upcoming 10 kilometer race. So now there is a patient, he is taking naproxen and he is also preparing for a race of 10 kilometer. The last time he picked up his meds, he complained that even though he had dropped his weekly mileage, he was still experiencing mild pain in his left knee between doses of naproxen. Today, DR drops by the pharmacy to pick up his refill along with the several gallons of popular sports drink that contains a high concentration of sodium citrate. He consumes nearly a gallon of the sports drink daily. Now, this is the case where a person is preparing for a 10,000 kilometer race. He is taking naproxen to relieve his pain, but now he is complaining that when I was taking naproxen before, then it was good. But now what is happening? Between the doses of the naproxen, he is experiencing the pain in the knee. So what is the problem? Then as a pharmacist, you are asking him, what are you doing? Then he is telling you that he is taking a sports drink and he is taking about 3 to 4 liter of this sports drink regularly. And what is the constituent of this sports drink? It is sodium citrate. So now you have the structure of naproxen sodium, you have the pKa value of naproxen, you have the normal urine pH, and sodium citrate is indicated for metabolic acidosis. So this is the information available with the pharmacist. Now, if you know the chemistry, then you can easily identify that normal urine pH is 5 to 6. The drug is acidic in nature. It contains a carboxylic acid group. When he is drinking sodium citrate sports drink, then what is happening? His urine pH is increasing. His urine pH is increasing. Therefore, the rate of the ionization of naproxen is also increasing. Therefore, the rate of excretion of naproxen is increasing. Therefore, duration of action of naproxen is decreasing. So if you are a good medicinal chemist, you can easily identify this type of problem. So what will you suggest as a pharmacist? You will replace the existing carboxylic acid group containing drug with a non-acidic drug. So in this slide, there are 3 drugs. So ketoprofen, it has carboxylic acid group. Then etodolac, it also has carboxylic acid group. But in nebumetone, there is no carboxylic acid group. Therefore, if the patient wants to continue to use sports drink, we can change his naproxen with nebumetone. So in this way, we can avoid the problems faced by this patient. Is this clear? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's clear, sir.
Okay. Now we come to another case. This is related to ciprofloxacin. I understand everybody knows about this type of interaction. Mr. X was diagnosed with urinary tract infection and was prescribed ciprofloxacin. She went to a party with family and had a great dinner. Next morning, she felt heartburn and decided to take an antacid. And antacid was calcium carbonate. And she was planning to take calcium carbonate along with ciprofloxacin. So now this is the case, everybody is aware. Never take ciprofloxacin with any compound containing calcium. Avoid the use of ciprofloxacin with milk. So these are established fact. So same thing is happening here. If this lady will take ciprofloxacin with calcium carbonate containing antacid, so definitely there will be drug interaction. Ciprofloxacin will make a salt which is insoluble in water, and the therapeutic efficacy of ciprofloxacin will decrease. So this is a known fact. But as a medicinal chemist, as a pharmaceutical chemist, what is the important thing to remember here is the position of the group which are participating in the calcium salt formation. Okay, if we see, then carbonyl group is at ortho position to carboxylic acid group. So when these two groups are at ortho position to each other, then there is a chance that any drug that has these two groups at ortho position, they can make the complex with the calcium. So now this is another question. Provided below are structure of two drugs. Which of the drug has least propensity to interact with preparation or food containing divalent cation? So if you know the chemistry of ciprofloxacin, you can easily identify that compound 2 In compound 2, the carbonyl group and carboxylic groups are adjacent to each other. They are at orthoposition to each other. Therefore, compound 2 will react with calcium in the same way as ciprofloxacin was interacting. But in case of compound 3, these two groups are at metaposition. Therefore, compound 3 will have lesser propensity to interact with calcium. So in this way, you can identify which drug can interact with calcium containing food or drugs. Then another case study is about captopril. Captopril is antihypertensive agent. So case is like this: Mr. ABC approaches you at the prescription counter with a prescription for an ACE inhibitor, captopril. The structure is present in the on the screen. Okay, when you are reviewing the prescription, then you find that Mr. ABC was previously treated for hyperthyroidism 2 years ago, and he was taking propyl thiouracil for his hyperthyroidism. At that time, when Mr. ABC was taking propyl thiouracil, he was complaining of bad taste in his mouth, like really bad burnt garlic, and he was also developing rashes on his forearm. So now you can see the two structures of captopril and propyl thiouracil. So based on the patient history, you can correlate that when this patient was taking propyl thiouracil, he was having bad odor from his mouth, and he was also having allergy. So this is a clear cut case of sulfur allergy. Propyl thiouracil contains a sulfhydryl group. Same group is also present in captopril. So now you can easily identify that this patient is allergic to sulfur. Now doctor is prescribing him captopril for his current hypertension. So as a pharmacist, you will call to the doctor and you will explain that according to the patient history, this patient is allergic to sulfur, and these are the evidences, and you are writing captopril for the treatment of his current hypertension. Therefore, as a pharmacist, you are recommending to change captopril with enalapril or lisinopril. There is no sulfur in enalapril or lisinopril. Therefore, the doctor will listen to you, and he has to agree with you. Yani, this is the case where you are trying to improve the drug therapy. You are avoiding the use of a drug that can cause side effects to the patient. So based on this case study, now, considering the medication history of Mr. ABC, which of the following drug is supposed to cause bad taste in his mouth or develop a severe rash on his forearm? So these are two structures. One structure is for rivaroxaban. There is thiophene. Thiophene contains sulfur, but sulfur is part of the ring. It cannot react with in our body, but another structure has sulfhydryl group. It can react in our body molecules, and it can cause the side effects like captopril. Therefore, according to the patient history, we can change the drugs according to his need. And finally, the conclusion remark: if drugs are chemicals and pharmacists are drug experts, then pharmacists are the chemical experts of the healthcare team. A good knowledge of the chemistry of drug can make a substantial improvement in the drug therapy decision. It can be helpful in maintaining the efficacy of a drug. It can be helpful in ensuring the patient's safety. With this, I want to thank you. Thank you very much. If anybody has any question, he is welcome.
Okay, so if anyone has a question, No. So, thank you, Dr. Imran, for delivering such informative knowledge on the topic, that is the role of pharmaceutical chemist in healthcare system. And actually, this is a very basic information, and every person, I think, not only pharmacist, every person should acquire this knowledge everyday knowledge. So now I would like to invite Dr. Kanchan Kohli ma'am to give the concluding remark on both session. I mean, presented by Dr. Imran and Dr. Sanjay Kumar Banerjee. Dr. Kanchan Kohli ma'am. Dr. Kanchan Kohli ma'am.
Coming.
Hello.
Just a minute. Coming.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, okay, ma'am.
Coming.
Okay.
Just a minute. 1 minute. 1 minute, please. So, a very good evening to one and all. 1 minute, I'll start video also.
Good evening, ma'am.
Very good evening to one and all. And first and foremost, I would like to thank School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, APGA Satya University, for giving me this honor to interact with all these eminent speakers and budding pharmacists around the country on this auspicious day. So today we are having the World Pharmacist Day, and the Global Health in Journal emphasis on promoting health query among people on a global scale wherein. So I won't take much time now. I'll speak about the what I've heard from both the speakers, from Dr. Sanjay Banerjee and from Sanjay Banerjee. He has given a very good talk on like starting from drug discovery and development. And in drug discovery and development, he has told all the issues starting from the basic research and just filing the IND, all in between, all the parameters which we have to take care, that's the clinical development. In clinical development, we have to go for the phase 3 studies, phase 1, second and third, then the post marketing monitoring, FDA reviews, then ADM, IND application, filing the IND application. And he has a very good way, he has summarized all the parameters, and they were very clear. Even non-pharma people, they can understand very easily that how we have to go about this filing and new drug application, what are the various steps we have to take in between, starting from the basic research and just ending it or just launching the product into the market. What are the various steps like basic research, clinical data, then ADME, IND filing, FDA approval. Then he has very clearly given us the difference between the ADR and the side effects, and how we have to monitor various ADRs, like what are the various committees are there. We are having therapeutic drug monitoring committee. And again, I liked one, the very good slogan about that. There's the link, liked marriage of biotechnology and pharmacology. So it's very true. The without pharmacology, one cannot do anything. Whether we are from any discipline, we have to go for the pharmacological parameters. In fact, all parameters are very essential in our pharmacy. Whatever the pharmaceutics is there, there's the starting from the new drug delivery system and ending to the pharmacology. Every step is very important. And
Yes,
here,
ma'am.
besides the clinical pharmacist, here what the we are talking about the drug development, we are talking about the drug discovery today. The role of the pharmacist is very, very essential. So we can say, in addition to facilitating investigational drug studies in health systems, pharmacists have ensured timely drug delivery to the patient's bedsides. Pharmacists have also played a crucial role in reviewing or interpreting information for clinicians and providing accurate data about safe drug interaction, and adverse effects. In this,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, the important role of the pharmacist is there. And like in the case of the COVID-19, or we can say in the case of the corona, I mean, nowhere the pharmacists have played a very, I mean, the important role in somewhere. In if you just go to the rural sides or the rural, I mean, the village side, you won't find the physicians over there or the doctors over there. Only the pharmacists are giving all the services to the patients. They are not refusing anything, providing nursing, providing pharmacist care, providing physician care. All the care has been given by the pharmacist. So I just salute, and I've been the honored to have this profession, that's the pharmacy profession. And I really, for young buddies, I'll be having this slogan also, that our profession is a very good profession, and pharmacy profession is a very good profession. And we do have today the World Pharmacist Day, and we should celebrate in a nice way. And that what APGS universities and the other universities, they are celebrating it.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
regarding with Dr. Mohammad Imran's remarks, I'll definitely say yes, chemistry is very important branch, no doubt about it. Unless until new research molecule or the new drug molecule will not be there, we cannot move. I mean, without that drug molecule. So very nicely he has given his presentation, in which the importance of the chemistry part is there, and he is very professional way he has given us the case studies also, in which he has shown the importance of the pharmaceutical chemistry particularly. And finally,
Yes.
I'll conclude all the branches are important for us. Without not a with the they are all I mean the with each other. Without like husband and wife, they cannot survive without. Similarly, all the branches cannot survive with each other. So with these remarks, I'll see you can continue with the your program. I think
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Dr. Mohammad Imran and Dr. Sanjay Kumar Banerjee, sir. So with this, now I would like to invite our next speaker of this session, Dr. Neelam Singla, ma'am. So I would like to give a brief introduction about the Neelam Singla, ma'am. Neelam Singla is an alumnus of Punjab University, and she has a profound 24-year experience in academics and administration. And she has worked with various prestigious institutes like Delhi University and Inprastha University. And she has a very strong understanding and knowledge application of synthetic chemistry in pharmaceutical industries. And in 2019, she has started a custom synthesis lab along with an eminent scientist in Indian Institute of Chemical Technology at Hyderabad. And her mission is to nurture an ecosystem between academic and industrial research. Her core values are to act with integrity and ethical standard in business that affect human life. And today she will be talking about drug development process and career opportunities. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Singla ma'am. Singla ma'am, now it's over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and for the nice introduction. First,
thank you, ma'am.
I would like to thank the management of APJ and Dr. Anupama Devan for giving me this opportunity to share my views and guide pharmacy students on this special day for pharmacy professionals. I wish all happy Pharmacist Day. So
Thank you, ma'am.
In these challenging times of COVID-19, the world is looking at pharmaceuticals and especially the developments in India. What is the reason for this? The reason is there is a hope to bring a new vaccine or medicine to combat this pandemic. So pharma has taken the center stage, and it is not exaggerating to say that the social, economic, and the physical health of the world. Can you hear me?
Ma'am.
Okay.
But
something.
Yeah, you are audible.
Just one minute. I think something is there with the president. Okay. So pharma has taken a center stage, and it is not exaggerating to say that the physical, social, and economic health of the world, I can say, is heavily dependent on pharmaceuticals. This reinforces the role of our profession. It is the day to recognize the immense wealth of knowledge, expertise, resources, and efforts which goes into the manufacturing of these medicines. So today's session is on a very important aspect of bringing a new drug to the patient. India's growth story, how India is performing, and the career opportunities available for pharmacy professionals who have to start their professional journey. So each one of us, when this is for the students specifically, we think there are always questions in our mind regarding a new drug. So first question is, what is the meaning of a new drug in India and in developed nations? That is the United States, Europe, and Japan. What does this new drug means? Secondly, how India is presenting its capabilities and playing a key role through its affordable and high quality medicines. So we will deal with these questions more deeply through this presentation. I think after this, the students will get a perspective of Indian pharmaceutical industry, that what we people are doing in India, and you will get an idea about the research and development also. And I think the students can make informed choices about their career after listening to it. So before going into the process of development of drug, it is worth mentioning the names of regulatory agencies of different countries that play a key role in the process of development of the drug. United States Food and Drug Administration, which is very popularly known as US FDA. The Center for Drug Evaluation and Research is responsible for the evaluation of the drug and approval of the drug before the drugs can be made available to the patients. In Europe, it is European Medical Agency which is responsible for this activity and which is responsible for supervision and monitoring of the medicines. In Japan, it is PMDA, that is Japan Pharmaceuticals and Medical Devices Agency, which controls this, which reviews and regulates the drugs. Similarly, in India, it is SADISCO, that is Center Drug Standardization Control Organization in India. It is Department of Family and Health Welfare, which is in charge and accountable of reviewing the data and approving the drug products. So SADISCO controls the market authorization of the drug. So all these agencies work with a common objective. So this objective is to ensure safe and effective medicine should reach the patient. These agencies actually, they are not only the watchdogs, they are not only doing the job of policemen, but they also provide scientific and regulatory advice. They work with research institutions, they work with pharmaceutical companies to bring new treatments, and they ensure timely introduction of medicine for a patient or for a disease. So we will go back to the process of drug development, and we will try to understand in a very simplified way the different categories of new drugs, what new drug means. So what is new drug? New drug is submitted or proposed to the regulatory agencies through new drug application, that is known as NDA. It is a detailed document submitted to FDA in order to get their approval and bringing drug to the patient. For the sake of convenience, I am categorizing this, I am classifying this new drug product into different categories. So these are according to basically the complexity of the process also. First is new chemical entity, which we popularly call it as NCE. This refers to a new drug which has a new chemical compound and has not been approved earlier for any treatment. Means there is no other treatment or drug available in this category. So, for example, in these COVID-19 days, remdesivir, this compound is a new chemical entity. It is a new compound which has not been approved earlier for any other treatment. So, synthesis of a new chemical entity is the first step in the process of drug development process. But this process of translating a compound into a drug is a long, costly process and can take up to 5 to 15 years. And the cost can go minimum 15,000 crores or more than this. But after putting this painstaking efforts or by putting this much money and hard work, the success of bringing a new drug for the patient is very low. Second category of new drug is repurposing of drug. So companies are working on this. Repurposing means to find a new therapeutic use for the currently available or currently used drugs. Means to find a new purpose of a drug which is already existing. So testing of the old drugs for new chemical indications. For example, thalidomide. Thalidomide, it is a drug used for morning sickness. And now it is being used for bone marrow cancer. Hydroxychloroquine, we have already, this drug was in news for so many days and a well-known anti-malarial drug. It is now being used for arthritis and these days it is being tried for COVID-19. Third drug is new dosage form. New dosage form of the already existing approved drug. This is also a new drug. These are developed. Why these are developed? In view to increase the patient compliance and the treatment convenience by decreasing the dosing frequency. For example, pregabalin tablets. The medication, this is medication for epilepsy. The oral dose was thrice a day and then extended release formulations of this were prepared, were developed, which led to the decrease in the dose to once a day. So convenience of once a day enhances the patient compliance. Then decreasing or reducing the pill burden or developing combination of drugs. So pill burden is basically a major issue. It is a challenge for the patient as chronic diseases may need more than one type of multiple medication. So combining 2 or 3 drugs together will make the drug administration less complicated and therefore increase the compliance of the patient. You know, the aging population needs more medication. So efforts are being done to decrease or reduce the pill burden, and this led to the development of fixed dose combinations. For example, simvastatin and aspirin for coronary artery disease, it in a single tablet. Hypertension, everybody knows it is a major health concern. Doctors prescribe 2 medications with different mode of action. A fixed drug combination was developed, which was equally efficient as compared to the individual component. So I can give you example of Bivalsan. Bivalsan is used to treat blood pressure. It contains 2 drugs in it. 2 medications are there. One is nebivolol. Nebivolol is a beta blocker which decreases the heart rate. And valsartan it relaxes the blood vessel. Both the drugs act with different mode of action. So it is a angiotensin receptor blocker. So both the drugs are joined together and fixed drug combination is prepared, and that is approved by FDA. Next is route of administration. Route of administration is the path by which the drug is taken into the body. So different ways to create a pharmaceutical product is developed. For example, oral to topical, IV to oral, injection to spray. So can we think insulin without injection for type 2 diabetes to regulate the glucose level? What it will do? The use of spray may increase the patient acceptance and the treatment compliance also. One more category is there, that is reformulation to reduce the safety risk of the excipients. Excipients are the essential component of a drug product. Pharmaceutical excipient determine the safety of the drug. Research for better excipient can lead to improved drugs. But in all these categories, one needs to file, the company needs to file new drug application and for approval and marketing of the drug. These are the new drugs. Next is the generics. Now I am coming to Indian pharmaceutical industry. So generic drugs have become an important segment of pharmaceutical industry. What is a generic drug? A generic drug is the same as that of brand name or innovator drug in dosage form, strength, route of administration, safety, efficacy, quality, and the way in which it is administered. But for getting a generic approval, FDA approval process requires the submission of ANDA, that is abbreviated new drug application. So the term abbreviated, what does it mean? Abbreviated because they do not need preclinical safety studies and efficacy state and early clinical trials, that is phase 1 or phase 2 trials are not required. Generics relies upon the research data of the innovator companies. So only bridge studies have to be done, that is clinical bioequivalence studies are to be performed to prove that the drugs, that is brand drug and the generic drug, should deliver the same amount of active ingredient to the target site. So generic development must follow the same standards of FDA as that for new drug application, that is NDA. So generic are basically the low cost substitutes to the patients, but of the same quality and same effectiveness as that of the branded or innovator products. So there are thousands of generics which are sold worldwide. For example, simvastatin. Simvastatin, it is antihypertensive drug, cholesterol lowering drug, and generic for it is the generic for Merck's branded drug, Zocor tablets is simvastatin. Metoprolol is generic for Novartis low pressure. Fexofenadine is generic for Sanofi's Allegra. So these generics made drug accessible and affordable to the world. India is supplying generics to the developed nations like the United States, Europe, Japan, and all the regulated markets. India has shown its presence in 200 countries and captured a leading share of the developed economies. So, but how India could do all this? What is the strength of Indian pharmaceutical industry? So it is because India has its competency in chemical research, and second in process chemistry. Third, India has very good pharmaceutical formulation technology. So other factor is, besides these, the technical competency, India has state-of-art bulk drug manufacturing plant and formulation plants which are approved by US FDA. So India, I think in this field, India will see a long-term growth in generics. So sometimes we say What are branded generics? Branded generics are the drugs which are introduced in Indian market. They are the original research products of multinational companies. Indian manufacturers conducts pharmaceutical development for that our industry is doing, manufacturing process development for that, and abridged clinical trial to apply for the approval of the drug to Indian Regulatory Authority, that is CDSCO, Center for Drug Standardization and Control Office, based upon the patent consideration of Indian Patent Office. The new product is launched into Indian market. So they are essentially generic products, but Indian companies spend huge money on marketing and promotion of these products. So they are basically sold as their brand products. So therefore, these products are marketed in India as branded generics. So I can give you one example, rosuvastatin. This drug is basically a research product of AstraZeneca, and it is sold as Crestor, and the trade name of Crestor. The branded generics for same in India is this Novastat of Lupin, Rosart of Dr. Reddy's, and Rosidoc of FDC company. So Indian companies, they develop their own portfolios and they sell their products under their branded name in the domestic market. So next is, now you can see the great Indian growth story. India was a complete importer of drug in 1950. We used to import everything. And now India is the fourth largest contributor of the drugs to the world. See the story of this growth of Indian pharmaceutical industry. India has created huge employment and it is on the rise. It is estimated that the requirement of pharmacy professionals is 40% higher than others. This industry, worldwide, it is $1.1 trillion US industry, and India is expected to grow at 55 billion US dollar by 2020. So contribution of Indian pharmaceutical industry through its affordable medicine and quality medicine has brought India to this pedestal. Now, there are various things. This field is ever evolving and changing. There are large number of array of opportunities which are available with the students. These opportunities are, first is research and development. I will talk only about the Indian perspective of it, what Indian pharmaceutical industry is doing. Though sir took that lecture, Dr. Banerjee, about the drug discovery.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Ma'am, if you are showing by slides, then you can share the slides as well.
Slides you can't see?
No. So you have not shared the slides. There will be an option at the last. There will be the share screen option.
Yeah, it is there.
Can you see?
Okay.
Can you see?
Yeah.
Yes,
now
ma'am.
it is visible, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Slides were good. So I will show after this. So first is research and development. That is, so I have given a line here. Without laboratories, men of science are soldiers without arms. So research and development, actually drug discovery is there. So a proper grasp of, I'm going to chemistry part. So proper grasp of chemistry is the basis of chemical research. So chemistry determines everything, as Dr. Imran told. It determines everything from synthesis, purity, formulation, dosage, absorption, and elimination. I think it covers everything. So drug discovery is search for active compounds. We in India are still at very the working stage, that is at CRO level only, that is clinical research organization level only. So till date, by synthesizing we are synthesizing libraries of the compounds and we are selling it to big pharmas. So out licensing of the molecules to global innovators. This is what India is doing in its drug discovery approach. If you remember Sun Pharma, it was in the news, it out licensed its drug for psoriasis, that is Tildari. This drug was psoriasis, and it has sold it to Almirall company, a European leader in this. Almirall will conduct clinical trials and market the drug. But Sun Pharma got $50 million upfront on this by developing these molecules. So chemical research area in the generic drugs, what we people in India are doing, it is in the process chemistry. New synthetic routes, new polymorphs, new salts. So medicinal chemistry actually has the advantage in this of knowing pharmacology and understanding biology of the target molecules. So we need to give more stress on the chemical research. So next is clinical research. I think India cherishes a significant position in this because of our vast population, because of our wide variety of diseases and wide variety of patient pool. We attract pharmaceutical companies in clinical trial to find therapeutic equivalence as compared to the innovator drug. So designing of trial, bioavailability, bioequivalence studies, and creating new analytical method is our is in clinical research. Next is natural products. With a vision on plant-based research projects, number of institutions are set up. If I can tell you few, it is National Botanical Research Institute, CDRI Lucknow, Regional Research Lab Jammu, and these Central Food Technology Research Institute Bangalore. So they research in drug discovery. Now drug discovery research has become a multifaceted approach. It is not only the one forte, it is a multifaceted, combining the traditional knowledge with botanical knowledge, with computational knowledge, with phytochemistry, and biology and pharmaceutical technology. So transformation of a crude extract, plant extract to powerful drug is the research in this. So research labs in India actually showing outstanding performance in this. CDRI scientists, they commercialized Promid, that is from Brahmi Bhuti, and Gugulib, that is also from CDRI. So prominent companies, Dabur, Himalaya, Baidyanath, and even the modern pharmaceutical companies, they are now investing into the phytochemical research. Next is dosage form design. Turning a chemical entity into a medicine is dosage form design. So dosage form is basically presents those when during the design of dosage form, it presents technical challenges. That is how to convert it into dosage form. Again, it requires understanding of physicochemical properties, conceptual knowledge of ADME, and it requires product and process control. That is design, development, optimization, scale up to the pilot plant, and then to the industrial manufacturing. So your product should be viable till the industrial scale. So one department associated with dosage form design is analytical research. So this is analytical development. Otherwise, it used to be considered with the department with R&D. Now, a significant partner of drug development process is analytical department, process developing, validating the methods for drug products, intermediates, metabolites, impurities. So research is there in these. So you can find number of jobs in these departments. So next is manufacturing. Now coming down to the manufacturing, everybody knows in a pharmaceutical industry there is production department. So making of products on machines is known as manufacturing, but it is not so. It is not so simple. Production is basically manufacturing is a group of activities. So management, it starts from management of stores. It goes then QC labs, quality control labs, analysis of the raw materials, analysis of the finished products, then manufacturing itself, that manufacturing of the product, quality assurance, designing processes, designing procedures, documentation control, generating of operating procedures, then packaging. Along with this, one more department is their process engineering, which works along with production department. We generally feel chemical engineer or mechanical engineer goes to this department. No, pharmaceutical technology students, they are eligible for this pharmaceutical process engineering. Then nothing can go without computers, that is information technology, management of electronic system and the huge data which is there. It is through information technology. And these days some emerging approaches are there. The industry is stressing more on green chemistry, green engineering, and sustainable manufacturing. Then associated departments along with these departments which work with the this department, that is production department. It is drug regulatory affair department, pharmacovigilance department, then sir described about pharmacovigilance department, and then intellectual property department. So these departments, basically they are the associated departments which work along with the main production department. So drug regulatory department, it does the licensing with the regulatory authorities. They keep the control of interdepartment relations also, and they liaison with the drug regulatory, because every drug, when it is first, it has to be filed and it has to follow the rules and regulation of that country in which it is to be sold. Then there is pharmacovigilance department, that noting the side effects of the adverse effect of the drug. Then intellectual property rights department, which gives exclusive right for the invention which is non-obvious. So you can be a patent attorney after clearing the test for this, and you can join the research institutes, you can work with the organizations by becoming the patent attorney. So then one more department is there, one more field is there, that is drug control department. So drug control is, there are rules and regulation. So these, who enforces, who will ensure that the drug should be efficacious and the drug should be safe for giving to the patient. It is the drug control agencies which ensures this. And Indian Drug Control Agency is SEDISCO. It is headed by DCGI, that is Drug Control General of India. And state and central department, they have their own drug agencies. They work through this. There are ministries. The SEDISCO works with health and family welfare, pricing control, work with commerce department, then chemical and fertilizer industry. These under these, drug laboratories and food laboratories are established, and there are jobs in this department. Then autonomous bodies to, like Indian Pharmacopoeial Commission is there. So this Indian Pharmacopoeial Commission, they set the standard for the drug and they publish pharmacopoeias. And one more department has come under it, that is pharmacovigilance department. So next is one more interesting field is there, that is non-government organization. So NGOs basically, they are active in humanitarian, educational, healthcare, public policies, social and other areas. So they engage with the government. They are non-government bodies, but they work along with the government. They engage in research regarding healthcare and forming policies. healthcare to weak economies, procurement surveys, and promoting pharmaceutical research. And there are international organizations, scientific organizations, policy organizations, foundations, and jobs are there in these organizations. I can name few for you. WHO, everybody knows it is an international organization working in this. World Bank works in this. International Society for Infectious Disease Scientific Organization, Earth Institute is there, Bill Gates Foundation is there, Clinton Foundation is there, those work in health. And in India, Drug Action Forum Karnataka is there, Community Health Cell, Empower, Cancer AIDS Society. These are all non-government organizations which work on the humanitarian ground. So next is pharmacy practice. So with globalization, what happened? With globalization, the focus of Indian education is also changing. So it is shifting to now clinical pharmacy on the lines of developed nations. So the pharmacist has become an integral part. It is in developed countries, but in India, it is also now coming into the mainstream that the pharmacist is integral part of healthcare team. Actually, world is experiencing explosion of information. So much information is there, but need of the hour is who will give this accurate and unbiased information and up-to-date information. I think pharmacy professional is the most suitable for this job, and this is done through community and hospital pharmacy. Then comes the commerce part. Commerce has, that is trade. Commerce has two parts. One is industry, that is they manufacture the product, and second is the commerce is the activity which linked the distribution of medicine produced by the industry, and it serves as a actually link between the company and the consumer. Who is consumer? The patient. So and pharmaceutical companies, they have their own very big department, that is marketing department. So pharmaceutical companies sell their product through marketing, sales, promotion, advertising, and one more field is there, that is market research. To get opinion research, what is required, disease trends, and what is the public opinion, and analyzing the demographics. This is done. So next I am coming to academics. Academics and pharmaceutical promotion. So education. So for developing this skill, which pharmaceutical industry needs, so there need to be institutions. For developing this skill, a well-defined curriculum is required. So a degree in pharmacy offers a career in teaching at university level or at the college level. And to promote pharmaceutical research, government funds the research institute and the pharmaceutical companies involved in the research through their organization. And I have shown few in this Department of Science and Technology, CSIR, DSIR, ICMR, and Ayush Ministry these days. They are all institutions which gives which promotes pharmaceutical industry for the research. Now, last slide is that bridging industry academia gap. So I have been teaching, I taught almost 24 years as a pharmacy professional. So we always say that there is industry academic gap. We need to bridge it. Yes, this need to be bridged up. But this gap needs to be built, but not reducing. So this is my submission to the profession. We should not reduce the learning to training so that the demands of the industry are met. Always we say industry needs this, but we have to prepare our students with learning skills. Our emphasis should be on the teaching. So first is bridge the gap by giving more emphasis on the theory and the practicals which are designed in our curriculum. Our curriculum is well versed with industry. What industry needs, we have in our curriculum. So, but the emphasis should be on the theory and practical at the graduation and especially post-graduation level. Both the levels we should be, I think, focusing on this. Second, by upskilling our teachers. We always tell by upskilling the students, sending the students to industry. After starting my own company, I just found that it is the upskilling of our teachers which is required, so that they should be in tune with what industry is doing and what they need to teach the students. Third, internships to the students by basically revisiting their basics. And fourth, increasing, this is my submission especially, increasing the presence of chemistry. Day by day, the presence of chemistry is decreasing. Students are not liking it. So I think we should create more interest in chemistry. And lastly, I say technology cannot replace good teachers. So all of us should strive to bring our profession to the highest pedestal. Thank you so much.
So, thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us on the drug development process. And now I would like to call our next speaker, that is Dr. A.S. Bhargava, sir. And I would like to give brief introduction about Dr. S. Bhargava, sir. Dr. S. Bhargava, right now he is an MD of Grecure Pharmaceutical Limited, New Delhi, and he did his B Pharm from BHU in 1965. And after doing his B Pharm, he has started his career as an analyst chemist in a company, and later he's promoted to plant manager. And he, in 1970, he stepped into the shoes of entrepreneur by starting his own company. And it will surprise you to know that the company, which was started by one person, now it is serving the more than 500 family by providing direct and indirect job. And in 1992, Dr. Bhargava has established Grecure Pharmaceutical Limited, which is has its headquartered at New Delhi. And by continuous attentions on the quality and accuracy of the medicines, this company has put his remark on the global level. And so today, Bhargava will talking about the paradigm shift in the pharmaceutical industry in post-COVID scenario. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Dr. S. Bhargava, sir. So Dr. S. Bhargava, sir, now it's over to you.
Thank you very much. And I also thanks to the APJ University to conduct this type of the seminar. My main topic I was thought that given that what is the scope of pharmacist after COVID. COVID, you understand that it is a worldwide now problem and government is doing a lot, and side by side the pharmacist is also contributing by providing the medicine from the very beginning. When first lockdown was started, two commodities were exempted by this lockdown. One is the essential commodities, um, coming the food items, and second is the medicine. Because if the medicine factory will be closed, then there will be non-availability of the medicine to the pharmacist or to the chemist. So hence our government of India or Prime Minister, they exempted this pharmaceutical industry and categorized in a you can in essential commodities. So we, the pharmacists in the company or industries, are working whatever the capacity was allowed at that time. So this is the contribution. Besides, you can say the doctors or the whatever the parameters were there for the COVID, the pharmacists have also contributed a lot by providing the medicines by manufacturing their different units. Now the COVID is still running, and we hope that in 3 months or 6 months it may be controlled. But thereafter, what is the scope of the pharmacist? That I will, because a number of the speaker have spoken everything, and they have left only this small subject to me. So because I am a last one of the speaker maybe, so it is better that I may devote less time to for other speakers. Now, after it is a question from when a person entered in the bee farm. Bee farm, after bee farm, the person in India is known as a chemist, but in foreign countries, in Europe or in USA, it is known as pharmacist. And pharmacists in foreign countries are very valuable comparatively to India. Anyway, the time will come when the value of the pharmacist will also increase. Now there are the different line where the pharmacist can divert after passing B farm. That I want to emphasize, and that may give the some guidance to the pharmacists, those who are doing B farm final year or M farm or forthcoming B farm and M farm. One is that they may do M farm, then they do PhD, or they do teaching, or they do professor, they may become professor or may do the research. More than 30%, what I understand, that the bee farm are sorted out and they adopt this teaching profession line. Second, then their line open to them that they can go to the administration side. Administration side, mostly now the M-Pharm are adopted. M-Pharm, they can become drug inspector or deputy drug controller or drug controller according to their seniority or according to the work. So that is a, you can say, second line for pharmacist. Now, side by side, they can be the analytical chemist also in government laboratory. So this is a second line. Third line, then they can go in marketing. Mostly the person, pharmacist goes to the marketing because marketing pays them a good amount and good scope to live, and they have got the time whether to attend the doctor or not, or they can do. Now the last, what I understand, whatever the speakers have said, they have said R&D, research and development. Research and development can be done. Basically, you have to do the, you can say, B farm. Uh, you have to be a pharmacist, and then you have to go to M farm and then PhD, and then you can go to the research, or M farm. After M farm, you can go to the research, or even though P farm also, you can go to the research. So that chapter is also comes in the one of the manufacturing part, because now today the world is changing and they ask to start any molecules with research and development. So any manufacturing unit who is doing the exports or domestic market, they have to have some sort of research and development department with them. And there are the other, you can say, the categories in the manufacturing, that is a quality control, quality assurance, and production. Quality assurance today is very, very important. And even though the managing director cannot interfere in the decision of the quality assurance, neither QC or nor production person can take any decision their own till QA do not give the release order to the product.
Hello,
So
sir.
QA have also become very important.
Sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, if you want to share something, then you can share. I mean, your screen is not visible. So,
Pardon?
so if you want to share something on the screen, then you can share
No,
some PPT.
sorry, today at this meeting I don't have the any slide.
No, no,
But
sir, it's
next
okay.
time I can come with that.
No, actually, what I was thinking, I'm thinking that you want you have some PPT like that's I'm saying. It's okay.
It will take time, and at present I cannot. But
No, no, sir,
whatever the question will be there, I will.
it's okay, sir, it's okay. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Now, recently, you can say within 2 or 3 years, another department have been added in it. That is a regulatory department. Now, the manufacturing unit of everywhere, they have become 4 departments, and regulatory department is recently, you can say, have got the importance, because regulatory, they combine with the production to the MOH of some local MOH, and they also combine with the requirement of the customers, export customers, that what they require, they brief to the QA and production department of the plant. So now this is these are very important for the pharmacist. Now I request every pharmacist, or I will add one thing from my side. Today, the Prime Minister, even though have said that India needs a skilled person, foreign company are not ready to come to India. They want to go either to Vietnam or Taiwan, but last preference is India, because they say that in India the skilled work person are not available. I will also say that if fresh bee farm does not know to handle that what is the HPLC, what is the STIR, because they do not learn there when they are bee farm. So I was hearing Dr. Khar, perhaps this bee farm course is going to be made for 5 years, and 1 year is reserved for skilled training. So that skilled training in pharmacist is very much necessary, because before coming to the industry, they will learn in that institution or wherever how to handle the equipments, how to handle the machines, and how to handle the costly and expensive instruments of the laboratory. These instruments, immediately we cannot give to a fresh pharmacist. So we have to give the other type of the training for 3 months or 6 months, and then slowly and slowly they are put on HPLC, where they can, or automatic HPLC, where they can give us the result to the company. So these are, so what I say that pharmacists should understand and should take their education very seriously and not to take the lightly. In one of the speakers, they said that there should be a training by industry. Industry is ready to give the training, provided the trainer or trainee both are serious. If they are coming only for putting the attendance, then it is no use. They should see the instruments. They should, because in beginning they may not be given the any instruments to handle, but they can, after seeing a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, then they can start handling any instrument. So these 3 weeks, 4 weeks, they should give the industry to teach them. So these are very much necessary today for the pharmacist to have a practical training. Either the course may be little bit revised, So if the government implements 5 years B Farm, then it is very good to the industry, because the students industry does not get the right pharmacist in their either production or in their quality control or quality assurance, because they think that education or profession is very easy, and if you become the drug inspector, then it is very nice, and if they go in marketing, it is comfortable. So if they want to work for a long time, or they want to learn something, so they want to take out what they have taught, so it can be only when they come to the industry. So this is my appeal to the pharmacist and fellow pharmacist. With this, I stop my subject and wish you all the pharmacists a happy good day, because today is a pharmacist day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Bhargavji. It was really enlightening. We have to really see that the product of the university should be industry competitive and should join industry with the skills already learned at university levels. The basic skills should be imparted at university. Thank you very much.
As you have heard in my introduction, I have done B Farm long back from Banaras University, and after third year, I was sent for 3 months training in of my choice. So I made a choice Bengal immunity at that time for 3 months, and I was very particular going at every day and learning their injectables, and at the time the sera and vaccine were manufactured. So but every day it was very far in Calcutta, and I have to change two buses. But I think once or twice in 3 months time I might be absent, but I attended that training, and till today I remember that what I have seen there. I have seen that how the blood is taken from the horse, and the sera or serum is manufactured. They were making the calcium gluconate at that time. So how they are using ampoules and they are making this. So this I learned from during training. So after third year, it should be a 3 months training. But this training is very much necessary. And I also say to the institution that they should, I will request Dr. Neelam Singla, because she has said that there should be some instruments in the college, in the university or in the college, so that the students may learn something from the very beginning. Maybe up to the HPLC, but even though our some does not some students does not know how to handle single pen balance. So then we say what you have learned in your PFARM course of 4 years. So it means that I remember myself at the time in our Banaras University, only one HPLC was there, and you can say that was not allowed to us handle. So there was a operator. We were taking our solution there, and they were giving the reading. That time have gone. It was you can say 55 years back. Now the industry wants a skilled person. A skilled person.
Yes, sir.
We want.
That change, yeah. Yes, sir. That change is there now. Even if you have to be competitively ahead of others, you have to actually. So we have over here right with us. I just when you were talking, I just
Yes,
remember the days
those
when
who have got, I appreciate their college or their university, but the students should be allowed to work on them. So,
yes, well said.
and when they will come for the interview, then they can say that we have handled this instrument, we have handled this instrument. And this is not only, you can say, only in quality. You have to also provide some machines, latest machines, to them also to work, because there are the students, there are the pharmacists who want to choose whether to go in production or whether to go to quality control. If they if they have learned quality control, but if they go to the production, then they should also be aware about the machines. What are the latest machines? At least, or one more I can add, that every institute can take them on 15 days tour, on factory tour. It was also in our Banaras, it was also compulsory that in third year you have to go to see the different institute for training. So these are the, and every person should have, pharmacists should have values, that what is their vision, what is their goal, and how to achieve that vision and how to achieve that goal is very much necessary. They should be very sincere about their studies, about their practical training, or whatever they are taught. If they are not, they are, the teacher will also say, okay, I am teaching you. If you do not want to learn, then they will be having a different type of the, you can say pharmacists can have a different type of line when they come out from the institute. Any other question?
No, sir. Thank
So
you very much.
thank you, sir.
It was really great to have you. And Dr. Neelam Singla has also given a big insight on the career and the choices which students should make. Over to Gufran now. Can we
Thank you, ma'am.
have our next?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Muni Sahuja. And before proceeding this, I would like to give a brief introduction about the Dr. Muni Sahuja. Dr. Muni Sahuja is a professor in the Department of Pharmaceutical Science, Guru Jamaica University, Hisar, and he obtained his bachelor and a master degree in pharmacy from Delhi University, and doctoral degree from the Guru Jamaica University of Science and Technology, Hisar. And he has a 23-year experience in academic, and he has published more than 90 research papers in various national and international journals. And he has research interest in nanomedicine, modification, natural polymers, ocular delivery, and response surface metrology. And apart from academic pursuit, he has interest in complementary and alternative medicines such as Reiki, spiritual healing, batch flower therapy, mindfulness meditation, and emotional freedom therapy. And today he will be speaking on the managing stress by emotional freedom therapy. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Muni Sahuja. So, Dr. Sir, now it's over to you.
Namaste, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. At the outset, I express my gratitude to Professor Dr. Majumdar, my supervisor and my guide. And I also express gratitude to my senior teachers, Professor Kanchan Kohli and Dr. Anupma Diwan, and giving me the opportunity to come here and share my passion with the students so that it can help you all. We all have been attending the session. Many of I don't know, but many of our participants are here from the right from the morning, so they are all must be at presently under stress. So I am going to de-stress you in this. Already we are learning late, so I would be covering this. So I hope my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
So I would be discussing about, we all know what is stress, and I will not take much of the time telling what is stress, but I will go how to manage this stress, how to overcome this stress. These days we all are under stress, not because we are sitting in front of computer, taking classes, attending classes, and also because of Corona, we are not able to go out. But we all are under stress. And now, before going, what we can do, what is emotional freedom therapy? I would like to tell you what are its applications, how we can, what we can achieve by using this. we can overcome physical pain, we can overcome all the fears and phobias. There are many students who might be having a fear of mathematics, fear of engineering drawing, fear of biology, because we have both kinds of students here. There are also certain phobias, fear of height, fear of cockroaches, and so many fears are there. And this can be useful for overcoming that. Anxiety, post-traumatic sleep disorder, and depression. In fact, the emotional freedom therapy was first tried on Vietnam War veterans, and once they were treated this, and their depression was gone and they could sleep very well. Weight loss, de-addiction, smoking cessation, how it can help in this? Because I will let you know how it can help, and for treatment of allergies. Now in this technique, basically it is a self-help acupressure method, and it gives very surprising and miraculous results. It is so easy to learn that within 15 minutes you would be learning this, how you can do, provided you practice along with me. And it can be used in every situation. It is not just limited to those applications which I have told you, but it can be applied to anything. Anything, you can name it and you can use it. Now, this Gary Craig, he was basically an engineer from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and he was interested in this, but he did not study any psychology or anything. He went to one psychiatrist, Dr. Roger Callahan, and he met there. He was doing some some body processes for treatment of psychological clients having a psychological problems. So he combined with him, he collaborated with him and learned this technique and invented this technique. So Gary Craig is the inventor. I express gratitude to him. Basically it is an energy psychology technique, and in this you can say it is just a psychological acupressure. We all know acupressure is there, but here some change is there. What change is there? We tap on certain designated points. We do not press as hard as in acupressure. We just tap on designated points. Along with this, we verbalize our identified problem. Whatever the problem is, that we put it into words, and we design a general affirmation phrase which we use it for overcoming this. Now, we all know that every matter is made up of molecules, and you can break the molecules into atoms and electron, proton, neutron, subatomic particles. Basically energy. You know that Einstein has given equation E is equal to mc square. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, but can be transformed from one form to another form. You know that light is the form of energy, sound is the form of energy, but have you thought that thought is also a form of energy? Our thoughts, whatever we are thinking, these are also the form of energy, very, very subtle. So subtle that you cannot easily measure them. We all know that daily psychologists say that every day we produce 60,000 thoughts. And we know that we have no control over thoughts. But one thing we are sure, that if your thoughts will give us feelings, if you have a positive thought, then you will have a good feeling. And if you have a negative thought, you will have a bad feeling. कभी कुछ हो जाएगा, आपको दुखी हो गए, किसी ने गाली निकाल दी, someone hurt you and you get angry. Someone is not following you, someone is not obeying you, is not doing as you should do. You get depressed or you get angry, you get jealous, you see someone and that is prospering, you may have a feeling of jealousy. Whatever it may be, but you don't know whether what you are thinking, you don't have a control over your thoughts, but you have control over you can know what is your feeling. If you know your feeling, you can come on control over your thoughts. If you can change these emotions, for example, if you can be happy throughout the day, then it means you are thinking positively. If you can be joyful, if you can be excited, or you can simply change your thoughts by expressing gratitude. If you say thank you, and if you start blessing, you express gratitude for anything which is there in your life will change, because you will start expressing positive thoughts. Just by controlling your emotions, you can control your thoughts. So this is the concept behind this, that your emotions Basically, it is your emotions is the energy in motion. Once you are these emotions are blocked, then there is a disease in the body. There is an imbalance in the body, emotional body, and disease is caused. We all know about acupressure. This is the figure of energy meridians. In yoga, we say nadis. There are 72 lakh nadis on energy meridians. This is our energy body. And in this energy body, the energy is transmitted. The energy moves from energy centers into this. Apart from, just like our physical body is having veins and in which blood is flowing, arteries which blood is flowing, in our energy body we have an energy body which is Sukshma Sharira, known as a Pranamaya Kosha or Prana. This is basically meridians or nadis in which the prana flows. When you do Anulom Vilom Kapal Bhati, what you are doing? You are promoting the flow of energy in these meridians. You are controlling this. By controlling the flow of prana in your energy body, you can control this. This is by pranayama. Now, this is the technique which I am going to share. Can you see me? Am I visible?
Yes, sir.
You are visible. Please go ahead.
Actually, I am just seeing my screen. I don't know whether you are completely visible. I am, because
but we can hear you and see you as well.
Thank you very much. So, because this is the technique, until and unless you understand this technique, it will be difficult to make you understand and learn this technique. What is basically done? In this case, we first choose a problem to work on. For example, if you are having some issue related to anger or some other issue you don't know, something is there, some discomfort is there. You first sit down and find out what is the problem. For example, मुझे डर लग रहा है. I am feeling fearful. So if I can find out my emotions, there are many people who cannot know what is happening with them. But if it is, you know what is happening with them, it's good. If otherwise you just fall that I am not feeling well, I am not feeling good. So next step is you find out the anxiety, how much anxiety or discomfort is there. You yourself rate it into 0 to 10. It is only a subjective scale. You just 10 is extremely worrisome or extremely you cannot tolerate, and 0 is nothing. But when you are coming here, then there must be something. So ask the client or someone, if you are doing for yourself, find out what is it and write it on a paper, how much discomfort is there. You yourself rate it. After rating this, then we have to set up an affirmation phase that even though I have this dash, I deeply and completely love and accept myself. It is not essential that you should take this language only. You can design your own affirmation. For example, you can say in your own language. For example, in Hindi, you can say, हालांकि मुझे डर लगता है, फिर भी मैं अपने आप से बहुत प्यार करता हूं और अपने आप को एक्सेप्ट करता हूं, है ना? If you know something, if you know Punjabi, हालांकि मैनू बड़ा चिंता हो रही है, फिर भी मैं अपने आप को प्यार करता हूं. Or whatever language you know, you design yourself. It is not just to say that I love myself. It is one phase. You can have any phase. I am feeling pain in my body. Still, I love myself. Whatever it is, this phase you have to find out and write down. Next step is basically in this 3 main steps are there. One is this basic recipe. In basic recipe, what we do, you can see this is my left hand. So whatever hand which is not your dominant hand, this is my right hand on this left hand, and these are the points, karate chop point. You can see in the figure 2 blue dots are blinking. तो आपको इस पॉइंट पर टैप करना है धीरे धीरे. This is known as karate chop point along with the affirmation. For example, I say I am afraid of mathematics, या मेरा कल mathematics का exam है. Tomorrow I am having examination of mathematics. I am worried about that. So I will say, even though I am worried about my mathematics examination, I deeply and completely love and accept myself. Even though I am worried about my mathematics examination, I deeply and completely love and accept myself. Even though I am worried about mathematics examination, I deeply and completely love and accept myself. ये टैपिंग स्लोली करनी है, ठीक है? अफर्मेशन तो आप बना सकते हैं, आप ये ध्यान रखें कि कहां पे करना है. आई वुड लाइक, क्योंकि आप जो स्टूडेंट्स देख रहे हैं, they write down these points. This is karate chop point, and do along with me. Then after this karate chop point, next is the on our body. So I am showing you this. The first point is on eyebrow. In the center, you have to, within the eyes, between the two eyes, at the third eye, you have to tap here. Then third point is along with on the sides of the eyebrows, sides of the eyes. Fourth point is under the eye. Fifth point is under the nose. Sixth is chin. Seventh is this collarbone. This collarbone. Eighth is underarm. And ninth is head. So again, first is karate chop point. Then is third eye, side of the eye, below eye, under nose, chin, collarbone, underarm, head. So this you have to remember. If you practice it, you will remember it. Now after this, this is the basic recipe, first step. Now in the next step, what we do, this is 9 gamut procedure. What we do, you can take any hand while doing karate chop point. If you are a left hander, then you will take the right hand. If you are a right hander, you will take the left hand. You have to take the non-dominant hand. अगर आप दाएं हाथ से लिखते हैं तो आपने बाएं हाथ पे टैपिंग करनी है. अगर आप बाएं हाथ से लिखते हैं तो दाएं हाथ पे टैपिंग करनी है. बेसिक रेसिपी का यही असूल है. उसके बाद आता है 9 gamut procedure. In 9 gamut procedure, you will take your non-dominant hand and you take this point between your this first point and second, this point you are seeing, this is my index finger and this is my little finger. Between the little finger and ring finger, at this point you have to take. This is the point. Here you have to tap. There are 9 methods how you have to tap. That's why it is known as 9 gamut procedure. First you tap like this with keeping your eyes closed, then keeping your eyes open, then with your head straight looking at one angle, then looking at another angle. These are the eye exercises. Then you have to move your eyes rotate your eyes. Then in the another counterclockwise, clockwise or counterclockwise. Then you have to say a humming sound like hum or om. Then you have to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and again hum. So I am again repeating 9 gamut procedure. You have chosen this point. Now while tapping at this, close your eyes, open your eyes, see on the right, see on the left, move your eyes in the clockwise, move your eyes in the anti-clockwise, then make a humming sound. Om. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then again Om. So this is the 9 gamut procedure. Then comes again, you have to again do the, after this you have to again do the basic recipe like this. After this, you have to again, this step was left, this, and this. And I am again doing this. I am explaining right from the beginning. First, we have done the complete procedure. Now, how we have to do? We have to first find out the statement. For example, we are sitting in front of computer. Many of you might be having a pain on your neck or in your head. For example, if you, let us say you have pain in your neck. So what you will say, even though I have a pain in my neck, I still deeply and completely love and accept myself. Even though I have a pain in my neck, I still deeply and completely love and accept myself. Even though I have a pain in my neck, I still deeply and completely love and accept myself. Then here, pain in neck, 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 pain in neck. Then you come to this at the side of this hand, at the foot of the nail of this thumb, then index finger, then middle finger, then another finger, then another finger, and again karate chop point. This is our basic recipe. Now 9 gamut procedure. During 9 gamut procedure, we are not required to say any affirmation. Only tapping here with closed eyes, open eyes, see right, see left, clockwise, anti-clockwise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Om. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Om. This is 9 gamut procedure. Now again, even though I have a pain in my neck, I still deeply and completely love and accept myself. Even though I have a pain in my neck, I still deeply and completely love and accept myself. Even though I have a pain in my neck, I still deeply and completely love and accept myself. Then here, pain in neck, pain in neck, seething pain in neck, 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 pain in neck. So this finishes our entire sequence. Now after this, again take a deep breath and rate your anxiety, how much it is. For example, earlier the pain was 8 or 10 and now it has reduced to 4 or 5. Then again do it till the point it goes to 0. So after 2-3 steps, 2-3 procedures, this should finish. If your emotions are, if you know the emotions, then it would be much better. If you don't know the emotion, even then it will go. Usually in case of pain, what happens, if it is here, after 1 or 2 steps, it will come down on your shoulder, or it may go into your back. Then you have to say affirmation phrase that in pain in back. Then it may go into your knees. Then you will change the affirmation say face that it is a pain in knee, and then it will go below, outside from your feet. तो इस तरह से आपको you have to change the affirmation face. Anyone can design the face, can change the affirmation face and use it. After doing this, we again, as I have told you, stress we have found out how much it is there. For example, if you are having initially 8 neck pain, now the neck pain has reduced to 4. So again, now what I will say, even though I still have some remaining pain, अब जो है एफर्मेशन फेस बदल जाएगा, जो बचा हुआ डर है. हालांकि अभी भी कुछ बचा हुआ डर है. हालांकि मुझे चिपकली से डर लगता है, फिर भी मैं अपने आप से बहुत प्यार करता हूं. तो सम स्टूडेंट्स रिपोर्ट टू मी दैट दे आर हैविंग दिस. बहुत सी बच्चियां आती हैं, लैब में काम करती हैं, कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो जाती हैं, दे से एंड दे टेल कि हमारे को ये प्रॉब्लम है. तो आई एक्सप्लेन देम हाउ टू डू दिस. नाउ आफ्टर डूइंग once or twice, their anxiety level, their discomfort level reduces. So I again tell them to what is the stress level. They say this much is there. Then again they have to tap on this, and then they say the deformation phase, that the remaining pain or remaining problem. And once or twice this also goes away. If on one day the problem goes away, for example, someone is having a fear of height. अब वो अपने लैब में बैठा है, घर में बैठा है, हाइट पर नहीं है, हाउ ही विल कम टू नो. आपके सामने आप करा रहे हो, वो उसको अपने आप उसको वर्बलाइज, उसको विजुअलाइज करना है. जैसे आप चिपकली का डर है and lizard is not in front of him, so how he will feel? Again, if he closes his eye and he sees the lizard, he will start feeling some problem. He will then do tapping and it becomes 0. And next day again, if he says that it is again coming back, then he will have to again do it once, twice, thrice. After some day it will go away. So this was all about this. So I would like to take the questions, and if anyone wants to know the technique, I will again explain how deep you have to go. If you like, I would also like to share my experiences, but I think the time is more, so you must be wanting to go away, leave the session, complete the session. But if you want, I can share my experiences, the experiences of my students. Many have happened. I have helped many students. There were some examples. Some students were suffering from phobia of mathematics, getting failed again and again. I told them this technique, and after 1 or 2 days, their fear gone away and they could easily pass in examination. There were cases. In one case, I went to Pune University. They were conducting some seminar, and I was invited there to deliver a talk. After my talk, another speaker was not there. So one of my students who was teaching there, she knew that I am taking this kind of sessions. She called me that, sir, please engage our delegates so that we are not having our next speaker. So you engage them. There I came to know there's one teacher of pharmacology. He was teacher of pharmacology, and but he was afraid of handling mice and rats. He had never, on the side, just on the sight of rats and mice, he would shiver. तो मुझे पता नहीं वो कैसे पढ़ाता था, क्योंकि बीफार्म एनिमल यूज करते नहीं है. एमफार्म में I don't know, he worked on this and he was shivering, and he said, he told me himself that, sir, I want to go away, I want to remove this fear. And after उसी सेशन में वहां किया और उसका फियर खत्म हो गया. ऐसे ही बहुत सारे केसेस हुए हैं. अगर आप कोई पूछना चाहें तो आई एम रेडी टू हेल्प एंड आंसर. थैंक यू. कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो आई एम रेडी टू टेक.
Thank you, sir. So if anyone have any question, so he may ask. No. So thanks, sir. Thank you, sir, for such a relevant speech, especially in a situation when a lot of person are already suffering from some sort of
I think
stress.
we should call Dr. Kanchan ma'am now, please,
Yes,
for
ma'am.
all the sessions. Ma'am to moderate. Over to Dr. Kanchan, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, over to you.
Ma'am, ma'am, please unmute yourself. Kanchan, ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Okay. Okay, I am muted. So, first of all, I like to have a lecture of Dr. Neelam Singla, where she has told all the role of pharmacist in different areas, like from generic drugs, chemical research, process chemistry, formulation technology, bulk drug manufacturing plant, all the areas she has covered nicely, and nicely she has told about the bridging gap between industry and academia gap, and that is required, and we should train our budding students in such a way that they should go to the industry and they should work like according to the need of the industry, which Dr. Bharva has also mentioned. Many of the students, they are receiving it at their when they are coming for the job, especially for the placement, they don't know about the ABC of UV, HPLC. So we should prepare the student according to their need. Although I know the constraints of the universities also, some of people, they don't have even HPLC also. So when the teacher doesn't know how they can teach to student, that is also one thing, because they never had that equipment to handle it. But nevertheless, whatever is happened, but we should move according to the need of the industry right now, as mentioned very rightly by Dr. Bhagwa, that they should be trained. And what he has mentioned, that they people were very, I mean, punctual for the industry when they were going for the industry training. But sorry to say, that time the number of I know the scholars, the students were very less as compared to today what we are having. So today it is like we are having a number of students. Even when we just these contact industries for train the students, they just simply refuse. So they also want that the training should be given to our end only. They just want the trained students. So this gap has to be really brought down, because whenever they are moving to industry, they says academia people, they don't train them well. But when they are coming to academia again, I mean, the some constraints are with the university. So everybody has to bear and everybody has to work in a balanced way. So we should not criticize to one and each other that academia people are these and industry people are these. Very rightly he has mentioned that we should train the students according to the need of the students. And lastly, what Dr. Munish has told us, that is excellent, that how we can reform ourselves. And very, I mean, in a light way he has told, and he has given the various examples like neck pain or other stress, and how the students can maintain the, how the students can reduce the stress and gear themselves, and similarly how the fear can be reduced. So very rightly, I'll talk him with later on how I can get be de-stressed according to his therapy. And we like the therapy so much. And then lastly, I would like to thank all the speakers of the session for their word of wisdom. Indeed, in order to decrease the compound failure rate due to lack of efficacy in the later stages of clinical trials, improvement in drug discovery practices and translations, medicine has played an imperative role. Scientists today are challenged to find out compounds acting alone or in combination on complex targets to treat multifactorial disease like cancer and neurodegenerative disease. In silico methods that involve quantitative structure activity relationship, that is QSAR, to eliminate potentially toxic compounds from libraries based on their structure is widely used. In vitro assays depend on specialized cell lines and small animal models. The need of the hour is to substantiate benefits of academic industry collaborations. Neo technologies like biomarkers testings have also revolutionized the drug discovery sector. With increasing knowledge of disease progression and target receptors involved, the demand for development of newer molecules with improved efficacy and safety profiles will increase, keeping the cost benefits in mind. In order to achieve the ultimate goal of a more predictive and personalized medicine requires the drug discovery industry to implement more synergies between the two worlds of clinical research and diagnostics. The field of pharmacology, especially drug discovery, has certainly undergone metamorphosis. So I think this whole completes the what we want, what our pharmacists want, regarding with the industry, regarding with the clinical pharmacies, regarding with the research, regarding with the bringing to the new bodies to the level of the industry. So this is the requirement, this is the need of our. So with this, I again congratulate to all speakers and thanks to all speakers who are really participated in this program. It was a good interactive program, and by these interactive programs we do learn certain things what we have already. So thanks again to
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. It was really a wonderful evening. Over to Dr. Narendra quickly. Dr. Narendra, could you just come in and would like to formally thank everyone? Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone, all the speaker, panelists, and all the participants. Now it's time to conclude today's wonderful and very informative session which we had. And first of all, a very happy World Pharmacist Day to everyone. And we salute all the pharmacists across the globe for your courage, commitment, dedication, and unmeasurable contribution to the society. Now, I would like to uh, uh, say thank to everybody. Then, first of all, I am very much thankful to our Chancellor ma'am for giving us the opportunity to organize this wonderful webinar on occasion of World Pharmacist Day on the theme of pharmacists transforming the global health. Then I would sincerely thank our organizing chairman and vice chancellor, sir, Professor R.S. Dhankar, for giving us his constant support for organizing the webinar and valuable time from his busy schedule. Then I would like to extend my gratitude to our organizing secretary and dean ma'am, Professor Anupama Diwan. She is the only person who took this initiative to organize this wonderful and very informative session in very short period of time. I also want to acknowledge the unwavering support received from her during this time. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our panelist, moderator, Dr. Deepak K. Majumdar, Dr. Roop K. Khar, and Dr. Kanchan Kohli for taking out your precious time from your busy schedule. I express my sincere gratitude to all the eminent and renowned speakers from the academics, industry, and all other area, all over corner and edges of the world for sharing their view and expertise with us. And all the talk are very wonderful and very interesting for all our young pharmacists as well as other person and the participants. We are looking forward for you in near future for more such interaction. And there are so many participants have joined the webinar, and I would like to thank all the participants for their active and enthusiastic participation and attention during the entire session. Then I would like to thank all our orators, Dr. Rani, Dr. Ankur Sharma, Dr. Sabnam Thakur, Dr. Gufran Ajmal, Dr. Akriti Garg for hosting the event. And I would like to thank all the SPS faculty for organizing and making the event very successful. So
Finally, I would like to thank our IT team for arranging the Zoom meeting without any interruption in between, and would like to thank our sponsor and pharma associate Walter and Bushnell and ACS Biochem for sponsoring the event. So now we are going to end the session and have a nice weekend. That's all. Thank you everyone and have a nice weekend. Thank